now during the COVID 2020 version of the game. Tonight, Cherokee will try to move to 2-0 in the tourney as they host 6-4A Mays out of Atlanta. Nikita Battle's team, of course, comes in after a 3-7 season last year, and he enters his 6th season as head coach at Mays. Meanwhile, Josh Shaw enters his 10th year with the Cherokee Warriors, who ended their 2020 8-3 overall after a first-round playoff loss at North Gwinnett. Cherokee, with 27 seniors, embark on another playoff run as they try to accomplish something that a four-year class at Cherokee has never done, and that's a 4th straight playoff season. And it begins tonight in the first GHSA game of the year. Again, going to be a good one here tonight. Temperatures are very hot, as you would expect, in the middle of August, but nonetheless, the humidity not as bad as it typically could be this time of year, so we're excited about it. We've got our usual cast of characters. Will the Golden Boy Cooper and Art Mosley joining us here tonight, along with Ronnie on the spot. Cooper joining us on the numbers as well. Dave Garner here with you as we get set for the Northside Cherokee pregame show. And looking forward to that. Again, Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show on the other side of a 2-minute break. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the first high school football game of the season here on a Wednesday afternoon at West Forsyth High School. The Cherokee Warriors and the Mays Raiders out of Atlanta coming up here as the kickoff will take place now in less than 30 minutes at the bottom of the hour and live right here on WLJA. 2 minutes, you're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week on WLJA 101.1 FM.
Northside Hospital Cherokee proudly supports Cherokee County football. Thousands of Northside doctors, nurses, and staff are right here in Canton, serving on the top-ranked team for your family's health needs. Whether you're on the field, in the stands, or in your neighborhood, Northside has the expertise to provide exceptional care in your community. For sports medicine, cardiology, maternity, oncology, and other specialties, you can trust your health care to Northside. Visit northside.com/Cherokee to learn more.
You've seen the many car dealer lots that are almost empty. Not at Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Canton. They've found the best used cars and trucks to fill their lot. Hundreds to choose from. Just go to SchottenkirkChrysler.com and do a search. Then come by and test drive your choice or buy online. Schottenkirk is proud to call Cherokee County home and are happy to be the dealer with a fully stocked lot of cars and trucks. Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, just off Riverstone Parkway in Canton at 200 Liberty Boulevard.
Hi, it's Dave Garner, voice of the Cherokee County Game of the Week. But did you know I'm also your local Woodman Life representative and poverty prevention specialist? For over 130 years, Woodman Life has protected families with life insurance and retirement products. And as your local agent, I want to make sure that your money outlives you and that you don't outlive your money. Call or text me at 706-273-9347 or visit my Facebook page at Dave Garner Woodman Life to learn how I can help you or your loved ones today. Insurance protection, financial security, Woodman Life, standing strong for generations.
Prescription medications can help us live longer and healthier lives, but any medication has the potential to do harm if misused. Drug-Free Cherokee would like to remind you to only use prescription medications as directed by a health professional. Never share your medications with others or use someone else's. Always store your medications securely to prevent others from taking them, and properly dispose of medications that you no longer need. Be a good example for those around you and promote safe medication practices and teach others to do the same. Visit drugfreecherokee.com.
Welcome into the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show on WLJA 101.1 FM. I'm your host, Will Cooper, joined alongside Arthur Mosley. Also with us, Diamond Dave Garner. He will be with us throughout this show. And Ronnie on the spot, Ronnie Cooper, getting ready to put things together for us here. Art, welcome into the broadcast, buddy. It's good to have you back for 2021, and we've been waiting for this for a long time.
Will, I tell you what, for those that don't know, we trade text messages all throughout the year, and as you mentioned, as we were talking before we came on air, starting about May, we started to take a look at schedules, and we really get excited. It's almost like Christmas in August. We won't say July. It's August. Christmas in August for us right now, but, man, I'm excited to be back in the broadcast booth this year, and I'm excited to be on the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show.
Looky there. He's working out the sponsors as well. We do want to thank Northside Hospital Cherokee for being back on with us. Usually did the scoreboard, but we got them in the pregame show, and we'll talk about that on Friday a little bit, as we're going to have some interviews with some of the doctors at Northside that provide the sideline care. Since we are not in Cherokee County, this is the only game, aside from a playoff, that we will not be at a Cherokee County school, so we have paused that for this one. Coming up later in the broadcast, we'll talk about some other changes. But for this one right here, this is what we've got. And one last note is that if you haven't heard the news, the folks at Tri-State Communications, a sister station of ours, WPGY, which is on 93.7 in LJ and 98.1 in Jasper. Those are both FM and AM 1580 all over North Georgia. Will be covering the Pickens County Dragons as they embark on another football season for the 2021 campaign. Tucker Green and Jess Walker will be doing the play-by-play in color over there. So make sure you check that out as well. But we've got the action right here for you. We've got a really good one. As Dave brought up in the broadcast, we've got the Cherokee Warriors and the Mays Raiders here at West Forsyth High School. And it's a little hot, it's a little humid, but it wouldn't be August football without that, Art. And let's get into the nitty-gritty of this. You ready?
I'm ready, Will.
All right, we'll break down the other Cherokee County games on Friday.
Okay.
We will be going back-to-back here. So make sure you tune in on Friday with us as well, as we'll be at Woodstock as they host the Sequoia Chiefs. But coming into this one, the Cherokee Warriors finished last season 8-3. They won the Corky Kell last year against Carver 38-12. Then went on to beat Sequoia, Rome, Creekview, Cartersville, Woodstock, all in a row. And a few of those games are huge. Then finally found a few losses against Roswell, Milton, and then came back and beat Etowah and Alpharetta, and then lost to North Gwinnett in the first round of the playoffs, in a situation that Coach Shaw feels like, talking to him, if they had been able to host that game and played on turf instead of grass given the rain, the outcome would have been a little different. They lost that 16-29. Josh Shaw's 10th season, 45-52 overall record, and their next game will be against Sequoia. That'll be our game of the week. They are ranked number 6 in the Georgia Public Broadcasting rankings, Art, but that's the only place we can find them. And, of course, you run the TurdFergusonReport.com. Maybe you can shed a little light on that as to why they're not in your top 10. But we're not going to put you on the spot there. But, Art, looking at this Cherokee team coming into this one, what do you expect?
Well, Will, if you do want to talk about that top 10, I think but when that poll came out, I'll give GPB the benefit of the doubt. They probably didn't know that Keith Adams wouldn't be playing with the Cherokee Warriors this season. So we have a little more intel, being a little bit closer to home in Cherokee County. So, hey, a lot of lofty expectations even last year without Keith. You've got a big-time quarterback in A.J. Swann, and then a big-time receiver in a Darius Harshaw.
There you go.
There we go. I was trying to throw Coach Josh Shaw's in the mix.
Right.
Name in the mix here. Anyway, Will, Cherokee lost a lot of pieces. That's the one thing I think a lot of teams don't know. We had a chance to talk to Coach Shaw a few times in the preseason, and he talked about, hey, guys, we returned 4 starters on offense. Our defense is – we've got to plug some holes. Our front should be okay, but we've got young linebackers. We'll get into that a little bit more as we go on, Will. But this Cherokee team has got a lot of lofty expectations, and you don't get invited to the Corky Kell just for nothing.
Right, and you're right about that. As Dave mentioned in the bring-up of the show, you know, they've been to the playoffs 3 straight years. In 2019, they were able to get a win over Westlake at Westlake. And then now coming back to this season, it's an odd number year, which for Cherokee tends to be really good years. They just kind of have that weird thing where they have a pretty good year, then a really good year. So coming back to 2021, as you mentioned, A.J. Swann, last time we saw him a 3-star committed to Maryland. The commitment to Maryland stayed the same, but he's picked up a couple extra stars along the way, really just 1. I guess I should clarify that. Not a 5-star, but a 4-star. Went to the Elite 11 camp, had a really good camp over there. He's been all over the place. So you got to feel like coming into this one, if you have a senior leader, he's about as good as they get. Darius Harshaw, as you mentioned, Art, picked up his 3 stars from ESPN. He was a 4-star, but Rivals a 3-star. He committed to Utah. So 2 big-time programs over there that have recruited at Cherokee. And also worth mentioning, another guy that has not a Power 5 offer, but a D1 offer, and that is Toby Thompson, who's picked up an offer. He'll play tight end at Army, so you're going to see Toby Thompson on both sides of it there. But that's just the overview. Now let's jump into the overview for Mays. Mays, historically, a very, very good program. Had a little bit of a down year last year. Lost to West Forsyth on this field at the Corky Kell 6-42. Then won against Riverdale 35-28. Lost to Hughes, Hapville Charter, Arabia Mountain, Stephenson, Miller Grove, and the very tough Marist War Eagles. Also picking up wins against Grady and Druid Hills. This is Nikita Battle's 6th season. He's 41-18 overall. He only needs 1 win to tie Kirby McDaniel as the winningest head football coach in all of Mays high school history. As you mentioned on the podcast, if you haven't listened to Friday Nights at the Tavern, you should check it out, by the way.
I agree.
There's your first plug. Remember, you get 3.
I get 3.
You get 3. That's 1. Mays was 2-0 against Cherokee County teams, both of them in the playoffs. So, obviously, they have a little bit of history with some Cherokee County teams. Not Cherokee, but Cherokee County. And as we look down the list there for Mays, you got to kind of wonder, there's a lot of question marks. They're bringing back a lot of pieces. But in a 3-7 season, how will that play into playing a 7A team like Cherokee?
Yeah, Will, a pretty tough season last year. I believe it was the Battle of Atlanta, Rumble in Atlanta, when they beat Riverdale, and Riverdale's a quality football team. But then the Raiders could never get it going. And like you mentioned, starting at the time a freshman and a sophomore quarterback, kind of interchanging those pieces, and a lot of other younger players. It was just an uphill battle. And then you mentioned a team like Hateville Charter, who was a perennial 2A power, got moved up to 4A, and then Marist, who won the state title. That was just a bruiser of a region. Like you mentioned, Coach, battle 41-18 overall. I call it a youth movement over there at Mays, where you've got a lot of young players, a lot of talented players, it looks like on film. Have they grown up from last year to this year is the biggest question mark. Well, I know we'll dive into some of these guys in a minute here, but that's my question for the Mays Raiders. I think this team has a potential to be a playoff team in that region this year.
Dave, what's your take on the Mays Raiders?
Hey, there we go, man. I'm telling you what. I want to say this real quick. Notably absent tonight is Vaughn Brown. And we got to throw out, we're going to pick on Vaughn a little bit tonight because I know I'm going to get the brunt of it throughout the season. But tonight we're picking on Vaughn with Cedarwood Tavern. He's not with us, had to be out of town. But no, I agree with Art. I mean, I think Mays is a team, when you look at the program as a whole, Coach Battle is very well respected. Seventh season overall as a coach. He was at Morrow in 2010. 41-18 at Mays. I mean, that says a lot. He's been to the quarterfinals twice in those 6 years with Mays. So he's a coach, and this is a program that knows how to win and get to that big stage. I don't think that the moment today is going to be too big for them playing a 7A school like Cherokee. However, I do feel like the Warriors have a lot of firepower. Now, the elephant in the room, as we've talked about, and Art touched on it earlier, this is a Cherokee team that will not have Keith Adams Jr. this year. I don't think a lot of people realize that. He quietly transferred out of state in the offseason. So there's a lot I think the Warriors have to prove tonight. One of those things is going to be the running game. I know they've got Z Johnson. They have some guys, but you've got a lot of offense you've got to replace if you're the Cherokee Warriors tonight. And also, battle-tested at the corner spot. One of the things, they graduated Riley Lyons, Austin Trimble, two guys that you can rely on out there on the edges. Well, they don't have that this year as much. They're going to rely on a couple of other younger guys to step up. So looking for those Cherokee corners to be tested tonight against some taller, bigger receivers on the Mays side of the football that are very athletic.
He jumped us right into the X's and O's. Let's get into
Dave
it.
is in mid-season form.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far just yet. Just yet.
It's very rare that you find Dave not in mid-season form. You should talk to him in February. It's the same exact way. Any time of the year, really. But let's start out with the Cherokee offense, because that's really, as you mentioned, Dave, the elephant in the room. Not having Keith Adams Jr. He's in Utah now and had a really good first game, by the way. 150 yards, 3 touchdowns. Check that out. But they're going to rely on Z Johnson. And, he only had 11 carries last year for 33 yards. Came in just a few times, really on passing downs, though, just to give Keith a rest. But they do add one piece that will be a big part, and that's Aiden Moore. The transfer from Sequoia, last year he was a dual-purpose guy, had 59 carries, 338 yards, and a touchdown to go with it, but also a pretty decent receiver with 13 receptions and 187 yards as well. Big guy, 6'2", 215. He's going to be a big part of this Cherokee offense and a guy that they desperately needed.
Absolutely will. Aiden Moore, as you mentioned, a very good-looking prospect for the Warriors to add to that arsenal as they look for maybe some support for Adarius Harshaw. Now, we know that Harshaw, 872 receiving yards last season, 7 touchdowns. He is a big play threat, but you've got to have somebody in the intermediate routes. And so whether that's going to be Harshaw or Toby Thompson, we heard he's going to be playing a little bit of tight end, whether it's Moore. We talked about the basketball player coming in, Caleb Richardson, and even Adam Fulton, I think, is still around that might be playing both ways tonight. So there's a lot of weapons here, but as the season goes on, I know I'm jumping ahead, I really believe Cherokee is going to have to find some success in the run game to be successful in Region 5, 7, 8.
Not only that, but you're also talking about an offensive line that's only got 2 returning starters. Now, one of them is Ryan Chanley, 6'4", 270 pounds, committed to Southern Illinois last week. So a good prospect there. Ben Rice is the other guy, and he's your center, so that's a key piece as well, 6'1", 250 for him. And as you look across, they're all seniors. They just don't have the playing time to go with that as they graduated a really good offensive line last year with all that being said. And then, as you mentioned, A.J. Swann completed 60% of his passes last year, over 2,500 yards, 23 touchdowns, and only 6 interceptions. I mean, he's really kind of the driver of this offense. And talking to Coach Shaw over the offseason, it sounds like they're going to be a primary pass team and out of the spread.
Yeah, no doubt about it. we will see if Zy Johnson can grow up and if that offensive line can make holes for him, because that's a lot. We talked about other teams in the county that have a big offensive line. Makes it a little bit easier to run behind. You've got an inexperienced offensive line with an inexperienced running back, so they will definitely be relying on that arm of A.J. Swann.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, too, you bring up the point about Aiden Moore being a transfer. You lose one, you get one. The Warriors, of course, get Moore moving in from Sequoia. And to me, he's the guy that you can really line up all over the field. I mean, we watched the scrimmage, over a week ago against River Ridge, and I know we overhyped that thing, more than we could have possibly. It was a lot of fun. But I think we learned a lot in watching and kind of seeing how they plan on maybe utilizing Aiden Moore. Now, I'm sure they didn't tip their hand too awful much because they know they obviously have a game here tonight and knew they had a game coming up. But it'll be interesting to see how they utilize him. I think, Art, you're right. I think one of the keys for Cherokee tonight will be, the ability to run the football. I think this is a Warrior team that's going to come out, and they want to run it. They want to hit some big plays in the run game, too, because that was a big part of their success last year, and that only opens up things for them, of course, on the edges as well. So we'll see how it goes. But I think tonight the Warriors definitely, we're going to have a lot of our questions answered here tonight in this first game. It should be a lot of fun.
Well, folks, we're waiting on it looks like that we're going to be a little bit behind schedule. They have 23 minutes up on the big board, and we're waiting for the American flag and everything to enter the field, so we'll keep things here
TV
for you.
Game.
Right.
TV game tonight, obviously, so they don't kick off right at the time. They usually give them about 7 or 8 minutes to get on the air and do a pregame. So, we thought we were going to have a short pregame tonight.
It's going to be the longest one of the year.
It's going to be the longest one of the year, it turns out. So I kind of wish, Northside Hospital, man, I wish we would have had somebody come over here. We could interview a couple people tonight.
I was about to say, man, send somebody over. But and isn't that the benefit of this broadcast, guys, that when you have the experience of Dave Garner, who's in his 27th year, he's done TV, he's done all this stuff, and I don't mean this to be critical at all. I'm saying that it's such a helpful thing because normally we're sitting here like, well, I guess they're just going to wait 8 minutes and make us sit out here.
Can you hear the sarcasm in this?
I
know there's something coming behind this. I'm just waiting for it.
He was speaking to your leadership, Dave. I think that's where he was trying to go.
Like I said, where is this going?
That was it. Just saying glad you're here. Took the joke right out of my mouth.
Well, I will say this now. I will be absent a lot this year, and you are, you turning over the reins. I mean, you are the lead guy this year. Will Coop, the Golden Boy, going to be heard most of the season, and excited for you guys. We're going to have Art a lot. We're going to have Vaughn popping in and out. Of course, Ronnie's going to be with us. We'll have a fresh face on Friday night. Because we got another game turnaround Friday night.
It'll be a tryout game for sure. No, I'm kidding. We'll announce that a little bit later. We got to confirm some things, and we just want to make sure that we have our ducks in a row, so to speak. But yeah, we're really excited. As we mentioned, we're actually going to change a few things here. It's the Cherokee County Game of the Week on the Tri-State Communications Sports Network. So that's a little bit more official sounding.
Now, I didn't even know that. How did I not know that?
Well, that's because I just made it up.
Oh, okay. I was going to say. I'm like, wait a minute. We're on the air. We're 20 minutes into this thing, and I'm just now hearing this.
Yeah,
for the
I made
time.
it up today. I thought it was better.
I like it. Okay.
So,
I like it.
But since we do have a sports network to base this off of, we do want to embrace that. And every time you hear that, maybe when we go to commercial break, go check out 93.7, 98.1 on Friday nights. Just saying. Either way, we're going to keep it here for you. We're going to hit a break here in just a minute. But I do want to get into the Mays defense for just a little bit since they'll be lined up on the opposite side of the Cherokee Warriors. When you look across, they have 6 returning starters. But the problem is most of these guys don't have a lot of experience. It seems like most of these guys, they had Troy Pikes, who led the team with 1 sack. They had 3 sacks all year last year. They have one guy, Travis Terrell Jr., who is an extremely good corner, but only 1 interception last year. And then Almonte Duncan was the leading tackler. I have him listed as 30 tackles. I believe he had more than that, but that's the closest I could find. But when you look at this, there's just not a lot of depth for this team. There's going to be a lot of new guys and a lot of new faces we're going to see for this Mays team. And talk about baptism by fire, you got to face Cherokee Warriors.
Yeah, you're definitely going to face your share of skill position players. But make no mistake, even though they lose a lot of experience from last year and a lot of production, they are very athletic. And you look at that secondary, a lot of cover 2 tonight, press. They're going to bail out some, contact at the line of scrimmage. They like to jam guys. So it'll be interesting to see how the Warriors are able to get off of some of that man coverage and some of that press coverage. But the one thing that I think helps Mays' defense, their outside linebackers, their linebacking core is very athletic and they're very fast. They're not a big unit, but they will tend to chip some of those slot receivers going out into the routes to try to slow them down a little bit, to try to get a little bit of a pass rush there. So, AJ's probably not going to be able to hang on to the football all night long,
right.
Just because of the way they play things here, but it'll be interesting to see how they look up.
Yeah, Will, you mentioned Troy Pike, 6'3", 260, pretty good-looking athlete there on the defensive line. I've also got Almonte Duncan, like you mentioned, team's returning leading tackler, also might play on both sides of the ball. I expect Mays to be physical defensively, but I tell you what, if there was a run game, I wouldn't be so worried because I don't believe that the Cherokee defensive line will have much problem blocking those Mays linemen.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that. And we'll talk about the Cherokee defense and the Mays offense as we come out of a break here. One last note, guys, is that they have 2 returning starters in each level. So you're not going to run into a spot where there's a lot of inexperience. That's something we talk about with Cherokee, and we'll do that in a minute. They only have 1 returning linebacker who started. But we're going to go ahead and take a 2-minute break here on the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show. And when we come back, we'll break down the Cherokee defense and the Mays offense. We're here at West Forsyth. You're listening to the Tri-State Communications Sports Network with the Cherokee County Game of the Week on WLJA 101.1 FM.
Northside Hospital Cherokee proudly supports Cherokee County football. Thousands of Northside doctors, nurses, and staff are right here in Canton, serving on the top-ranked team for your family's health needs. Whether you're on the field, in the stands, or in your neighborhood, Northside has the expertise to provide exceptional care in your community. For sports medicine, cardiology, maternity, oncology, and other specialties, you can trust your health care to Northside. Visit northside.com/Cherokee to learn more.
Golf cars used to only be for golfers. But now there's so much more. Golf Cars also offer transportation around your neighborhood or farm. Get yours at Golf Cars of Canton, your Club Car, Tomberlin, Garia, and Columbia dealer. Plus, they have a full service and parts department. Check out the selection of used golf cars or ask about renting. Go to golfcarsofcanton.com. Visit them at 121 Waleska Street in the Sandy Hook Shopping Center or call them 678-880-1156.
It's football time, and Brian Aaron at Woodstock Outlet has some great news for all the football fans.
Hey, y'all, we are glad to be a sponsor for these games and have a great time. Stay safe out there, and we just really do love being part of our community, and thankful we got the best customers a business could possibly have. And we built a new warehouse. We got it full for the pickup or delivery, so we're ready to go. Y'all come see us, and we sure do appreciate you.
At Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management, we believe that your insurance protection and wealth management plan go hand in hand. We start by shopping your insurance with highly rated companies to find you the best combination of price and protection. With that plan in place, we can then work with you to develop a tailored financial plan. Whether you need to save money on insurance or you need a full financial plan, call us at 678-880-9571 or come by 670 East Main Street in Canton for a no-obligation consultation today. Securities and advisory services offered through Packer Land Brokerage Services Incorporated, an unaffiliated entity, member FNIRA and SIPC.
All right, we are back here on the Tri-State Communications Sports Network. And we're jumping back into the Cherokee defense and the Mays offense as we welcome you back into the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show. So, guys, as we were mentioning last time, we're talking about a Mays offense that runs a spread RPO, and we're talking about a Cherokee defense that's going to run a 3-4 to counter that. And really the key for the Mays offense, if we'll start with that, is the sophomore Quintavious Johnson, who is standing at 6'4", 215, going to be a big guy to bring down. He completed 39% of his passes last year for only about 700 yards, 4 touchdowns to 6 interceptions. But where his production was on the ground with 83 carries, 405 yards, and 8 touchdowns.
Yeah, Will, the team's leading passer and rusher last season. If you look at this guy on film, he looks more like a defensive end or a linebacker than a quarterback. Yeah. And Will, they don't only have one guy built like that, but also they'll rotate with Solomon Evans at 6'5", 190 is what I have him listed as. Both those quarterbacks played in the scrimmage last week against Carver. Both of them look to be a little accurate. And I also like the fact that they were going to sophomore wide receiver Ja'Cory Wiggles. We mentioned him on the podcast last night, 6'4", 180. So we talked about the inexperienced defensive backs for Cherokee. That could be a matchup to watch right there.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at May's offense, I mean, you see, you know, across the front, they've got a couple of big bookend tackles. I think that will definitely challenge the Warrior front a little bit. You know, they got a guy in Richardson, 6'5", 275. Lee, the other tackle at 6'3", 260. So you got some size to run through there. The center 6', 250. So they're pretty decent size across the line there. So it'll be interesting to see what the Warriors do up front. I'm looking forward to seeing, obviously we talk about Brazen Parker and some of those guys that have graduated, move on, county leading tacklers. So the question for me is, who's going to step up, Warriors defensively, particularly in that linebacking core. And you definitely got guys that can do it. You get Cayenne Simmons, who we talked about, was a sack leader. I'm looking forward to seeing the Goddard twins.
Yep.
You've got Tyler, who was all region. Chase, of course, being back as kind of a hybrid guy there, and looking forward to him, and with those guys being seniors. So definitely going to keep our eyes on those guys tonight and see how well they do, particularly in the back end of that defense too.
One last note on the Mays offense before we move on to the Cherokee defense. The Nagari Tofia wide receiver who led the team last year, he's transferred out to Mount Vernon, so he will not be there. We're going to go ahead and take another 2-minute break as we're getting into the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show. You're listening to the Tri-State Communications Sports Network.
Northside Hospital Cherokee proudly supports Cherokee County football. Thousands of Northside doctors, nurses, and staff are right here in Canton, serving on the top-ranked team for your family's health needs. Whether you're on the field, in the stands, or in your neighborhood, Northside has the expertise to provide exceptional care in your community. For sports medicine, cardiology, maternity, oncology, and other specialties, you can trust your health care to Northside. Visit northside.com/Cherokee to learn more.
There's been so much talk about distracted driving, you're probably sick of hearing about it. Well, we'd rather you be sick of hearing about it than lose your life doing it. The caring staff with Sosby Funeral Home in Canton reminds you that we all have to go sometime, but don't rush it. Wait your turn and don't drive distracted. Keep your hands on the wheel, your eyes on the road, and make sure you stay alert and arrive alive. Drive safely and help us protect our teens. They're the only future we've got. Brought to you by Sosby Funeral Home, honoring life from 191 Jarvis Street in Canton.
You've seen the many car dealer lots that are almost empty. Not at Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Canton. They've found the best used cars and trucks to fill their lot. Hundreds to choose from. Just go to SchottenkirkChrysler.com and do a search. Then come by and test drive your choice or buy online. Schottenkirk is proud to call Cherokee County home and are happy to be the dealer with a fully stocked lot of cars and trucks. Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, just off Riverstone Parkway in Canton at 200 Liberty Boulevard.
Hi, I'm Dave Garner.
And I'm Janet Mueller.
And we're your local Woodman Life representatives.
You know, Dave, it must be tough announcing games and still providing financial security through life insurance, retirement, and member benefits.
Well, Janet, it's an honor, but it means that I have a great partner when it comes to protecting families from financial hardship.
So come see us.
Or call us at 706-273-9347.
Or 770-894-7898.
And find out how Woodman Life can help you leave memories, not expenses. Woodman Life, standing strong for generations.
Welcome back into the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show on WLJA 101.1 FM. We're getting set and setting the stage for the Cherokee Warriors as they'll be playing the Mays Raiders here at a neutral site. That's West Forsyth High School. We're here for the Corky Kell Classic. Almost messed that up, but I saved it right there at the end. I'm Will Cooper. I'm joined alongside Arthur Mosley, Diamond Dave Garner. Ronnie on the spot will be joining us later as he's going to do our stats for the evening. Gentlemen, as we were taking the break there, as we paused for the national anthem to pay our respects, we want to talk about the Cherokee defense a little bit. And this is something that really Cherokee prides themselves on, especially. They only allowed 18 points per game last year, and the problem for them is that secondary is extremely young at the corner spot, but the safeties will be returning with Keegan Baker and Chase Goddard.
Yeah, it's a big question mark on this defense. We talk about the defensive line with guys like Dolly High, guys like Toby Thompson. Javon Hobson is a name that Coach Shaw is very high on this season. But, man, one bright spot is in the middle. You've got linebacker Cayenne Simmons back, and he's about as angry as a grizzly bear waking up from hibernation. I stole that one from Larry Prather, that came out of Larry Prather's handbook. Yeah. So in any event, Will, you did mention allowing 18 points a game last season, but teams that in this region, in this game, they should be tested by these quarterbacks because we know that Mays is they'll see a lot of read pass option or run pass option. Excuse me. Yep. It will be interesting to see how fast those young defensive backs grow up and if they can find a replacement for guys like Austin Trimble.
Yeah, one quick point here before we go to Dave on this. You're talking about Cayenne Simmons. He led the team in sacks last year with 4, but they're going to have to replace the production of Riley Lyons and Austin Trimble. Riley Lyons led the county with 4 interceptions last year, and they're also replacing their leading tackler with Grayson Parker, who had 127. The good news is they are returning their second leading tackler, and that's Toby Thompson with 91 tackles. Dave, what are you looking for from this Cherokee defense as they're going to face a wide-open Mays offense?
Well, I mean, a couple of names pop out. We talked about the corners. You guys were just talking about that. I think it'd be neat to keep an eye on Ryan O'Keefe tonight, the senior, 22, get the start in the back end. Now, he's got experience, certainly. You've got, Byer, of course, starting on the other side of him. But Art said it just a moment ago, Javon Hobson being in the rotation along that front. Not listed as a starter, but he's one of the first off the bench, if you will, to use a basketball analogy with Art, being a big basketball coach there. But Hobson is a guy that Coach Shaw has really been high on in the offseason, a young guy that's certainly come in and made a big impression. So definitely going to keep our eye on him tonight. We know the guys. I mean, obviously the Toby Thompsons. You've got 3 guys across the front that do return. And so I think that's going to help the back end a little bit because we always talk about, the secondary is only as good as the guys up front that are rushing the quarterback and how long you let that guy hang on to the ball. So you've got 3 returning starters up front, as you talked about, Dolly Hyde, Thompson, Holcomb. I think, if they can get some pressure on them, you've got some different linebackers. They'll be bringing some pressure from some different spots. I think that'll help some of the younger spots, if you will, or less experienced spots in that secondary. You do got 3 seniors. I mean, you got Chase Goddard, Keegan Baker. You got O'Keefe, of course, who is a senior, although he doesn't have as many snaps, obviously, haven't played behind, Riley Lyons, Austin Trimble. But again, I think that overall from level to level, this Cherokee defense is pretty solid. Of course, Davis Harvey, defensive coordinator, always does a good job there. We like to throw his name out there. So, again, the Warriors defensive, I think, will be a solid unit here tonight. And I think that, when you look at, obviously Quintavious Johnson, big target, you guys talked about, 6 foot, whatever, 215 pounds. I mean, he's a big guy, big arm. He can run the football. Be interested to see how the Warriors adapt to such a big physical quarterback here tonight and how many bodies they can put on him.
Looking behind us here, I see the Atlanta Public Schools buses pulling in, which means the Mays Raiders are here 2 minutes after the scheduled kickoff time. So looking at the big board, they have added an extra 30 minutes to the board. So we're going to be delayed a little bit, gentlemen. So everybody buckle up. We got a lot of high school football to talk about. Dave, we talked about it on the way over here. They wait, and we have to wait all season long for this first one. Man, when it gets into spring, we love baseball. You and I are baseball guys. We love it. But by the time summer starts rolling around, it's time to get rolling with football, and it looks like we're going to have to wait an extra 30 minutes before we jump into this one.
Well, you never know the traffic. I mean, that's the thing. Coming up from Atlanta, it's always tough. You're coming up 400, and you never know how things are going to be there. But I will say this, Northside Hospital Cherokee, they've been a great sponsor of ours, and they're getting their money's worth tonight here, and 2 games this week, Hard, as we've talked about, another game on Friday. But here tonight, you have the extended pregame show. But you know what? We were worried we were only going to have about 15, 20 minutes anyway with our 5 o'clock news break and all that. So it turns out we're probably going to have the longest pregame show of the season.
In
so,
history.
Hey. Well, I tell you what, the longest pregame show in history, we should have had Von Brown in here because he can talk your head off, and that's my one dig at my co-host here. But hey,
there will be many more.
And I'm just excited to see that the Mays buses showed up.
Yes.
Will, because I was kind of getting a little worried. We're looking down, we're doing the pregame, and obviously Cherokee's been out here. They've warmed up a little bit, and no Mays tents, no Mays coaches, no Mays Raiders, nothing. And like Dave said, maybe they were doing a little psych job, just kind of come off the bus ready to play in their pads. But we see them making their way off the buses, and looks like maybe into the gymnasium
dressing room
to get dressed out and stretched up, and looks like we'll have football. Just a little bit. We've waited this long. We can stand to wait another
30 minutes.
30 minutes, right?
And that poses the question, though, from a psyche standpoint. What does that do to both teams? I mean, Cherokee, now they're already warmed up. Well, now they're in the locker room with a normal pregame where they would already be out on the field. Well, now they may have to come back out and loosen up a little bit with the heat. It's 91 degrees. I mean, the humidity is not quite there maybe as it could be, but it's still 91 degrees. And if you're Mays, you're getting off the bus, you feel rushed now a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see, how prepared the teams are coming out.
Well, I can tell you from a boxing standpoint, bringing in a little bit of personal experience into this one, if you are the first person in the ring, you'll win about 60% of the time. The second person that enters the ring wins about 40% of the time. Being said, you get your time to get comfortable with the ring. You get a little extra shoulder shrugs in there. You get a couple extra little jabs in there. and then the guy that makes his way in may be all pumped up, but he's not as familiar as you are. And plus, there's nothing worse than watching that showboat get out, and you just got to be like, all right, well, we're going to put him on the ground. So with all that being said, maybe Cherokee's in there. Maybe Coach Shaw's giving him a little bit of fire, saying, look, they're making you wait. Come on, man. We've been waiting all this time. And for the other side of that, maybe Mays, because that adrenaline's high. You know those coaches got to be rushing them in there saying, let's go, let's go, let's go. Maybe that'll play in as well. Maybe the Cherokee's in their head a little bit. It's really hard to tell. I think it would depend on the individual. But I think for the key for Cherokee is to stay calm, control the controllables. And let's face it, they've been here before. They played in the Corky Kell last year, although it was at Tommy Baker Field for them. But the stage isn't too big. They also happen to play Rome and Cartersville and travel down to North Gwinnett. This is a team that was led by A.J. Swann, who went to Westlake and won in the playoffs, went to Archer, had a really good game over there. This is just a very seasoned team coming into this season, guys, and you have to feel like that if things like this happen in this crazy year of 2021, I know that 2020 was crazy, and we're not going to mention the dirty C word on this show, but with all of that being said, you have to feel like this Cherokee team may be just a little bit more seasoned for all the crazy stuff that football throws.
Certainly will, but if you remember last year, if I'm not mistaken, Mays did play at West Forsyth.
That's a good point.
In the Corky Kell Classic. So you talk about familiarity with the stadium. If that lends itself to anything, then the Mays Raiders showing up at 532 is probably not going to shake them as much. They've been here before. And, again, we're not talking about a first-year head coach they've got over there in Nikita Battle. But, again, I'm just excited to get this thing underway, and hopefully that time will keep ticking because we've got an update. It looks like Dave has some interesting news he's going to share with us right about now, man.
Oh no, I was just looking out there in the newspaper, but no, we've got a lot of media outlets here tonight. That's the thing. There's a lot of eyes on this game. You got to remember this is the very first game of the season, and Peachtree TV's here. I think I saw Matt Stewart downstairs. So we've got a friend of ours from the AJC next to us. We got cameras all over the place. So there's a lot of people here. And I was just looking at some of the other games that are going to be going on over the next few days, and there are a lot of things that certainly popped out. We were talking pregame about some of the different things that were going on there, and Westlake Archer, Decula Tucker.
I'll tell you the game that I'm excited for, really, is that Collins Hill Brookwood. I'm excited to see what Collins Hill comes out. It's funny because normally we don't get as much exposure at a Cherokee County level as we feel like we should. Normally we feel like our kids may be a little bit under-recruited and things like that. And Amir Morrison's that way. But when you do get picked for the AJC Super 11, and with A.J. Swann picking up his 4th star, the Elite 11 camps, everything we talked about at the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show at the top of it, when you look at that, we've paid a lot of attention to these other schools. We talk about in the region, Milton having a ton of talent. We talk about Roswell having a ton of talent. We talk about Alpharetta not having the big name, so to speak, but just a very cohesive group. And this Cherokee team obviously having 3 big Division I players and then a whole slew of college prospects in there. As we mentioned, Ryan Chanley signing with Southern Illinois earlier in the week. But with all that being said, Collins Hill's one of those with Sam Horn that we just see pop up over and over and over again. And it's going to be interesting to see how those guys come out and how they look as a team.
Yeah, and we talk continuously about Georgia high school football and the talent that comes out of this state. I mean, there's a couple other, Lowndes and Walton. To me, that's an intriguing.
Lowndes,
that's a traditional North Georgia versus South Georgia. Lowndes, one of the only South Georgia teams in the tournament. And then you've got, of course, the Warriors' opponent last year in the first round, North Gwinnett, taking on Hoover, the big powerhouse out of Birmingham that a lot of folks know about. So you got an out-of-state team in this year's Corky Kell as well. So to me, there's a lot of intriguing matchups over the next few days. You've got 5 different venues. Obviously, we're here at West Forsyth tonight. You got Decula hosting a game, Gainesville hosting a couple games, North Cobb, and then the rest of them will be played down at the Benz in Atlanta.
Yeah, and one quick thing is, as we're here at West Forsyth, let's talk a little bit about Oscar Delp, right? 4-star tight end, announced his top 4, Clemson, Michigan, and Georgia. But the big surprise to me was South Carolina, guys. I think that's one that these top prospects haven't been adding recently, but with the new coach over there, things might be turning around for the Gamecocks.
You mentioned Oscar Delp, man. He had his coming out party at the Corky Kell Classic last season against the Mays Raiders and really picked up a lot of attention. So this is a great venue, a great opportunity for these players. You mentioned under-recruited Cherokee County players. We don't always get the opportunity to play in this event. This is a great showcase, and you're talking about the first high school football game of the season in the state of Georgia. All eyes are right here at West Forsyth High School. And again, back to Oscar Delp, man, what a phenomenal tight end. I want to say we've got another good one in Cherokee County and Jackson Head over at River Ridge. So, maybe something in the North Georgia water with these tight ends.
And not to be outdone, but also Toby Thompson's going to be playing tight end for Army. Now, Army running that triple option is probably going to be much more of a blocking figure. But there is a little familiarity with some Cherokee County players going to Army and playing tight end. I'm talking about Paxton Naiman from Creekview in 2018 who went over there to play tight end. So a little bit of a pipeline with Army coming in there. It's kind of interesting. Also, we'll talk about a pipeline here. Maryland offering Tyler Duthit, the big offensive lineman at Woodstock. It's his first offer, a big Power 5 offer. And how interesting is it that we see not Georgia offering these guys, or Alabama, or even if you want to go more local, Georgia Tech, Florida, any of these programs, but Maryland coming down and recruiting so well out of the ACC. It's kind of funny how there's a little bit of a pipeline going on there.
Well, Georgia's such a talent-rich state in football. I make the joke, I was born and raised in Florida, and I thought that football in Florida was great. I moved up here. Just a tremendous amount of players in Georgia, and it's tough. Maybe if the University of Georgia and Georgia Tech had 200 scholarship opportunities available,
right,
they could fill those positions. But you've got guys that want to play early. You've got guys that are not going to wait around 3 or 4 years to get a starting position, and I think some of these, maybe not top tier, and this is no disrespect to Maryland, but in terms of the Power 5 schools, when you think of traditional powers, you don't put Maryland in that.
Right.
Maybe if you're in the Mid-Atlantic you do, but down here in the Southeast we don't. But there's an opportunity to play Big Ten football for the Maryland Terrapins. What a great venue for AJ to showcase his talents going forward, and any other of these other young men. It's just
right. Well, I think the funny thing is, and we'll get to a break here in just a second, as Mace is bringing out some tables finally and getting the cheerleaders on the field. So we're just about 15 minutes away, and I even see some football players. Ronnie on the spot with his first spot of the season coming down as Cherokee is also making their way down to the field. So we'll wrap up this conversation, then bring it back as we've got about 15 minutes left on the board. But guys, one thing I do want to mention is that there's something interesting about how these teams pick the same colleges, right? Like the Citadel being a pipeline for Creekview, Army being a pipeline for all of Cherokee County, Kennesaw State, obviously, that one's kind of expected. But Maryland, as we mentioned, hasn't signed Tyler Duthit yet, but still a lot of offers. It's interesting. And Georgia Tech is another one of those that in this area, Georgia Tech recruits very well. And with all of that being said, guys, you just have to feel like there's a couple of guys that we have on our depth charts and on our rosters that are going to pick up a few big offers this season.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a compliment because it shows you how far these programs have come. I mean, there's years ago where you might have had a guy go to a mid-major or what have you, and it was a big deal, but you're consistently seeing guys now playing major, D1 college football coming out of Cherokee County, and that just says a lot about the growth and development of the teams and the programs. And you've had some high-profile coaches that have come into the area as well over the years, and so it's definitely a good place to be. We talk about Georgia in general turning out as many 5-stars as any other state, and that's kind of the way it is. There are a lot of other teams from out of state that come into Georgia and poach away the talent, and that's, definitely in Cherokee County now we're seeing more and more of that every year. And that's what makes it exciting because, when you show up on a Friday night or, in this case, a Wednesday afternoon, you're going to see some really good talent. You're going to see some guys that are going to be playing at the next level. They're going to be playing on Saturdays and, maybe even one or two of those guys on Sundays perhaps, depending on how things work out. So, and there are a couple of guys from Cherokee County that have logged pro snaps, as we know. So, yeah, it's exciting. It's a great brand of ball, and looking forward to the next chapter to become written here as we start tonight.
It's 2021 season, guys. We're about 14 minutes away from kickoff here. The Maize Raiders have taken to the left, and the Cherokee Warriors have taken to the right. And when we come back on the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show, we'll get into the nitty-gritty just to remind you about a couple of things we talked about 30 minutes ago and get ourselves ready for this matchup here at the Corky Kell at West Forsyth High School. You're listening to the Tri-State Communications Sports Network on WLJA 101.1 FM.
Northside Hospital Cherokee proudly supports Cherokee County football. Thousands of Northside doctors, nurses, and staff are right here in Canton, serving on the top-ranked team for your family's health needs. Whether you're on the field, in the stands, or in your neighborhood, Northside has the expertise to provide exceptional care in your community. For sports medicine, cardiology, maternity, oncology, and other specialties, you can trust your health care to Northside. Visit northside.com/Cherokee to learn more.
You've seen the many car dealer lots that are almost almost empty. Not at Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Canton. They found the best used cars and trucks to fill their lot. Hundreds to choose from. Just go to SchottenkirkChrysler.com and do a search. Then come by and test drive your choice or buy online. Schottenkirk is proud to call Cherokee County home and are happy to be the dealer with a fully stocked lot of cars and trucks. Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, just off Riverstone Parkway in Canton at 200 Liberty Boulevard.
Hi, it's Dave Garner, voice of the Cherokee County Game of the Week. But did you know I'm also your local Woodman Life representative and poverty prevention specialist? For over 130 years, Woodman Life has protected families with life insurance and retirement products. And as your local agent, I want to make sure that your money outlives you and that you don't outlive your money. Call or text me at 706-273-9347 or visit my Facebook page at Dave Garner Woodman Life to learn how I can help you or your loved ones today. Insurance protection, financial security, Woodman Life, standing strong for generations.
Prescription medications can help us live longer and healthier lives, but any medication has the potential to do harm if misused. Drug-Free Cherokee would like to remind you to only use prescription medications as directed by a health professional. Never share your medications with others or use someone else's. Always store your medications securely to prevent others from taking them, and properly dispose of medications that you no longer need. Be a good example for those around you and promote safe medication practices and teach others to do the same. Visit drugfreecherokee.com.
Welcome back into the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show. We're about 11 minutes and 30 seconds away, according to the big board here at West Forsyth High School, where we are at as the Cherokee Warriors will do battle with the Mays Raiders coming up. I am Will Cooper, joined alongside Arthur Mosley, the Diamond voice of the broadcast, Diamond Dave Garner, and Ronnie on the spot, Ronnie Cooper, coming in to the right side of me here as he'll be keeping stats for us tonight and does a great job as always. Guys, 2021, we're back. We've been talking about a lot of different stuff, so let's get back focused on the Mays Raiders versus the Cherokee Warriors. Guys, we talked a lot about the X's and O's, and we see below us here Solomon Evans warming up with Quintavious Johnson. Who do you think is going to come out and start for them?
Well, Will, I think it's going to be Johnson as a starter, 6'4", 210. I think he got a lot of the snaps in the scrimmage game. Again, he looks more like Byron Leftwich than Randall Cunningham out there for the Mays Raiders. Both of these good-looking backs and a very hyped-up Mays crowd. It looks like whether they came off the bus a little late, but it doesn't impact their enthusiasm. These guys are fired up and ready to play.
Yeah, you're right about that as they're filling in here at Wolverine Stadium in Cumming, Georgia is where we are today. The Cherokee Warriors traveled tremendously. Of course, you can always watch the game on Peachtree TV, but we're going to have to go ahead and tell you, you're going to have to watch it and mute it because you're going to want the local broadcast that we have here for you. You're just not going to get the depth of quality with a 27-year veteran to my left, the smartest guy in high school football to my further left, the best stats keeper in the world to my right, and then me just kind of coming up here and riding everybody else's coattails. But with all that being said, there's a lot of coverage here, a lot of excitement, and it's Cherokee's way to win as they are used to this coverage and used to the excitement, especially after last year, guys.
Yeah, you know, the disadvantage for a program like Mays is you're in Atlanta, and so the media coverage obviously is going to be slanted more towards your college and pro teams. That's where they reside. The further away you get from the major city, you know, it gets more rural, and therefore the coverage tends to focus on the high school teams because that is that community's quote-unquote pro team, if you will. And so, you know, there's a lot of schools, and you talk about South Georgia's. We know that's a whole other animal. I mean, they live and breathe it down there. In fact, you and I were talking earlier, Will, about the big Titletown documentary coming out on Netflix next. I think it hits next weekend, I believe.
Next Friday.
That focuses on Val Doston. It's very much like the old Two-A-Day show that was on MTV years ago and chronicles the 2020 season. So I know a lot of folks, particularly in Georgia, but really high school football fans as a whole, are really excited about that. And my point being to that is there's never been a time where high school football has been so popular and glorified as it is in so many movies and TV shows. And we talk about that every year, you know, how it's a great time to be a football player because you get so much attention, so much more than when I was in school and you had the local newspaper write-up. But, you know, now a lot of these local communities have their own TV stations and a lot of online and streaming media outlets. So definitely a lot of attention. And there's certainly a lot of people here tonight, a lot of folks down on the field right now with still cameras, with video cameras. And so this is one of those games where, you know, if you are a college prospect, as Art said earlier, this is a great stage to get yourself out there.
And guys, let's talk about a little bit about the uniforms because it is a showy game, and we like a little flair. And Mays has a really nice uniform. We're talking yellow bottoms with a little bit of blue on the shoulder pads and the blue numerals on the white jersey, sitting on a blue helmet with the white M and the yellow outline on that M. But the one I want to talk about is Cherokee's decked out in their new uniform. And from a broadcasting standpoint, Dave, something we talk about behind the scenes normally is that Cherokee's uniforms in the past were very good looking, but a little hard to read for a broadcaster. But as we look down there on the field, it's looking pretty good. They've got all black pants and then the black jersey with red numerals outlined in white with 2 red stripes running down the shoulder pads and the same Cherokee helmet we're used to seeing. So this should make for a little bit easier to call the players, Dave.
Yeah, Cherokee wearing their home uniform. When they got here, they were notified they were actually going to be the visiting team on the scoreboard. So the Warriors had to set up on the far side, which is the visiting side. We're on top of the press box on the home side, which is going to be the Mays side, but Mays thought they were the visitors, so the uniforms are flip-flopped here. Mays is the home team, but they're wearing their road white jerseys, and Cherokee, of course, in their home black as the visitors. But, guys, you know you've had an hour-long pregame show when you jump it into the uniform conversation.
Well, I tell you what, Dave, we talk about uniforms. We mentioned before Coach Shaw extremely excited about the new unis they were breaking out today.
What do you want me to do?
I'm telling you. No, hey, I'm with you. No, I'm totally with you. I mean, I was ready to talk about them, too, to be honest with you, because they are
the
sharp.
baseball field looks really nice,
It
too.
does, yeah. It's a great view.
And look, the Mays Raiders marching band also made it onto the field.
Yes.
And so I will tell you, Will, I know we're going long here. We have some great bands in Cherokee County. I want to say I think the marching band from Mays is going to put on a little bit of a show for you guys in the stands. Years ago, before I started the blog, we used to attend several games in DeKalb County Memorial Stadium. And you want to talk about a treat just to be entertained. Just a little bit different atmosphere over there.
Right.
I love that venue,
So Mays bringing a little bit of Atlanta to the suburbs today.
Well, we should thank Score Atlanta and IJ Rosenberg and the guys with GPB and everybody that's allowed us to be here. Super easy to work with. We worked with them last year, but it was a little bit different because of the dirty C word that we won't mention. And, they were able to get us at Tommy Baker, and we knew the folks at Tommy Baker in Cherokee. It's so easy to work with people in Cherokee County. We're so appreciative. They're just so inviting. Tanya Sebring, Mark Mergis, and then, of course, all the independent athletic directors at each one. And Cherokee's one that we really feel very easy. If we ever needed to go there on a moment's notice, they would make a way for us, so we're very thankful for that. But for them to take the time to work with us and be a local broadcast, it was very much appreciated, and they've been very easy to work with. So big shout-out to Score Atlanta and IJ Rosenberg over there as we're getting ready for Mays versus Cherokee. We got about 6 minutes left, guys. Let's go ahead and take another 2-minute break, and we come back. We'll wrap it up with about a 3-minute interval and just get you warmed up, and then we'll bring you the first kickoff action, barring any delays. First kickoff action here in the GHSA season, as this is the first official game Wednesday at 5:30. You're listening to the Tri-State Communications Sports Network on WLJA 101.1 FM.
Northside Hospital Cherokee proudly supports Cherokee County football. Thousands of Northside doctors, nurses, and staff are right here in Canton, serving on the top-ranked team for your family's health needs. Whether you're on the field, in the stands, or in your neighborhood, Northside has the expertise to provide exceptional care in your community. For sports medicine, cardiology, maternity, oncology, and other specialties, you can trust your health care to Northside. Visit northside.com/Cherokee to learn more.
Golf cars used to only be for golfers. But now there's so much more. Golf Cars also offer transportation around your neighborhood or farm. Get yours at Golf Cars of Canton, your Club Car, Tomberlin, Garia, and Columbia dealer. Plus, they have a full service and parts department. Check out the selection of used golf cars or ask about renting. Go to golfcarsofcanton.com. Visit them at 121 Waleska Street in the Sandy Hook Shopping Center or call them 678-880-1156.
It's football time, and Brian Aaron at Woodstock Outlet has some great news for all the football fans.
Hey, y'all, we are glad to be a sponsor for these games and have a great time. Stay safe out there, and we just really do love being part of our community, and thankful we got the best customers a business could possibly have. And we built a new warehouse. We got it full for the pickup or delivery, so we're ready to go. Y'all come see us, and we sure do appreciate you.
At Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management, we believe that your insurance protection and wealth management plan go hand in hand. We start by shopping your insurance with highly rated companies to find you the best combination of price and protection. With that plan in place, we can then work with you to develop a tailored financial plan. Whether you need to save money on insurance or you need a full financial plan, call us at 678-880-9571 or come by 670 East Main Street in Canton for a no-obligation consultation today. Securities and advisory services offered through Packer Land Brokerage Services Incorporated, an unaffiliated entity, member FNIRA and SIPC.
Welcome back into the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show. as we are 5 minutes away is what the board says, but the clock has stopped moving, so we're going to have to play this one by ear as it looks like Cherokee's going to line up here. And as we are going through, it looks like that we have about 5 minutes left. You see the huddles going on here. Everybody's getting ready to do their warm-ups. They're going to get the starters out and do all the passing and everything like that. So, guys, let's run down the starting lineups for this team, as I'm getting chastised already because I can't read Dave's handwriting.
Well, by the 27-year veteran who
the 27-year veteran, which if there is somebody who's going to chastise me, it's at least it's him.
In the 63rd minute of the pregame show.
Yeah, seriously, and it's also 1,000 degrees. The sun's in my eyes, and I've never fired these weapons before. Let's start with the Cherokee offense, guys. Moving from left to right across the offensive line, Ryan Chanley, the senior, 6'270". Left guard, Asher Allred, senior, 6'260". Ben Rice, the center, senior, 6'260". And Ryan Chanley and Ben Rice are both the returning starters. Colt Childers will get his first start at right guard. That's 6'230", and right tackle Levon Nesmith at senior, 6'1", 235. The wide receivers, they run a spread, so we're going to see a lot of different guys out there, but we'll give the ones that we have listed at Adarius Harshaw, 6'3", 180. Keegan Baker, 6'3", 180 as well. This will be his first game on offense. He played defense last year, but never took an offensive snap. Adam Fullen, the other returning wide receiver, he had 3 catches for 91 yards and a touchdown last year, 6'1", 180. And then Caleb Richardson, who's a guy for me that I'm going to be really intrigued to see, and he is 6'6", 180 pounds. His first football game as a senior because he's played basketball, and his first time he's come out for football. Wrapping things up, we'll talk about the tight end, fullback, blocking, passing, depends. Toby Thompson, listed at 6'4", 240, committed to Army. His first game on offense, backing him up is Jack Wentz. The running back, Z Johnson, he only had 11 carries for 33 yards last year. He stands at 5'10", 160 pounds. And then the true flex player of the offense is Aiden Moore, with 59 carries, 338 yards last year on the ground, and a handful of receptions as well in that Sequoia wing tee offense. He's 6'2", 215 pounds, and a senior as well. Comments on the starters for Cherokee, guys?
Well, like you, Will, I'm interested to see, one, how Aiden Moore fits into this offense, and also Caleb Richardson, and a kid we had a chance to see over the summer in basketball. He is a tough kid that brings leadership to this team. Let's see if he remembers how to catch a football. We've heard it's just like catching a rebound. A little bit easier when the defensive back is not breathing down your throat or grabbing at your arm. So excited to see if this passing attack can do what they do. And like we mentioned before, can Zy Johnson break loose?
So we'll talk about the Mays defense. These starters are not official. These are ones that we've kind of had to put together with tape. So you may hear a few different names, and we'll obviously hear different names as the starters don't stay in the entire time. They're going to need a little substitution time. Defensive end, Elijah Hall, junior, first game, 6'3", 220. Defensive tackle, freshman, Jaheim White at 6'2", 222 will play an interior side. Dante Jones will join him as well. He had a few starts last year, 5'10", 235, and then the other defensive end as they play a 4-3 is Brian Glass, the junior at 6'4", 215 pounds, and had 23 tackles last year. Moving from left to right for the linebackers, Kerry Burrows, a senior who played safety last year, has moved down as he's 5'10", 190 pounds. The middle linebacker will be Gabriel Battle. He's a senior, 6 tackles last year, 5'10", 225 pounds, and Javon Reeder, the senior, as well. And then in the secondary, your two corners are Kenji Jackson, his first start as he stands 5'9", 140 pounds. Going to either have to work against Harshaw or Caleb Richardson. We'll talk about that later. And then the other corner is a big-time returner, and that's Travis Terrell, is who I would expect them to start against Adarius Harshaw. He's a sophomore at 5'9", 150, but played the majority of snaps and had an interception last year. The two safeties are also returning with Jalen Woods at 5'10", 160 pounds, the junior, and Almonte Duncan, who's going to lead this defense, the strong safety senior, 6 foot, 190 pounds. Any comments about the Mays defense, guys?
Well, Dave, one thing I'd say, when you have your safety, unless he's being walked up a ton, if your secondary is making a lot of tackles, and you're probably getting a lot of chunk yardage on the ground. So if Duncan is making a lot of plays, if he's not walking up to the line of scrimmage and making those plays and having to make those in the secondary, it could be a long night for that Mays defense.
Right, you are. We got about 4 minutes left, so we're going to run through these, then take our final 2-minute break. Mays offense from left to right, Tyquez Richardson, Devin Patterson, Darius McCullough, Dante Jones, and Zyterio Lee from left to right on the offensive line. Jacorian Wiggles, Almonte Duncan, Justin Alexander, and Davon Clark are listed as your wide receivers. Quintavious Johnson and Solomon Evans will be rotating for quarterback, possibly. Jaden Veal, the true freshman, 6'4", 240, be the tight end. Tristan Morgan, the starting runner back. And Jeremiah J.C. Carroll at 5'10", 150 will be the slot receiver. For the defensive side, Evan Beaker getting his first start. Then the returning starters in Keegan Baker and Chase Goddard at the safety positions. And Ryan O'Keefe, the senior, he was kind of the nickel corner last year. He's going to get one of the starting spots here. Left to right on the linebacker position, Tyler Goddard, Cayenne Simmons, as you mentioned earlier in the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show. Art, Morgan Cox, and Daniel Young, both of those guys getting their first start. Toby Thompson, the defensive end, 2-star. We talked about him at the tight end position just a minute ago. Tanner Dollyhigh, the nose tackle, 53 tackles last year, 7 tackles for loss, 1 sack, 6'3", 230. And then Jax Holcomb will get the other side of the defensive end spot as he's 6'1", 240 and a senior. And we'll mention Javon Hobson, the sophomore, 6'2", 240, 4 tackles last year, and one that they're really excited about. We've got 3 minutes till kickoff. We're going to take our 2-minute break and jump out of the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show as we get set for kickoff. You're listening to the Tri-State Communications Sports Network for the Cherokee County Game of the Week.
Northside Hospital Cherokee proudly supports Cherokee County football. Thousands of Northside doctors, nurses, and staff are right here in Canton, serving on the top-ranked team for your family's health needs. Whether you're on the field, in the stands, or in your neighborhood, Northside has the expertise to provide exceptional care in your community. For sports medicine, cardiology, maternity, oncology, and other specialties, you can trust your health care to Northside. Visit northside.com/Cherokee to learn more.
There's been so much talk about distracted driving, you're probably sick of hearing about it. Well, we'd rather you be sick of hearing about it than lose your life doing it. The caring staff with Sosby Funeral Home in Canton reminds you that we all have to go sometime, but don't rush it. Wait your turn and don't drive distracted. Keep your hands on the wheel, your eyes on the road, and make sure you stay alert and arrive alive. Drive safely and help us protect our teens. They're the only future we've got. Brought to you by Sosby Funeral Home, honoring life from 191 Jarvis Street in Canton.
You've seen the many car dealer lots that are almost empty. Not at Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Canton. They've found the best used cars and trucks to fill their lot. Hundreds to choose from. Just go to SchottenkirkChrysler.com and do a search. Then come by and test drive your choice or buy online. Schottenkirk is proud to call Cherokee County home and are happy to be the dealer with a fully stocked lot of cars and trucks. Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, just off Riverstone Parkway in Canton at 200 Liberty Boulevard.
Hi, I'm Dave Garner.
And I'm Janet Mueller.
And we're your local Woodman Life representatives.
You know, Dave, it must be tough announcing games and still providing financial security through life insurance, retirement, and member benefits.
Well, Janet, it's an honor, but it means that I have a great partner when it comes to protecting families from financial hardship.
So come see us.
Or call us at 706-273-9347.
Or 770-894-7898.
And find out how Woodman Life can help you leave memories, not expenses. Woodman Life, standing strong for generations.
It's time for football season, but before we do that, let's take a 10-second break and run a station ID. You're listening to WLJA 101.1 FM.
You're on WLJA 101.1 FM and WLJA HD1 LJ, Jasper, Canton, Woodstock, and all of North Georgia.
Thank you, Asa. We're back here with the Tri-State Communications Sports Network set for the Cherokee County kickoff season as Cherokee is playing Mays. I've heard enough of my voice, so I'm sure that you all have too. I'm going to pass it off to the Diamond Man, Dave Garner.
All right, thanks, Will Cooper, but don't go too far now because you've got a little bit more work to do here tonight. Don't run off so fast there. Again, we welcome you inside our broadcast position here tonight, high above the press box at West Forsyth High School, the neutral site for this year's Corky Kell Classic and Game 1 of the GHSA high school football season. It'll be played between the Cherokee Warriors, representing Region 5 7A, taking on the 6-4A Mays Raiders. As the Raiders come through their banner, the Warriors are pumped up, fired up. The cheerleaders holding up their banner, and the Warriors now threw it to the visiting side as they hit their sideline, and we were set and ready to go. The last five-year record for the Cherokee Warriors is an even 500 at 28-28. So, again, the Warriors with a chance to obviously better that here tonight. And as we talked about earlier, the game plan is to run. Now, a little bit of trivia here, guys. Mays High School, Gerald Wilkins, NBA player, brother Dominique Wilkins, graduate, Mays High School. For those that don't know, Benjamin Elijah Mays was the 6th president at Morehouse College. He was an American Baptist minister, civil rights mentor, mentored MLK, Maynard Jackson, among many others. So a lot of history, of course, when you talk about Mays High School. Cherokee equally with an impressive long history, of course, on the heels of the old Canton School.
Canton Greenies, Dave.
That's right. That's right. And then, of course, Cherokee High School formed, I guess, in the, 50s, I
1953.
believe? There you go. Okay. I'll take your word for it. So, Art knows his history. We know that. So, again, excited about this historic matchup. A lot of history between both these programs, although they have no immediate history against each other. This is the first meeting all time between these two, as the Warriors won the opening kickoff and elect to receive. So we will see that high-powered Keith Adams Jr. lists offense first on the field for the Warriors, and we'll have to see how early they try to establish the run game.
Yeah, I think we tucked in the pregame show, it's probably going to be a lot of that passing attack and maybe use that short passing attack to loosen up that defense in lieu of that power running attack of Keith Adams Jr.
Yeah, you're right about that. I think that's going to be the key for them is we're going to see them spread out in that spread offense they love to run. And if they're going to try and do anything behind the line of scrimmage, they're probably going to try and set up a couple of screens. Will be a very similar attack to a passing attack, if you will. But them actually handing the ball off and running it, I don't see that happening very often.
Javon Reeder, number 9, will tee it up. Now, again, Mays lost both their kicker and punter to graduation this past year. So, again, they've got some special teams gaps, although they do have some return men that are coming back, particularly Terrell Turner Jr., who had a long of 40 yards last year in kickoff game, a long of 25 in the punt game. But, of course, it'll be Cherokee on offense first to Darius Harshaw back deep for Cherokee.
And Pops Jamison, the sophomore, who Coach Shaw spoke about in the pregame show as one of the young and upcoming receivers back there as well to receive this kickoff.
Jamison and Harshaw both with their heels just inside their own 10-yard line. And they're holding up the game right here. Again, a reminder, this is a TV game as well on Peachtree TV. So you'll see the what we call the red hat, the guy out there with the orange glove that will, of course, provide the on-field TV timeouts to the officials. So the men under the white hat here tonight, the referee crew, will be staring at the sideline, and that we will have some TV timeouts. So in addition to a late start here tonight, this game already 35 minutes past its original start time, we're going to have some TV timeouts as well. So I'll tell you what, Weston Carper may be kicking this thing off about 9:30, 10 o'clock here tonight. So here we go, the first official kickoff of the GHSA high school football season, and the ball promptly falls off the tee. They'll have to re-put it on there right at the 40-yard line, moving right to left. Again, as Will mentioned earlier with their fashion update, Mays in the light blue hats with the white jersey and the gold pants. Cherokee in all black head to toe. So here we go, 91 degrees in coming Georgia tonight. Yankee puts his foot in there. It's taken by the up back at around the 25-yard line, and that is number 3 who gets his hands on it, and that is Weston Bergman, the sophomore DB, who steps up and will take the short kick back up across the 30 to around the 35 or so. And that's where the Warriors will start on offense as they have pretty good field position. So out trots A.J. Swann, last year a 60% passer, 2,500 yards passing, 23 touchdowns against 6 interceptions. And the Warriors will tee it up from their own 37-yard line on the far hash, moving left to right. Again, 6 seconds into this game as we finally kick things off here to shade past 6 o'clock on the East Coast. And the Warriors break the huddle with twins to the near side at H-back. And Johnson, the running back, he'll have his first carry over the left side, good for about 3 yards up to the 40-yard line. And the Warriors, as we talked about, trying to establish the run game early.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job running behind Ryan Chanley. As we mentioned, committed to Southern Illinois earlier this week. One of those guys that's really going to be the steadfast leaders on the offensive line along with the center, Ben Rice. So watch for them to keep running to the far sideline for Cherokee.
Ryan Chanley moving from guard to tackle this year along that offensive line to put the experience out on the edge. Thompson in motion is the H-back. Fakes this time to Johnson, going to try to throw it over the middle. Swann rolling to his left, gets rid of it. And a near circus catch down at the 35 on the far sideline. There is broken up, though, in the back end of that Mays secondary. And there is a flag down at midfield. It came in right at the end of that play. So I don't know if that's a late hit. We'll have to see what happened there. The pass was incomplete.
Yeah, I was watching the pass. It looked like they were trying to get the ball to the basketball player, Caleb Richardson. The ball was a little bit underthrown. Richardson had to come back to it. Did not see the contact that drew the laundry on the carpet.
Well, an eligible man downfield is the call, but you're right about that. Travis Terrell was working with him, and as you mentioned, Caleb Richardson, 6'6", matched up against a 5'9" corner, but it was a little underthrown. AJ kind of had to get rid of it and buy some time. So Cherokee's just got to settle in here as they're going to be set up about 2nd and 12, Dave.
Well, I was wondering if Mays would take the penalty or decline and make it 3rd and long, but they will take the penalty, so it'll be 2nd down and 12 as the Warriors have trips to the near side with the receiver far side. Johnson, the lone back, stands to Swann's right. Now a man in motion, that's Harshaw, and they'll throw it around to him. Near side, breaks one tackle, but not another, and another flag comes flying in from the secondary. May have a block in the back right here, and this one may be going back even further.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a block in the back on Thompson out there on the edge, as it looked like number 33 was coming off the end. Troy Pikes, as you mentioned, Art, on the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show, and Cherokee's looking like they're taking a hike back.
Yeah, not the way you wanted your first drive of the season to start going backwards instead of forwards. And that play there never really looked like it had a chance to develop anyway.
Yeah, slow developing play there. Harshaw was on the far side of the formation, came back around to the near side. They threw a screen pass, but it was a penalty there. So, again, it'll be second down, and, boy, better than 20 yards there. It looks like this ball going to go all the way back inside the 20. So on a drive that started at the 37, the Warriors will have a second down inside their own 20-yard line. Ball at the 18 now on the near hash, working left to right, as we are a minute into this contest with no score. Again, the Cherokee Warriors and Mays Raiders going at it in game one of the Corky Kell. And a little play-action pass right here. Swann straight back, now steps up under pressure, and he will go down back inside the 15.
Elijah Hall on the pressure there, Dave, gets the sack, and it was really a pretty good coverage sack as everybody got about 20, 30 yards down the field, and nobody could get open. We saw the safety roll over and help on the Adarius Harshaw coverage. That was Almonte Duncan coming over to help Kenji Jackson. So a good job by this Mays defense so far as it brings up 3rd and 32, Dave.
Yeah, on the offensive line, you really can't put that on that one. I mean, obviously Swann held on to the ball. They ran verticals there. No one could get open and stepped up in the pocket, but had to eat it back at the 15. So 3rd down and, boy, about a mile and a half here on this opening series for the Warriors. They're in quite a hole right here. Twins to both sides now, going to try to set up a tunnel screen in the middle. They've got Harshaw, 20, and a good open field tackle right there at the 21-yard line in the middle of the field by the Mays Raider defense, and so it will force a 4th down here. They were just trying to get some of those yards back.
And, Dave, that was Almonte Duncan, once again, as we mentioned, going to be the leader for this team, 6'1", 190 senior. And so far he's made 2 really, really good heads-up plays on defense, and not the drive we expected from Cherokee coming out.
No, and you make an open tackle on a Adarius Harshaw, you've done something.
Right, 3-star receiver.
So in, A.J. Swann also handles the punting duties, and so he'll drop back into punt formation, it looks like, he is back there. And at the 35, as we talked about, Terrell Turner, who handled the punt return duties last year, he stands at his own 35. Not a lot of breeze out here tonight. The flags on the goalpost are at a standstill, so no breeze behind the back of A.J. Swann, and he'll need a pretty good pooch right here to put this ball across midfield.
Well, I think they wanted A.J. at punter for a little trickeration options, not here, though.
And he will go ahead and get a good high kick, and this time Turner just going to let this one go, and he's going to pick it up now. He runs back and picks it up, makes one man miss over the far sideline, stays on his feet, fights upward to about the 40-yard line. It looked like he was just going to let that ball go. He was in traffic. The ball hit the ground. It was almost as if he wasn't sure if it hit one of his own guys, so he went back there to pick it up, and as he did, he kind of caught the Warriors a little bit off guard over there on that far sideline.
Normally that's a dangerous proposition to put yourself into when you pick up that ball, bounce around like that with the Warriors punt cover team running around, but it worked out well for the Raiders that time.
It's a 43-yard punt out of A.J. Swann, so in 14 return yards on the return there, so pretty good job on special teams for both of them. A.J. has to feel like that's a win. Cherokee would like to clean up the 14 yards, but not bad.
So Quintavious Johnson, the 6'4", 215-pound quarterback, the sophomore, will take over right here, and we'll see that Mays offense for the first time, and there's a flag down pre-snap here. Looked like movement across the front. They had a man, Justin Alexander, in motion from right to left, and then they threw the flag.
Yeah, Solomon Evans, as you mentioned, backup quarterback playing out there on the far side away from us as they work right to left across the radio dial. Took a little extra step when Even Beeger ran up and acted like he was going to play some press coverage. So just a little first-game jitters for both of these teams, guys.
Yep. We'll see that Warrior defense for the first time right here as well. 2.5 minutes gone here in the opening quarter. No score from West Forsyth as the Cherokee Warriors and Mays Raiders do battle. Here's Mays' first offensive series, their first snap. Johnson looking to throw it, had no one open, though, on the near sideline, so he'll just tuck it and run it. But he is unable to get back to the line of scrimmage. He made it back just to the 40. That's a 2-yard loss. It'll be 2nd and 12.
That was Tyler Goddard on the tackle there. As we mentioned, had 99 tackles last year, the second leading tackler on the team. And he did a great job there. He had to get some help because, as we mentioned, Quintavious Johnson, 6'4", 215 pounds. He's a load to bring down, but held him up enough so Tanner Dollyhigh could come over and pick up an assist tackle.
Clock running here inside 9 minutes of the opening quarter. Now this time they will run Tristan Morgan in motion. Bad snap, gets away, and Johnson will just have to eat that ball back inside the 30. And that one kind of went to the side right there out of the shotgun snap, and Johnson ate it all the way back inside at the 28 or 29. So it's going to be third down at about 15 right here.
Well, the center for them this year is Darius McCullough, who moved over from guard last year. So this is his first season playing center, guys. He is a senior, but you got to feel like there may be a little bit of, oh my gosh, this is a new. Not only is it the hardest job on the offensive line, I would argue, but also getting the snap off in a shotgun is difficult.
So twins to the far side, receiver near side with one back. And the man in motion this time is Alexander, goes from left to right. They'll throw a little tunnel screen out there in the short flat and pick up maybe 3 or 4 yards, but still well shy of the original line of scrimmage. And they were just trying to get a little bit of that lost yardage back, as Cherokee did on their opening drive. So a drive apiece, and it looks like a punt apiece for both offenses here early.
Yeah, Dave, both teams going backwards. I think probably something we expect first game of the season in the state, maybe a little nerves. After these first couple of drives, I think we'll see a little more clean offense out of these two teams. But let's see if the Mays punter can flip the field for them.
And it's interesting, guys, for this punt formation, they're going to have 2 return men, and that's Aiden Moore, it looks like, and I can't get a number on the far side. Now we got the binoculars out here, but
I believe that's Pops Jameson again.
All right, I think it is.
So interesting. You know, it's kind of funny. There's a lot of good talent on this Cherokee team. We got another flag back here. Something that the way up back saw.
That may be a delay of game or something.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, wait a minute now. they snapped the ball. Jalen Woods is handling the punting duties for the Mays Raiders, but that was a delay of game. I think the flag came in, obviously, from the back end there, but, of course, on a punt, they couldn't hear it up at the line of scrimmage. You've got Mays Band. Of course, they're playing through, everything, and so the guys on the field weren't hearing very well there, so.
Actually, Weston Bergman back to receive this punt along with Aiden Moore.
Gotcha.
There we go.
So this seems to be the return man.
Low snap. It bounces away, and Woods is going to be tackled. Back at the 15, it was a low snap, and Woods looked up before he had the ball in his hands, and he just dropped it right at his feet. And by the time he was able to pick that ball back up, he just decided to try and run, anticipating a block. But he went nowhere, and the Warriors special team steps up big with the first real big play of the game.
You know who gets credit with that tackle? Grayson Sexton, it looks like, the freshman. So we're talking about sophomores returning punts, freshmen coming up to make tackles behind the line. There is a lot to be excited about for Cherokee. They seem to have a lot of young talent.
They do, and we haven't even mentioned their super freshman at quarterback, Tanner Savage. I think the Cherokee faithful don't want to hear that name until next season, because that would mean something was wrong with A.J. Swann, but Cherokee taking over in great field position in the red zone.
So the Warriors will have the ball at the Mays 14-yard line. There is a timeout on the field right here with 7:03 left here in this opening quarter. No score on the Cherokee County Game of the Week and also on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. And we will go ahead and step aside as well. Let's take a 1-minute timeout. We'll be back with the Warriors, who are now knocking on the door after a big play. Again, you're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week, the Tri-State Communications Sports Network on 101.1 FM.
It's football time, and Brian Aaron at Woodstock Outlet has some great news for all the football fans.
Hey, y'all, we are glad to be a sponsor for these games and have a great time. Stay safe out there, and we just really do love being part of our community, and thankful we got the best customers a business could possibly have. And we built a new warehouse. We got it full for the pickup or delivery, so we're ready to go. Y'all come see us, and we sure do appreciate you.
Welcome to Perk Up. What can I get you?
Can I have a large, skinny, non-fat macchiato with
My 15-year-old has the taste buds of a middle-aged woman, but she's no adult. That's why we took her to Children's for her scoliosis. Their pediatric orthopedic program is nationally ranked. Their specialists understand growing bones and how to treat them. My kid ordering an adult-style coffee? Okay. Going to an adult doctor? Not so much.
Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Orthopedics. Where you take them matters. Learn more at choa.org/ortho.
No score on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard as the Warriors go back to work here. And a quick toss right here from A.J. Swann over the middle, complete to a man coming across the formation there. The Warriors, again, with a first down at the Mays 14-yard line after a muffed snap there, a handle on the punt, so they're in business.
Well, that was Almonte Duncan once again, and guys, as safety, he's playing just a spy on Adarius Harshaw. They've seen enough of the tunnel screens. They're not going to let it happen, and another great open field tackle on Adarius Harshaw.
Second down and 9 against Swann out of the gun. They'll hand it to Johnson straight ahead this time, trying to get behind that big offensive line, maybe a yard or so, but that's about it. So 1 yard on the completion on first down. They get another yard here, but it's 3rd down and 8. And now you're a little bit behind the chains here. If you're the Warriors, you definitely don't want to have to settle for 3.
Javon Reeder on both of these plays, linebacker for Mays coming up. First down play, applying a lot of pressure that time in on the tackle.
We welcome you guys back here to West Forsyth. Again, the Cherokee Warriors and Mays Raiders. Dave Garner along with Will Cooper, Art Mosley, Ronnie on the spot with us as well. There's 3rd down and 8. Play action. Swann rolling to the near side, fires in the back corner. Too tall, intended for Swann, who wanted the penalty there. But I believe that ball went over his head. And maybe a little bit too high there. Now, there is no, rule necessarily in high school football that says you can't, overthrow it there. But nonetheless, I know the officials, and that is kind of in the back of their mind there a little bit. So it will be 4th down, and it does look like the Warriors will trot on the field goal team.
Well, guys, we get to talk about the most exciting player for the Cherokee Warriors, if you ask Coach Shaw, and that's Joel Stahl, a guy that he has repeatedly brought on every single interview, a true weapon for them, and this looks like it'll be no problem for them at about 29 yards.
29-yarder from the far hash. A.J. Swann will hold it. The snap is good. The hold is good. The kick is up, and it is right through there inside the left upright. So Joel Stahl puts the Warriors on the board, and the first points of the high school football season have been scored. We'll take a 30-second timeout. It's now Cherokee 3, Mays nothing on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. You're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week. 30 seconds, and then back in a moment.
You've seen the many car dealer lots that are almost empty. Not at Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Canton. They've found the best used cars and trucks to fill their lot. Hundreds to choose from. Just go to SchottenkirkChrysler.com and do a search. Then come by and test drive your choice or buy online. Schottenkirk is proud to call Cherokee County home and are happy to be the dealer with a fully stocked lot of cars and trucks. Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, just off Riverstone Parkway in Canton at 200 Liberty Boulevard.
Well, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Asa Jones back on the controls here tonight.
I got to tell you, man, if you want a guy that's just going to get in there and just stick with you through it all, he's that guy. I mean, we feel bad for him because we were obviously delayed here, and, he probably had a date going on for later. And now he's got to call him up and be like, look, we're going to have to change. Applebee's is open late, maybe that, but I know he's more of a Chili's guy, so that's going to be a tough one to put on the roll there. But, no, guys, we were talking during the break, and I don't want to steal your thunder here, Dave, but this Mays defense either looks really good or Cherokee's having a lot of first-game jitters.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Mays able to stiffen their neck down there in the red zone and hold the Warriors to a field goal. You mentioned Almonte Duncan and then number 9, Javon Reeder. Those guys are really coming up making plays in the secondary. I think we have some stats, Will, for that drive.
Oh, we do. We're going to bring in Ronnie on the spot, Ronnie Cooper, for his first time here as he's getting the headset already. Ronnie, what kind of numbers you got for us?
Not that impressive. 3 plays, a total of 2 yards, 1 passing, 1 rushing, and then a field goal. So.
Well, the old adage, defense wins championships, right?
There you go.
All right. We'll be talking to Ronnie throughout the night. We're going to give it back off to Dave Garner here. Take it away.
There you go. 5:48 to play, opening quarter. 3-0 to score on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard in favor of the Cherokee Warriors. So Joel Stahl will boot it away just inside the far hash to return men back deep for the Mays Raiders. And it looks like one of those guys is, number 7 back there, Tristan Morgan, and also Terrell Turner, as it's a liner. And this one's going to go out of the back of the end zone there as Joel Stahl shows off that leg wheel that you were talking about there just prior to that field goal. So he connects on the field goal, and then he puts it out of the back of the end zone on the kickoff.
By 3 yards, Dave. It wasn't even close. I mean, it was clear, cleaned it. So apparently he's done something with the leg, because I don't remember that leg on him last year. I know he was accurate. Last year we'll talk about Cherokee and give you the obscure stat for the day, as he was 5 of 6 on field goals with a long of 42 and 38 of 39 on extra point attempts. But right now it looks like he might be able to kick a 50-plus.
Well, it must be that Coach Brett O'Buck weight program.
There you go.
Got him on at Cherokee. As we turn it back over to Dave, as Mays begins their second drive of the ball game.
Yep. Cherokee Warriors, of course, with their preseason scrimmage against River Ridge, as we talked about. A little bit of concern for the Warriors after their spring game loss against Campbell. I know that kind of raised some eyebrows, but hey, it was a spring game. There were a lot of different adjustments and things that happened, and now it looks like the officials are having a conversation with head coach Josh Shaw for whatever reason.
Well, there's an official standing on the W here, Dave, and they keep pointing back to that, so I'm not sure what the conversation is.
I'm not exactly sure unless they're just maybe some sort of a sideline thing or what have you.
I think they're trying to figure out who's going to pick first in their fantasy football league down here.
Like the Key and Peele skit?
Yeah.
Possibly. We talked about this Warrior team, of course, last year 8-3, 3-2 in the region. Mays 3-7, just one region win. Lost their last 4 games, though, 3 games within a score. So some of those games are very competitive, and the record was a little bit deceiving. We'll start talking about the teams, of course, in Region 6-4A. Marist goes without saying. Miller Grove, Stevenson, Druid Hills, Arabian Mountain, Hateful Charter, of course, who was a state team a couple of years ago.
There was an offsides call on the kickoff against Mays that they went ahead and declined, so they didn't have to re-kick because can't get much better than 20 yards. I mean,
there you go.
Touchback or nothing.
So Quintavious Johnson back to work with twins to both sides. He's got a back 2 yards behind him. They will keep it on the ground right here straight ahead. That is Morgan with the touch. Maybe a yard, if that. But the Warriors really stifling there in the middle, just bottled up that game against a pretty big offensive line there, as we talked about. 265, 275 there across the front, but Warriors going upfield that time.
Well, I think the interior of this line is the concern for Mays. I think the tackles are really solidified, and Tyquez Richardson and Zyterio Lee, but I think the inside is where they're going to have to work a little bit through the season.
Johnson 5 yards deep out of the gun. Will get it out of his hand quickly into the near side flat. It is complete up at the 27. And that pass was complete to Solomon Evans, who makes his second catch of the first quarter here. Good for about 6-7 yards. It'll be third down at about 2 right here as we hit the 5-minute mark in this opening quarter. Cherokee up 3-0. Mays on the move right to left with a big third down play right here.
Cayenne Simmons almost knocked that pass down, but it came complete.
Quarterback run all the way, quick snap there, but he didn't get it. He needed 2 yards and got maybe a yard before he was pushed backwards into the Raider backfield. And so it's going to be fourth down right here. And decision time for Coach Battle. I don't know if he wants to roll the dice this early inside his own 30 or not.
Well, I mean, with the way your defenses have been playing and the fact that they've had a slow start, it might be what they need, but it looks like that despite the objections from Quintavious Johnson, that's what they're going to do, and that is punt, Dave.
Yep. Going to try it on the punt team right here. Fourth down and probably less than a yard. I mean, they need the 30-yard line, so if I'm the Warriors, I'm leaving my defense basically intact, particularly with that front seven. They're not taking anything for granted at this point. Well, once again, that is number 20, Jalen Woods, in punt formation. And he hit it right off the back of his up back. So he hit the ball up in the air, and the Warriors do grab it right at the line of scrimmage. And then a flag comes flying in late.
I think they're going to get called for a late hit there, Dave. I don't necessarily agree with the call if that's it, but we'll talk about it. I believe when he was getting wrapped up, guy came back on the back end, couldn't get a number there. But hit him in the back of the helmet. But let's let them have a conversation before we have the conversation.
Well, it looked like, now I'm not sure he signaled a fair catch, but the Cherokee player caught it as if it was kind of a dead ball, like he just caught it, but then he stood there, and then he got hit. So they may wave this one off. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's still a live ball.
It
is. It's untouched. It's a live ball, and it looked like, they're waving it off.
Okay, good call.
Yep. So I think that's what happened. I think the Warriors thought it was a dead ball. He picked it up and kind of just stood there with it, and he got hit. But it was a live ball. You guys are right.
Yeah, can't blame Mays for that. Nothing. I mean, tell your player, right? Play till the whistle. There wasn't a whistle, so.
So the Warriors again with the short field. They started their last drive on the 14-yard line on a muffed handle on a punt, and now they start this drive right here on the Mays 31. So Harshaw wide to the near side, Twins up top, Johnson the lone back. Stands right to A.J. Swann's right side with Thompson in at H-back to the left of the formation. Swann 4 yards out of the shotgun, stands at the 35, and they'll keep it on the ground. Johnson with just a little bit of a crease there, takes it inside the 30, and he'll have about 3 yards on first down, 2nd and 7.
And that was the man that Art was mentioning. Javon Reeder there came up and made a really solid tackle. For Cherokee, you kind of have to feel like this 3-yard, that was a counter play there, Dave. They're running out of the pistol formation to try and guide Zy Johnson as you have a younger player, as he's only a junior with 11 carries. And you see that Toby Thompson worked across the formation there, but good tackle by Javon.
So man coverage right here, what they're showing on the edges. And again, they will keep this one on the ground. Bigger hole this time for Johnson. Good push there in the middle of that offensive line, and a bigger chunk this time of about 5 or 6. Going to be just shy of the first down marker at the 22. So we'll call it third and probably less than a yard right here.
Ben Rice threw Jaheim White, the freshman, out of the way and got to the second level, got to Justin Prayer, the sophomore for Mays, and absolutely cleared a lane, and a first really good run for them.
3:12 left, opening quarter. Cherokee up 3-0 with the football deep in Mays territory, but this third down play, they keep it on the ground, and Johnson is hitting the backfield, so he loses a yard. So good penetration that time by the Raiders on the right side of that Cherokee offensive line as they get the pressure off the edge there, and Johnson loses a yard, backed up to the 24. So it's going to be 4th down and 2, and it looks like they're going to put it down for yet another field goal attempt. This one will be right at 40 yards as they put the ball down at the 30-yard line out of the hold of A.J. Swann as Joel Stahl looks to try to make it a 6-point game.
I believe that was Dominique Jordan on the carry. Johnson subbed out that time, and not a whole lot of running room. Looks like we're going to have a timeout now as Coach Shaw. A little bit of trouble missing a lineman, looks like, on that special teams unit.
Yeah, he was giving somebody an earful coming off the sideline there, and you don't want that field goal blocked. So we know Stahl has the leg. He hit that 29-yarder from the far hash just a moment ago. Now he's going to have a 40-yard attempt, it looks like, presumably from the near hash. But you got to wonder if during this timeout, 4th down and 2, you think they may bring the offense back on the field here perhaps? I don't know.
Well, here's the thing, right? You've seen how well your defense has played up until this point. You have to feel like any points is a victory coming into this one until your offense settles down a little bit. So you probably take the points here. But isn't it funny how this is like a Kifkin camp? We're going to put it at the 30-yard line for you here, and then we're going to move it over to the 20-yard line on this hash. So it's kind of funny they're working this way. But I think if they hadn't lost yards on the last run, they might have tried it. But I think being just a couple yards behind the line, they're not going to give it a go here. But it is worth noting, A.J. Swann is your holder.
For the record.
For the record.
And to borrow a line from our friend Larry Prather, a little trickeration perhaps in the book here, but we'll see. But
well, you have Aiden Moore down here to the near side as we're standing on the West Forsyth press box, so the home side. So could release something real quick out there, and Cayenne Simmons over on the left side.
So here we go. Swann puts his knee down right at the 30-yard line. They're going to kick it. It's a low liner. This was going to be wide left. And so he missed it there. Stahl again hooked that ball. Not sure if it was the hold or if he just missed it, but had some leg there. It was a low liner, but he just hooked it right off to the left there. And again, with 2:22 left here in the opening quarter, the Warriors will maintain a 3-point lead on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard.
Yeah, guys, and I think the key here is we got to see something out of Mays for their offense's sake, right? Because that 3 points looming large here, and also the missed 3 points is also looming large. And you see the offenses work their way to the sidelines here as there's a TV timeout. But we'll keep the action right here for you and just talk about it. But I think, when you look at this Mays offense, we're seeing they have a pretty good game plan. But they're going to have to open the ball up a little bit more. They're going to have to throw it a little bit because they know that it's an RPO and they know Quintavious Johnson wants to run it. And Cherokee's really big up front compared to what Mays is used to seeing in 4A. And then on the other side of the ball, Mays' defense, you and I are very impressed, Art, by them so far.
Yeah, Reeder and then Almonte, these guys in there making plays all the time. One of the things I wanted to bring up, Will and Dave, is that we have not seen either team with much of a vertical passing threat. I know it's early, but we looked at these quarterbacks warming up. We know Swann's got a big arm. Johnson, we believe, has a big arm. He's got a big body, and not afraid of that contact as we saw him take off on the quarterback sneak. But I think Mays is going to have to reach into the playbook just a little bit more because Cherokee's their front three are really getting some penetration, and it's been impressive to watch so far.
Yeah, and I think Coach Shaw, the game plan for Cherokee, as we talked about, to come into this game and try to establish the run and kind of wear down in a 90-degree heat against this Mays defense. And, they really want to try to establish that and stick with it. We've seen the Warriors so far, from a percentage standpoint, run the football a little bit more than they put it in the air. So we'll see if that maybe loosens up things later on in this game.
Well, Dave, we talk about depth, and Cherokee dresses out 97 players, so that might play into an early August game.
You're right. So here's 1st down and 10, Mays to the air. That one knocked down and nearly intercepted right at the line as one of the Warriors got a paw on that one. Again, that was Chase Goddard, the senior, who got his hand up there and knocked down the pass out of the hand there of Quintavious Johnson. He was looking over in the direction there of Justin Alexander, but it's 2nd and 2.
Well, I think you're seeing that these safeties know that they're not going to try and throw it over them right now, so they're playing one high safety and letting the safeties come up and play a little corner.
Run right here by Johnson, breaks a tackle, stays on his feet, hits the sideline, throws a guy off of him, and dives up to the 40-yard line. A 20-yard run by Quintavious Johnson, the 6'4", 215-pound sophomore quarterback. And, boy, that time he was just trucking guys.
Yeah, he put a shoulder into Evan Beeger, the defensive back, and hello. That a way to make an introduction.
You ain't kidding. They're going to go hurry up here, Dave. We saw them do this in the scrimmage.
Yeah, biggest offensive play of the game so far for Mays as they keep this one on the ground to Morgan, but not much there at all. In fact, he lost a yard back inside the 40 to the 39, 2nd and 11. But, we saw that run just a play ago, and I think that was the biggest concern probably for defensive coordinator Davis Harvey and this Warrior defense was his size and space.
Yes, he showed he's not afraid to put his shoulder down and showed a little bit of giddy up.
So 2nd and 11, going to throw this one over the middle. He's got a man tied in across the middle. It's complete right at the first down marker and right at the midfield stripe. I think he's going to be just a half yard short. And that was looked like number 1, Almonte Duncan, the 6'1", 190-pound receiver. Yeah. So it will be 3rd down right here by about the length of the football. He did not get the first down.
Keegan Baker on the tackle there came up and laid a really big hit. And, Dave, I believe that was actually Jacorian Wiggles on the reception over the middle there.
Was that Wiggle? Yeah, I think you're right. Yes, I believe 8.
And they're going to have to fix the dial-a-down as it's shows 4th down, but it's only 3rd. Or maybe even 2nd. We got,
yeah, it should be 3rd down.
3rd and inches,
right,
looks
3rd
like.
and 1. And they had the dial-a-down at 4, and that's what the confusion is. You got to remember, this is also the first game for the officials.
For
and
everyone.
First game for us as well.
Exactly.
So everybody gets a little grace period here.
I think they thought it was a first down by the mark, but so they went ahead and flipped it over to the first down, but they had to run back through the digits there because he's just a little bit short. He needs about maybe 6 inches or so right here for a first down.
Meanwhile, the clock continues to run on the scoreboard. So
inside a minute here. 32 seconds, still 3-0 Cherokee after a 29-yard field goal by Joel Stahl. And a quarterback sneak right here by Johnson. I believe he will have it. Not by much, but he did get the football across the midfield stripe just into Warrior territory at the 49.5, and that's good enough to, as my esteemed partner would say, move those chains. The Mays Raiders with the first down.
Yeah, that was Tyquez Richardson, the left tackle, that just set the block there on the edge and just kind of got up behind the center there and just lifted to the left. And being 6'4" and needing inches, it's not that hard to get it.
Running behind a 6'5", 310 tackle.
That helps.
So Mays with something working right here. Their best offensive series so far. They're going to hand it to Morgan, almost a little end-around play. Nice cut. At the 45, takes it downhill inside the 40, and will finally be wrestled down at the 43 by a couple of Warriors in the back end of that defense, but Morgan got into the back level.
And I believe that was number 21 on the stop for the Cherokee Warriors, Morgan Cox, junior linebacker, listed at 6 foot 175. We're seeing Cherokee's rotating a lot of players in as we come down to the end of the first quarter, it looks like. But to wrap up this thought, guys, we're seeing a very young Cherokee team kind of rotating in and out as that does conclude the first quarter.
So let's go ahead and step aside at the end of one here in the first game played in the state of Georgia. It's the Cherokee Warriors 3 and the Mays Raiders 0 on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. 1 minute break and then back with quarter 2. You're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week on 101.1 FM WLJA Tri-State Sports Network.
There's been so much talk about distracted driving, you're probably sick of hearing about it. Well, we'd rather you be sick of hearing about it than lose your life doing it. The caring staff with Sosby Funeral Home in Canton reminds you that we all have to go sometime, but don't rush it. Wait your turn and don't drive distracted. Keep your hands on the wheel, your eyes on the road, and make sure you stay alert and arrive alive. Drive safely and help us protect our teens. They're the only future we've got. Brought to you by Sosby Funeral Home, honoring life from 191 Jarvis Street in Canton.
Prescription medications can help us live longer and healthier lives, but any medication has the potential to do harm if misused. Drug-Free Cherokee would like to remind you to only use prescription medications as directed by a health professional. Never share your medications with others or use someone else's. Always store your medications securely to prevent others from taking them, and properly dispose of medications that you no longer need. Be a good example for those around you and promote safe medication practices and teach others to do the same. Visit drugfreecherokee.com.
Welcome back into the WLJA Cherokee County Game of the Week. We're going to go to Ronnie on the spot. Ronnie Cooper with the stats from the first quarter.
All right, Mays ran 13 plays, 32 total yards, 9 rushes for 13, 3 of 4 passing for 19 yards. 2 penalties for 10 yards, 6:38 time of possession. Cherokee ran 9 plays for 16 yards, 6 rushes for 9, 2 or 3 passing for 7, 2 penalties for 20 yards, and 5 minutes and 22 seconds.
The best stats man in all of Cherokee County football in the state, Ronnie Cooper.
There you go. So after the end of the first quarter, we open up quarter number 2. Cherokee 3-0. As we talked about on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard, a 29-yard field goal from Joel Stahl earlier in that first quarter. The difference so far in this one. Mays, though, with the football. And they will flip things around, working left to right now across your radio dial with the ball inside Warrior territory for the first time here in this ball game, as they've got it to Cherokee 38. And the TV timeout is officially over with now as the orange hat, red hat moves out of the way, and the umpire lets them go back to work. Quintavious Johnson out of the shotgun. Got a man in motion. That's Alexander. Goes from right to left. Oh, the snap is over his head. It's rolling around on the ground. It's a scramble for a loose ball. The Warriors will pick it up. They pick it up at the 35 and wrestle down at the 30. That's Javon Hobson, the sophomore that we talked about in the pregame show. And that snap just went way over the head of Quintavious Johnson, and he's 6'4", so you know that one had to be up in the air. And that was a scramble for the loose ball all the way down at the other 30-yard line.
Well, Tyler Goddard gave chase to the retreating Quintavious Johnson. As you mentioned, this is the second fumbled snap that went over the head of Quintavious, and it was a foot race. And then finally Johnson got it and tried to throw it back to somebody, but unfortunately for him, the sophomore Javon Hobson with the fumble recovery.
Hey, he was Johnny on the spot just when Mays was getting some momentum. That happened, so let's see if the Warriors can take advantage deep in Mays territory.
Big turnover right there. And Mays has just not been able to get out of their own way here in this first half. They had a drive going. 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and now that potent Cherokee offense will go back to work here. As Moore goes in motion, A.J. Swann claps his hands, 4 yards deep behind center. Johnson 2 yards behind him, and they'll hand it to him, and he is wrapped up in the backfield. And man, oh man, I believe that was number 13 right there, Elijah Hall, who nearly took the handoff.
And it was 21, Larry Dasher, the sophomore, who was a wide receiver. But since they have such depth at wide receiver, they asked him to move over to running back. He's 5'10", 160. So they're going to bring in a rotation of running backs, guys. But you're exactly right. Elijah Hall right in the backfield.
And that's not a good sign for that Warrior offensive line, as we talked about, that just has a couple of returning starters on it. And now they'll run twins to the short side of the field here with the receiver wide to the near side. This time Swann 5 yards out of the gun. A minute into the second quarter, and now a flag comes flying in and maybe some movement up front.
I think it was Caleb Richardson who took an extra step there.
Yeah, Richardson's the lone receiver here to the near side, split out one-on-one, and you got to wonder if maybe he was a little bit anxious out of the gate there, seeing that one-on-one coverage. You got to wonder if Cherokee was going to take a shot down the field there.
Well, as we mentioned, it's him against Kenji Jackson, 5'9". You got to feel like, hey, man, throw the fade, throw the fade.
Yeah, Richardson stands 6'6", 180 pounds, as we talked about, a basketball player in the pregame show. So same formation, just 5 yards deeper. And Swann will clap his hands once again, takes the snap. Now he's got time. Starting to break down a little bit. He rolls to his right in front of the Warrior sideline, going to just chunk this one down the field. He's got a man there, and it's caught. Touchdown. Caleb Richardson comes all the way across from the backside of the play there. And Swann rolling to his right, had nowhere to go, and then finally in front of the Warrior bench just launched that ball right inside the pylon at the goal line. And a touchdown for the Warriors, their first of the season.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Dave, Caleb Richardson coming across the formation was working one-on-one against Kenji Jackson, and it sure did work. Man, I tell you, really good job up there by Troy Pikes coming in the interior line, forcing A.J. out of the pocket and to the right. But Caleb Richardson, heads-up play, sticking with the route, works outside. Kenji Jackson couldn't keep up. Easy touchdown.
Never gave up on the play, Richardson, and great job. You mentioned Pikes applying pressure. Thought he was going to get Swann. Swann showing a little bit of foot back there in the backfield to make that play happen.
So Stahl will look to add the PAT right here. I believe that one was right around a 40-yarder or so, but I'm sure Ronnie Cooper can probably confirm that. Stahl with his right foot out of the hold of Swann, puts it right through, and with 10:54 left in the first half, the Warriors extend their lead 10-0 on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. We'll take a 30-second timeout and be back with kickoff. You're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week in the Corky Kell Classic right here on 101.1 FM WLJA.
At Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management, we believe that your insurance protection and wealth management plan go hand in hand. We start by shopping your insurance with highly rated companies to find you the best combination of price and protection. With that plan in place, we can then work with you to develop a tailored financial plan. Whether you need to save money on insurance or you need a full financial plan, call us at 678-880-9571 or come by 670 East Main Street in Canton for a no-obligation consultation today. Securities and advisory services offered through Packer Land Brokerage Services Incorporated, an unaffiliated entity, member FNIRA and SIPC.
Welcome back into the Cherokee County Game of the Week on the Tri-State Communications Sports Network. Let's send it to Ronnie on the spot. Ronnie Cooper with the summary of that last drive to make it 10-0.
2 plays, 31 yards, 1 rush for -4, a 40-yard pass because you had a 5-yard penalty in there as well to back them up, and it lasted 52 seconds.
So with that being said, guys, before we turn it back over to Dave, I kind of wonder if the time of possession will start wearing down Cherokee because that defense is going to be on the field for a long time.
They have been on the field for a long time, but, we got to see if Mays can get something going. That's the biggest problem. Looked like they had something working and looked like they flipped the field, but 2 bad snaps have really put them in a bind. And not only 2 bad snaps, but then you throw in the 2 bad punts, and they've got to get – this thing can spiral in a hurry if they're not careful.
For sure, and it's going to be up to Coach Nikita Battles. We mentioned a very battle-tested coach, one of those guys that you can just easily rely on. He's, 6th season here, 41-18 overall record. Obviously has the pedigree to do it, but you're going to have to do something pretty quick because this is a Cherokee team that if they get on a roll, they'll just outscore you.
Yeah, we saw them mix things up at running back. Johnson seemed to be the best, have the most success for the Warriors, but tell you what, Swann showing his elusiveness on that last drive and finding a wide-open Richardson for the 40-yard score.
I'm excited to see what happens next. Dave, why don't you tell us about it?
Well, you look at it, and it's one of those things where coming into the season, we talked about, Darius Harshaw coming back for the Warriors, but, who else was going to step up?
Yeah.
Brady Bockerer, Shockley, McNeil, they all graduated. Who was going to be that other guy? Well, they, of course, recruit Richardson off the basketball court, and he immediately makes his presence felt here. And what about that dime by A.J. Swann right on the money to Richardson coming across the goal line there? Makes a great grab. And there you go. That might be a foreshadowing of things to come this season. So we shall see as Joel Stahl gets ready to put his foot into another kickoff here. Again, Warriors lead it 10-0 on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. Dave Garner alongside the Golden Boy Will Cooper and Art Mosley in the house here with us tonight. Vaughn Brown, hopefully we'll see him a little bit in September. May not see him much until later on, but I know he's listening out in Texas right now.
Well, he's enjoying some of that Texas barbecue. I had to quiz him. I mean, he sent us some pictures to kind of whet our appetite here.
No.
We should have stopped by 441 South before the game to kind of touche. But we miss Vaughn in the booth, and we know he's having a great time. Dave, looks like we're getting ready to go back to the action.
Yeah, a little bit longer timeout right there for the Heat, but they turn them loose. Stahl with a low liner this time, but again, this is in the back of the end zone. They're going to try to, well, they can't bring it out in high school football. They thought so. They lined up 9 yards back there deep in the end zone. Thought they were going to run it out, but this is not the NFL. So.
Well, I think Coach Nikita Battle probably is glad that there's that rule because I think if he would have brought that out, he might have had an aneurysm because there might be some rule against if you're back further than 2 yards in the end zone, you just leave it.
Yeah, unless they're looking for something to make
if
a
it's
play
the
or what
play,
have you. But, yeah. So, regardless, now the Mays offense did drive the ball into Warrior territory. The big highlight for them was that 20-yard run there by Quintavious Johnson, the big quarterback. And now let's see what they do here, having to work from their own 20-yard line against the Warrior defense, looking to pin their ears back. Trips to the far side. Johnson going to look one-on-one to the near side. He's going up top to his receiver, gets a foot down, but they're going to wave that one off. And they're going to say the foot came down on the line there, and I believe you got to have both in high school. So, again, it was incomplete there, but they were looked like they were trying to get that one into Almonte Duncan.
That was actually Solomon Evans over there playing one-on-one against Ryan O'Keefe there, Dave. And good job by O'Keefe, as we mentioned, played nickel last year, did a good job one-on-one, did what you're supposed to do. Read the receiver's eyes, put your hand up, no pass interference, but it was a pretty darn good throw.
Now, we talked about O'Keefe as a player to watch coming in, having to slide in there at that corner spot. One of the Warriors nearly jumped in the neutral zone, and he did. Here comes the flag from the far sideline, a free 5.
That's going to be against Jax Holcomb out there playing on the right side from where we are on the home side of the field.
So what about that play before, though? I mean, that's encouraging, I think, if you're the Warriors. You're seeing a guy, as we talked about, in Ryan O'Keefe, a senior DB. Now, it looked like a false start on May. Nope, it was on the Warriors, yeah. So they move a free 5 there, 2nd and 5. But very encouraging right there, right in the back pocket, if you will, of Solomon Evans.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and that's something that they're going to have to do. You mentioned vertical passing attack, Art, and both the last 2 plays from these teams have been vertical.
A great change of pace here. Let's see what happens on 2nd down.
Johnson going to fake it, going to keep this one, heads to the far side. Another flag, 2 flags come flying in out of the secondary. This will be a hold, it looks like, on Mays. So Johnson, if the play stands, has the first down, a pickup of about 8 yards, but I'm pretty sure this one's coming back.
Yeah, and that was on Jeremiah J.C. Carroll, the slot receiver. Just got a hand on the chasing defensive back and just turned him just enough. Good eye by Ronnie on the spot there.
Look, I think if Quintavious Johnson is running that ball on a design quarterback run, don't hold anybody. He's going to run over everybody.
Yeah.
There's no need for that penalty.
We saw that earlier, yeah.
And credit to the officials. They got their workout in today, man. They're worming out the rotator cuff, trying to make sure that it's all ready for the season.
We talked about preseason Warriors against River Ridge. Mays had a preseason scrimmage against Carver, 115 yards of offense in that scrimmage, 78 through the air, 37 on the ground, but they allowed 214 yards. They lost at 18-6. And as you mentioned, Will, earlier they lost their top wide receiver, Nagari Tafia. I think a lot of people felt like he was going to be there, but he transferred out.
Yeah, he's at Mount Vernon now, Dave.
Yep. So, and they've lost a slew of players as well. Mays certainly had their graduation hit, although they do return a lot of the core of their team.
Well, Dave, they actually called 2 penalties on that last play as we saw a slew of penalty flag comes in. So I believe there was some kind of 15-yard penalty or something, but either way, they declined the holding call to move them back to 2nd and 15 here.
So Mays will snap this one from their own 15-yard line. 10:38 to play, opening half. Again, the Warriors lead at 10-0 on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. Dave Garner, Will Cooper, Art Mosley with you. Ronnie on the spot as well as we work our way closer and closer to that Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show. Looking forward to that one here. Coming up a little bit later on, followed by the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Cherokee postgame show. And, of course, during that, we will name our Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram player of the game. Here's 2nd down at 15. Pass across the middle is complete. Ended up at the 28, but a gain of 13 yards right there. And that looked like Solomon Evans, the 6'4", 175-pound target, with the reception there. It'll bring up 3rd down and 2, but that certainly changes the complexion here.
Well, that was actually completed to Jacorian Wiggles over the middle, number 8. And good open field tackle by Keegan Baker.
I can't see the numbers, so yeah, they've got some tough numbers.
I got
there.
you.
Quick snap right here, though, 3rd down and 2, and they won't get it. I don't think. Now, they are marking it across the 30, so I guess they're going to give Johnson the initial surge there, although he did get shoved back into the backfield, but they are going to say he got the nose of the ball across the 30.
A little bit of second effort by Johnson, I think. Dave, you're right. The initial surge was stopped. He kind of leaned on to that left side of that offensive line and was able to eke out an extra inch.
Yeah, watch the defense for Cherokee to shift on those short yardage situations a little bit to the right, since that's where they keep running, is to that left side of us, right side of the defense, because they're going to have to load up a little extra weight against Tyquez Richardson.
So 1st down and 10. Oh, another snap over the head of Johnson. Loose ball. It's on the ground, still rolling around to the 5-yard line, picked up by the Warriors, and they will walk it in. Touchdown, Cherokee.
Yeah, Dave, that was Toby Thompson.
Yep.
So the 2-star committed to Army picks up a fumble, scoop, and score. And, Dave, really the key for this Cherokee defense so far has just been Mays shooting themselves in the foot. Art, what do you think, partner?
Well, I'm a little concerned. The last 2 snaps that went over Johnson's head, he kind of took his sweet time getting back there to get that football. Cherokee's racing the football. Johnson's taking his sweet time. And that one, it cost him 6 points, maybe 7, pending the extra point.
Who would have thought that Toby Thompson's first touchdown, since he's moved to the tight end position, is actually going to be on the defensive side of the ball?
Now, which ones were exciting? I mean, I think defensively. I mean, if you're a
Absolutely.
defensive lineman to scoop and score,
Absolutely.
he's probably going to get a couple on the offensive end this year. But how about that one right there?
Well, we saw it during the scrimmage you mentioned against River Ridge. You know, they couldn't push it in on the short yardage run, and they did a little flare out, and that's how they completed it.
So Joel Stahl will try to make it a 17-point game, and he does so. 9:29 to play in the first half, and the Warriors cruising up. They are now up 17-0 on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. We will take a 30-second timeout and be right back. You're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week on North Georgia's 101.1 FM WLJA.
Welcome to Perk Up. What can I get you?
Can I have a large, skinny, non-fat macchiato with
My 15-year-old has the taste buds of a middle-aged woman, but she's no adult. That's why we took her to Children's for her scoliosis. Their pediatric orthopedic program is nationally ranked. Their specialists understand growing bones and how to treat them. My kid ordering an adult-style coffee? Okay. Going to an adult doctor? Not so much.
Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Orthopedics. Where you take them matters. Learn more at choa.org/ortho.
Welcome back into the Tri-State Communications Sports Network as we've got the Cherokee County Game of the Week on WLJA 101.1 FM. If you haven't heard the news, we're going to have the Pickens games coming up on WPGY, which is our sister station, 93.7 and 98.1 FM. So check that out on Friday night. But not too much, because we're going to be back here on 101.1 FM. And Art and I will be out there in Woodstock High School as the Sequoia Chiefs and Brent Buddy makes a return to the woodshed as they welcome Troy Offense for his first time over there. We'll talk more about that on Friday night. Make sure you don't miss it. We're also going to break down everything for you on the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show. And guys, talking about shows, we've got a lot to talk about coming up on the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show. And with all of that being said, Art, you got to feel like Mays at this point would be really close in this game if they could just quit shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, mistakes. It's gonna come back to bite them at the end of this game. I think Coach Battle will have a lot to show his team, not only at halftime but going forward. One of the things they might want to do is take that center and leave him outside of the locker room and just say, hey, all we're going to do is practice snapping the football, man, because that's really killing Mays right now.
It really is. Darius McCullough, it looks like the 5'10 senior, I believe, is the
that is the
starter,
Dave. But we now have number 55 for Mays, who's going to be trying out a little bit. That's Dante Jones, who plays defensive tackle for them. So now Dante did play on the offensive line last year, but has not played an offensive snap this year. So we'll see if they move Darius McCullough, since he is a starter from last year's offensive line, or what happens. But something to keep an eye on. So good eye by Ronnie on the spot and Dave Garner. Speaking of Dave Garner, why don't you take it away, my friend?
Well, there you go. So 9:29 to play here in the first half, as we talked about. Joel Stahl again ready to put his right foot into it. Ball just cheated off center to the near side here as he once again lines one, and this one will be deep in the end zone. It will be handled about 4 yards deep, and there you go. Out to the 20-yard line as Mays will start another offensive series, and it's been an adventure in the first half with the center-quarterback combination, which has already cost them 2 turnovers, and the Warriors have also turned those turnovers into points.
Yeah, you're right about that. And I think the key here for Cherokee is that they're working with short fields. Mays at least has to flip the field, as Art is working on getting us a number at center there. It's so difficult to see, Dave, as you've been mentioning. They have powder blue numbers and then a white uniform, and there's no outline, so it's really difficult to see.
And I'm old.
Well,
and my eyes aren't what they used to be.
This year's going to be. I'm going to be nice to everybody.
Looks like it's going to be
no way.
Dante Jones in there at that center position.
Much
better.
There
we go. A little high snap, but Jones able to pull it down, gets it to his back straight forward there. Morgan picks up about 5 to the 25. It'll be 2nd down and 5, and a traditional play this time offensively for the Mays Raider offense. It averaged just over 21 points a game last year.
And Tristan Morgan lowered the shoulder, was already wrapped up at the point of contact, but bullied Cayenne Simmons out of the way. A very powerful runner, something to keep an eye on.
2nd and 5 this time. Jones fakes the handoff, keeps a little zone read right there, dives forward, picks up about 3.5 more. Will be just shy of the first down by about a yard, so a third a yard upcoming right here. A lot of quarterback run, vertical zone read, a lot of different things offensively they try to do.
Guys, Dante Jones on that last one got stepped on by his guard, so he's limping a little bit as they bring him in for center on this drive, and 3rd and 1. Keep an eye on that.
So here we go. Once again, a shotgun snap. Twins to the near side. Jones avoids a tackler on the edge. He breaks free. Watch out. Orion finally whistled down at the 36-yard line. And, boy, a big play right there. So the 2 biggest plays of the night have come from the legs of Quintavious Johnson. And it looked like they had him hemmed in around the line of scrimmage, but he broke free, and deceptive speed right there, long strides, picks up about 30 yards.
A 36-yard run there, Dave. And Rain Martin Jr. came over all the way from the other side. Good hustle by him. And you can see Quintavious Johnson, a powerful runner, but he's not as fast as these Cherokee County secondary players. Just keep an eye on that, because he may get in the second level. It's going to be hard for him to get away from him.
Looks like new quarterback Solomon Evans back there after that long run by Johnson.
Yeah, he's getting attended to down here on the near bench. We'll keep an eye on that for you.
Well, probably just catching his breath here in this heat, after that long run there. And so Evans, again, going to throw the football. Has one just a little too tall there. They were trying to throw a quick hitter, a seam route there to Wiggles, who climbed the ladder. But the Warriors were able to break that one up, and it falls incomplete.
Well, Dave, congratulations. That is the correct receiver that was
for the first time tonight. It only took me till about the 8:24 mark of the second quarter.
You are correct. That pass intended for Jacorian Wiggles. You know, something they talk about is that a quarterback, if they get hit a lot, their accuracy might be a little off from Dragan. So him running the receiver position for a while, going to be taking a little time for him to get used to throwing the ball.
So Evans will stay in right here for the 2nd down and 10. High snap, but he pulls it down, going to fire one-on-one down the field. He's got a man there, and that one is just off the fingertips of the intended target. They had a man down there momentarily, and that was number 2 there, Justin Alexander, who was one-on-one. Had a step on his man, but that ball just a touch overthrown.
I really didn't like the effort there. He kind of stuck that one hand out, didn't really try and grab it with 2 hands, Art.
Will, my old man said if you can put a finger on it, you ought to catch it. So I'd put that on the receiver right there.
My old man said that a time or two as well.
I think that was O'Keefe in the coverage as well. So, again, yeah, if he lays out for that, I think you guys are right. He probably hauls that one in, but it's 3rd down and 10. Once again, Evans steps up under pressure, this time looking to run it. Stays on his feet, avoids one tackler, but a good open field tackle over here on the near side that time. It looked like Young, number 15, came up and made the play. It's going to be right at the 1st down marker, but I think a yard short. So it will be 4th down right here, but with the way things have gone and being at the Cherokee 26, I fully anticipate they'll go for it right here.
How good is this Cherokee defense at getting off the edge, but also these Mays quarterbacks just step up in the pocket and make it work. And they're going to, let's see.
Hard count.
Thompson jumped off sides there.
Yeah, looks like it.
Looks like Toby Thompson had a date with Solomon Evans, and he didn't want to be late for it. Got called off of the hard count. That's going to lead to a Mays 1st down, and this drive is going to continue marching towards the red zone.
Well, we're seeing a lot of rotation on this offensive line, which we knew we were with Javon Hobson. We've also seen J.D. Byrne in there a couple times, and Jackson Holcomb filling in a lot of holes as well. But Toby Thompson playing tight ends, taking some of his snaps away from the defensive side, obviously, especially in a game this early in the season and this hot.
A lot of statistical leaders gone off of this defense, and Evans stays in there to run. He fakes the handoff, keeps back into the middle, and falls forward inside the 20 for a gain of 5 yards on 1st down. And Mays has their best drive of the night going right here.
Yeah, both quarterbacks really showing what they can do with their arms. Looks like Johnson's going to check back into the ballgame. I don't know. Evans had something going, but we will see if Johnson can continue what Evans had started on this drive.
So Johnson back in there, one-on-one fade going up, one-on-one.
Wow.
He has a man there, and the ball is being wrestled away, but they're going to say a touchdown. Both guys have their hand on it, but a tie goes to the receiver.
And that was Solomon Evans who came back in from the quarterback spot just to prove you wrong. He belongs out on the edge.
And so that was Evans who took the last 3 snaps, lined up at receiver that time. Johnson threw it to him. He goes up one-on-one. A 50-50 ball there, and Evans comes down with it, and it's Mays' first score of the night.
Yeah, and he was working against Evan Beeger over there, and that's, once again, he's the one guy that did not get any starting time last year in the secondary, and you can kind of see that inexperience working against him there. And you also have to give credit, 6'180" to Evan Beeger, and he's going up against Solomon Evans, who's 6'4", 185.
Yeah, it's Evans, 6'4", 6'5", and he's shown his athleticism in the pocket and outside on the edge as a wide receiver now, scoring that Mays touchdown. Looks like they're going for 2 right here.
Yes, they are. They'll leave the offense on the field right here. Johnson, the keeper, left side, driving, and I don't think he got there. Nope. They were trying to run a little ISO play over their quarterback keep all the way, but the Warriors deny it, so the 2-point play falls short, and the Warriors will maintain a 17-6 lead on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. 30-second break, and then back with more. You're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week right here on 101.1 FM. WLJA is part of the Tri-State Communications Sports Network.
Hi, I'm Dave Garner.
And I'm Janet Mueller.
And we're your local Woodman Life representatives.
You know, Dave, it must be tough announcing games and still providing financial security through life insurance, retirement, and member benefits.
Well, Janet, it's an honor, but it means that I have a great partner when it comes to protecting families from financial hardship.
So come see us.
Or call us at 706-273-9347.
Or 770-894-7898.
And find out how Woodman Life can help you leave memories, not expenses. Woodman Life, standing strong for generations.
You're listening to WLJA FM 101.1 and WLJA HD1 LJ, Woodstock, Jasper, Canton, and all of North Georgia.
Welcome back into the broadcast booth here atop West Forsyth High School as Mays is getting ready to kick it back off. We'll bring you stats after the first play here. Let's go ahead and send it back to Dave Garner as he's going to do the play-by-play for us. Buddy, take it away.
All right, Coop, again, the kickoff here by Javon Reeder, the 5'9 linebacker, doubles as the kicker. And this one will be returnable right here by Pops, who will pick it up at the 15. Jamison works his way back into the middle, now to the near side, and he's got a little bit of an alley right there as he takes it up to the 30, salvages what could have been a disaster as he muffed it originally and picked it back up, but a 10-yard return, and the Warriors with modest field position.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, he's a sophomore, but let's go to Ronnie on the spot. Ronnie Cooper with the stats from that last drive to make it 17-6.
That was an 8-play, 80-yard drive, 5 on the ground for 58 yards, 1 of 3 passing for 17 yards on the touchdown, and 1 defensive penalty for 5 yards.
And 1 big 36-yard run there to make it that way. So, and we saw a couple of different quarterbacks working in there, Solomon Evans and Quintavious Johnson. But, Dave, tell us about this Cherokee offense as they take the field again.
Now, the Warriors, we talked about the big move in the offseason. Of course, you've got Ryan Chanley moving over from guard to tackle, trying to put some more experience out there on the edge, and we'll see what happens here as they try to plow some people out of the weight.
Right you are.
A.J. Swann going to fake the handoff. He's going to try to run it himself, trying to show some shades of Quintavious Johnson himself there, not to be outdone. Maybe not quite the pickup there he wanted, but he'll still pick up 3 yards. He was trying to swing it out in the flat on the quick hitter, but it was covered up. So he tucked it and ran and got what he could out of it to set up 2nd and 7.
Look, A.J. Swann at 6'3", 200 pounds, also showing that he's fleet of foot. We've talked about all 3 quarterbacks have shown their ability to run the football.
Trying to set something up right here, middle screen inside, and just dropped that one. It looked like Aiden Moore was open, and the pass was maybe just a tad behind him, but he still probably should have caught that one. It fell incomplete, though.
And I want to go back to that run by A.J. Swann real quick to pick up 3 yards. It was such a heads-up play by him because he had the ball out and ready to throw, and when he saw the defensive end come, he wrapped it over his head because he knew he didn't have the right grip, took the time to re-grab it, and then took off. So a really good job by A.J.
3rd and 7 right here. Mays showing pressure. They cheat a couple of backers up into the formation right here. Now Swann will change the play here at the line of scrimmage. Mays once again showing pressure off the edge. One back, twins left and right. And this time Swann scrambles right, now back to his left, near side, going to throw back into the middle of the field. Wide open, a guy at midfield. That's a Darius Harshaw who slides and makes the grab, and he was wide open at the 48-yard line of Mays.
Well, I don't know what receiver you would tell anybody to cover if you saw the tape on Cherokee, but it might be the guy that led the team in receiving last year, and Harshaw was just wide open. Unfortunately for Cherokee, he fell, because if he had all that open room, he could have gone.
And quick snap right here. Warriors up to the line quickly, but there is a timeout. Mays defense will burn it at 5:57 here in the second quarter because I'm not sure they were ready for that quick snap there. But what a play would keep the action right here. Warriors, again, A.J. Swann, great vision there. He's made 2 really nice passes up against the sideline. One on the far sideline for that 40-yard touchdown to Richardson. This one on the near side has the vision to throw back across the field into the middle to find a wide open Darius Harshaw.
Yeah, like Will said, I was shocked to see Harshaw wide open across the middle. Thought it might have been the secondary or one of the other receivers running wide open. Great pressure initially by the Mays defense, but again, we talked about the escapability of all 3 of the quarterbacks we've seen today, and Swann making things happen with his feet, buying himself some time, and finding a wide open wide receiver.
Guys, a couple of big things. First of all, Ronnie on the spot. That was their first down. So all the points have come on times that they've either just scored. So this is their first time actually moving those chains, Dave Garner. But also, we've seen A.J. roll out to the right side. How good was it to roll out to the weak side and still be able to complete that throw across his body? You can tell why he's picked up that 4th star. Maryland is glad to have him.
Absolutely. As a right-handed quarterback, that's a tough throw right there. So 1st down and 10 after the Mays defensive timeout. Again, the Warriors up 17-6, and they'll keep it on the ground. And a nice little run right here. A seam inside the 45, inside the 40, and finally drug down at the 36. It's a gain of 12 and a 1st down for the Warriors. Move those chains.
Man, Zy Johnson there picking up where Keith Adams Jr. left off, rumbling and bumbling forward for a 1st down. Really nice run by him.
One back again, trips to the far side. They're going to swing it out. They got Aiden Moore. Makes one man miss, carries it back inside. He breaks a tackle. 30, 20, 10. He'll house it. Aiden Moore into the end zone and a Warrior touchdown.
Hey, look, guys, this is why it was a huge transfer for them. If you're going to lose a guy like Keith Adams Jr., you're going to need another dynamic player. They were talking about how they're going to get the double coverage off of a Darius Harshaw. That's how. Make Aiden Moore, get him out in space, and let him go.
So far, we've seen the 2 wide receivers, Moore and Richardson, the 2 newcomers to this offense, already provide an impact for Cherokee. Man, Aiden Moore with a great move to wiggle free to get open, and then he just turns on the jets and takes it to the house.
Yes, sir.
So Joe Stahl will try to make it a 24-6 ball game here in this first half. The Warrior offense has come alive here in this second quarter. It was a 3-0 game after the first 12 minutes, but the Warriors, with their third scoring strike now in the second quarter, have taken command of this one, and there's still 5:35 to play before we even get to the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show. So here's Joel Stahl. They'll tee it up, and once again, perfect on PATs. It's now 24-6. We'll take a 1-minute timeout and be back with more. You're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week. It's Game 1 of the Corky Kell Classic right here on 101.1 FM.
Northside Hospital Cherokee proudly supports Cherokee County football. Thousands of Northside doctors, nurses, and staff are right here in Canton, serving on the top-ranked team for your family's health needs. Whether you're on the field, in the stands, or in your neighborhood, Northside has the expertise to provide exceptional care in your community. For sports medicine, cardiology, maternity, oncology, and other specialties, you can trust your health care to Northside. Visit northside.com/Cherokee to learn more.
Golf cars used to only be for golfers. But now there's so much more. Golf Cars also offer transportation around your neighborhood or farm. Get yours at Golf Cars of Canton, your Club Car, Tomberlin, Garia, and Columbia dealer. Plus, they have a full service and parts department. Check out the selection of used golf cars or ask about renting. Go to golfcarsofcanton.com. Visit them at 121 Waleska Street in the Sandy Hook Shopping Center or call them 678-880-1156.
Everybody give us just one moment. We are having some technical problems. We'll go into another 1-minute break and see if we can get back with the boys at the Cherokee County High School football game.
Welcome to Perk Up. What can I get you?
Can I have a large, skinny, non-fat macchiato with
My 15-year-old has the taste buds of a middle-aged woman, but she's no adult. That's why we took her to Children's for her scoliosis. Their pediatric orthopedic program is nationally ranked. Their specialists understand growing bones and how to treat them. My kid ordering an adult-style coffee? Okay. Going to an adult doctor? Not so much.
Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Orthopedics. Where you take them matters. Learn more at choa.org/ortho.
Are you paying too much for your car or home insurance? At Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management, we represent dozens of highly rated insurance companies. We can help you develop the right protection plan for your family and then search to find you the best combination of price and protection. Call us today at 678-880-9571 or come by and see us at 670 East Main Street in Canton for a free...
Let me know when we're on there, Raisa. All right, we are experiencing some technical difficulty here at West Forsyth High School, but we do bring you back to action. We'll have our full signal for you back here hopefully in just a moment. Dave Garner back here alongside Art Mosley and Will Cooper as we bring you back to action here. The Mays Raiders back on offense. They had a penalty on their first play there, so it backed them up inside the 15-yard line. And now Quintavious Johnson will be faced with a 2nd down and 18 as Mays has to run right into the teeth of that Warrior defense. Pass across the middle. That one is complete for about 10 yards, but yet another flag comes flying in.
Yeah, you're right there, guys. And I tell you, when you come back and see the flag there, Mays is having a really hard time getting anything rolling on the offensive side of the ball because they keep either snapping snapping the play over the head of the quarterback. I'll get it out there in a minute, or committing a penalty. So Mays getting pushed back even further here.
Yeah, that was a great – I want to talk about that great pass by Johnson. Like Dave mentioned and you mentioned too, Will, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Great-looking pass looks like illegal man downfield or illegal touching. It almost looks like it. So maybe the receiver was lined up.
Over the
covered up.
Covered up, yeah. So, again, they just can't seem to catch a break right here, and they're going to be in another second and long play here. Looks like all the way down inside the 10-yard line, all the way down to the 7-yard line.
Yeah, this drive started on the 20 after the kickoff. Of course, went out of the back of the end zone once again by Joel Stahl. So Quintavious Johnson and company back, as you mentioned, aren't inside the 7 here. The ball right on the 7-yard line here on the near hash. And Johnson's heels at his own 1-yard line with one back. Trips to the far side, and they do have one here to the boundary in the near side. Keegan Baker playing center field with his heels up at the 21, trying to make sure he keeps everything in front of him.
Watch this matchup down here at the bottom with O'Keefe.
And they will keep it on the ground. Johnson keeps it himself, but not anything much going on there. 3rd down and long, and they were just trying to get some room to punt, it looks like, as Johnson picked up maybe a couple to the 10-yard line, but it will be 4th down and about 20. And so we will see the punt team come onto the field right here. The clock rolls now down about the 4-minute mark here. As I mentioned, the Warriors up 24-6 on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard, and now we got a timeout here called by Mays, and they want to talk things over.
Mays, I think, averaging 7 yards a punt. So this is they're in pretty perilous territory here at their own 10-yard line. We've already had troubles with snaps in special teams, and now you're deep in your own end zone. I would imagine that Cherokee might be pinning their ears back this time.
Let's get stats from that last drive. Ronnie on the spot here as I'll buy him a minute to get it pulled up. Ronnie, go ahead.
All right, the last drive was 5 plays for a total of 70 yards, 2 rushes for 15 yards, 2 or 3 passing for 55 yards, time of possession 126.
Maybe the time of possession wasn't what Coach Shaw wanted, but it certainly is getting there a little bit back to what they're used to.
Well, we talked about you talked about on the last drive, a 1st down for the Warriors. They haven't had many of them because they've either scored or they haven't, converted. So they haven't held on to the ball very long. I mean, their drives have all been under 2 minutes basically as far as what they put points on the board for.
Dave, looks like they've got a new punter back there. It's going to be Solomon Evans this time. So they had a little bit of height. Maybe he can catch that high snap.
So let's see what happens right here. Again, Aiden Moore back deep for the Warriors, it looks like.
I believe that joined by Bergman back there as well.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Well, this one off the side of his foot. It will take a bounce, and the Warriors will just let it go right here, and it'll roll up to the 37. And may as well touch it there. I'm surprised one of the Warriors didn't just run up and grab that ball and
it's not a whole
try
lot
to pick
of
up some yards. But
not
I
a
think
whole lot of Mays defenders. I think they're satisfied with this field position.
I think so. Well, you think about it. Okay, I'm not sure how many times the Warriors have had the ball tonight, but all but 1 or 2 drives maybe have started in Mays territory. So field position obviously leading to some short fields here for the Warriors, and that's been a very big beneficiary.
Yeah, you're right about that. I think for Cherokee, we saw that they were struggling really early on, but always it helps when you're starting your drive at, your own, in their territory especially, but also started a few drives from within the 20 guys. So with that being said, Cherokee's offense has definitely been given a boost by the Mays special teams and offense, 2 things you don't think coincide, but here they do.
So the Warrior offense back to work here, 24-6. They lead it, and Swann going to throw a quick pass. He's got a man open right at the 30-yard line, a quick hitter right there. And a man wide open. It looked like the tight end there making the grab.
That was Adam Fullen on the reception out there in space, and a good job to move those chains. Just a little curl route on the play action. It worked, got out in some open space, and worked his way for a gain of about 15 or 20.
Take what they give you, right? Isn't that what they say defensively?
Well, I think we're seeing from Zy Johnson that he's a serviceable back here, and they're not going to be able just to put everybody in coverage, Dave.
Press coverage this time on the edges, and Swann looking, trying to throw one. Oh, my goodness gracious, wide open. Into the end zone is Aiden Moore for the touchdown grab there. They faked the tunnel screen, and basically the entire Mays secondary bid on it. And A.J. Swann had his choice. He had 2 guys wide open, 20 yards downfield. He just had to get it to one of them.
Looked like the Mays Raiders were well coached on defending that tunnel screen. Didn't see that fake on film this week, and, man, that's about as wide open and as easy as those come, Will.
Well, they used the tunnel screen about 4 times at the WLJA Bowl against River Ridge a couple weeks ago. So Mays must have gotten there full of the tunnel screen, said we're not going to let that happen to us. And, oh, boy, talking about adding a wrinkle into the playbook. Coach, I got this idea. Let's try this.
Another non-first down drive, too, for the Warriors.
You're right. Explosive drives. So they had 1 first down. Adam
Stahl. Yep, you're right. Stahl puts it through. He's been perfect tonight. He'll stay perfect. And the Warriors lead at 31-6 with 3:32 left here in the first half. Guys, let's keep the action right here and kind of get our breath here and kind of analyze so far what we've seen. This Warrior offense, after a 3-0 first quarter, the floodgates have opened here in the second quarter. 28 points by this Warrior offense. Aiden Moore, the Sequoia transfer, now with 2 touchdowns in this first half.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how long it took Aiden last year to get 2 touchdowns, receiving touchdowns, but he's done it in probably about 3 minutes of game time. Will, you got a stat for me?
I can tell you exactly how long it took him. It took him never, because he never had a receiving touchdown. He had 1 rushing touchdown last year. You know, Sequoia didn't really utilize him in the way that I feel like that they might do this year, given the spread that we'll see and maybe even some shotgun formations on Friday. But I can tell you, over here, he's loving it and having a lot of big receptions, and they're doing exactly what they wanted to do. Keep the attention with Adarius. We've got Aiden. In a couple weeks, we'll see that attention shift, and then Adarius will open up. So keep an eye on that, Warriors fans.
So Joe Stahl to boot it away once again. Let's see if he can reach the back of the end zone and stay perfect in that category tonight. Perfect on PATs. Another long kick. This one is going to go about 2 yards deep in the end zone, and it'll be a touchback once again. He's just daring him now to try to jump up and keep it out of the end zone and get a return there.
Let's go to the stats on that last drive with Ronnie on the spot. Ronnie, take it away.
That one's pretty easy. 2 plays, 2 completions, 38 yards, 29 seconds, time of possession.
And they're getting it done with the guys that we didn't really expect. As you know, we've been talking about kind of surprising. Caleb Richardson, his first touchdown. Aiden Moore adding 2 of his own. You know, it's just really, for Cherokee fans, it's got to be exciting to see that the guys that you don't expect to get production from, or maybe some questions, are getting that.
Agreed, Will. Just a bunch of, it's like Christmas Day for the Cherokee Warrior offense.
Mm-hmm.
Johnson from the 20-yard line steps up, trying to break a tackle, and can't get away. He'll go down back at the 18. He tried to step up there. They had some guys running verticals down the field, but nothing opened up, and that Warrior defensive pressure finally caved Johnson in.
Yeah, Javon Hobson, as we mentioned, 6'2", 240 sophomore. He was going to be a big part interchanging there. Moved over to defensive tackle there to replace Tanner Dollyhigh for a little bit of a rest, and just grabbed and just held on for dear life, and luckily a couple of Cherokee Warriors came over to help.
So a loss of 2 on the play, 2nd down and 12. Going to swing this one out in the flat right here, and that ball is incomplete. It's a long throw to make from the far hash. They were trying to throw a quick hitter out in the near flat. But even on a 3-yard pass play like that, you got to throw the ball 30 yards to get it there, and he just one-hopped it into the intended target.
Yeah, I'm not quite. That play looked like it was doomed from the start. Kind of the snap looked like it wasn't timed right. Some of the offensive linemen were moving maybe a little bit early. Nevertheless, it's going to set up a 3rd down and 12 and another crucial play for this Mays offense.
Now Monte Duncan, the intended target on that last one, but it was well covered, and now there is movement, and now the flags will come out. I think they kind of just let the play go, but they can't let that one go. There was some obvious movement there along the front of that Mays offensive line, and this will back them up 5 yards.
Well, Dave, one thing you didn't see on the huddle tape is they had about 5 or 6 false starts in the scrimmage, and that was all on the tackles. But right now we're seeing it with the new center, Dante Jones. That's his 2nd one of the game, and you saw him put the hands on the helmet. He's got to be frustrated, but also you got to cut him a little slack. He's been thrust into this position.
Yeah, I think that was a freshman, Jaheim White, freshman over there, number 59, moving a little bit early, so might have had some jitters, that young guy. So it's going to be 3rd down and 17.
Obvious passing situation right here, but
we said that last time.
Mays just might be looking for room to punt it out of here as well. There's Johnson. Going to take one, going to fire it in the flat. That one's going to be, well, I was going to say the nearest guy to that one as it falls incomplete. They were trying to get it to Wiggles, but you had looked like Goddard maybe rolling over there, I think, for the Warriors. It was probably the closest guy to that one.
Yeah, I believe it was Chase Goddard rolling over there. And if he had got his eyes up, he could have maybe intercepted it, but he was so focused on making the tackle that he just didn't look up and see the ball. So with that being said, they're going to have to kick it off and punt it back.
Johnson skies that one over his head and will punt this one away. And the Warriors, again, stand to have good field position. It's still almost 3 minutes here in this first half. I mean, all the Warrior drives, as we've talked about, have been extremely short. And the return men have their heels right at the 40-yard line of Mays. And so we'll see right here what they decide to do. Nearly muffed the snap, nearly got it blocked, and it will be returnable here on the near edge. And 30, 25, 20 near sideline, finally shoved out of bounds.
That was Weston Bergman.
Yeah, that was Bergman that time on the return for the Warriors. So once again, a great return right there by Bergman. And that sets up Cherokee with yet another short field, extremely short field.
Here's the thing. They're set up on the 15-yard line. We talk about them only having 2 first downs on the game, but they only have 5 yards to play with to get a first down.
I was going to say that's true. You don't really have a lot of room to pick up a lot of first downs. I mean, that is true.
But this game has felt like we're wearing out the turf over here to our left-hand side in the second quarter because there has been no action over here on this side of the 50.
Hey, guys, I look for the Cherokee Warriors to mix it up here. I know they've been going air. Let's see if they pop in a surprise run game and hit Zy Johnson up the middle here as that Mays defense looks to be a little softened up right now.
Wouldn't you love to see a draw right here?
We may very well see one here. Twins left and right, one back. And for the Warriors, as we talked about, looks like Johnson out there. But it looks like it's going to be a pass play. Swann looking, firing deep over the middle, has a man, touchdown. 8 yards deep in the middle of the end zone.
And that's a Darius Harshaw. So finally we're getting a little bit of production from a guy that we expected, Art.
Yeah, a double move by Darius. He fakes that post pattern, the flag pattern, and comes back and a little double move there. Had the defensive back on skates. AJ puts it into the windows, touchdown. It's about as elementary as it comes for this Cherokee offense.
So 34 points pending the PAT here in the second quarter for this Warrior offense after just 3 in that first quarter, but now they're running away with this thing before the half.
Well, when we get to the stats on the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show, I think you're going to see Cherokee probably doesn't have a lot of yards. I would guess probably 150 to 200 maybe in total, but they just start the position so close to the end zone that you don't need a lot of yards, and there's another drive that no first downs. So when we talk about 2 first downs and also time of possession, you got to feel like the Cherokee defense has been on the field for a long time, but what do you want the Cherokee offense to do, not score?
Well, they're a quick strike, and looks like, on that coverage, they gave Darius probably about a 15-yard cushion. Very difficult to cover, give him that much space when he's got those kind of moves. Looks like we had an unsportsmanlike conduct on the Warriors. I assume that's going to be assessed on the kickoff, so we'll see if we can Joel Stahl's leg will be tested pending the PAT here.
Might be the most exciting play we've had in a couple of minutes, guys.
Out of the Swann of A.J. Holt, Joel Stahl boots it right down Main Street. It's 38 to 6 on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. Let's go ahead and step aside for 30 seconds and be right back here on the Tri-State Communications Sports Network. You're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week on North Georgia's 101.1 FM WLJA.
It's football time, and Brian Aaron at Woodstock Outlet has some great news for all the football fans.
Hey, y'all, we are glad to be a sponsor for these games and have a great time. Stay safe out there, and we just really do love being part of our community, and thankful we got the best customers a business could possibly have. And we built a new warehouse. We got it full for the pickup or delivery, so we're ready to go. Y'all come see us, and we sure do appreciate you.
Into the Tri-State Communications Sports Network as we've got the WLJA Cherokee County Game of the Week. A mouthful for sure as we see Joel Stahl marching back to the 25-yard line. Let's go to Ronnie Cooper on the stats on that last drive.
That was one play for 15 yards, one completion, and I think the clock operator might have been a little slow with the finger because 19 seconds went off the clock, and I don't believe that play took that long.
Maybe a little bit of help from Mays. Yeah. Right. So, Dave, take it away for us, partner.
All right, Joel Stahl set to boot it away here. And, guys, I'm running out of room in my second quarter scorebook here. I've bled into the third quarter now because, again, the Warriors have exploded. And that one going out of bounds there, the first mistake of the night by Joel Stahl, as that one goes out of bounds around the 20. And I think they just wanted to try to make Mays return one, but he caught that one off the side of his foot, and it goes out of bounds. 2:30 to play here in the first half. Cherokee up 38-6 on Mays. And we're still 2.5 from the half here, as the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard may need another digit on it by the end of the night.
Well, look, we're about 48 hours away from kickoff on Friday night, so I want to go ahead and remind everyone that we'll have the Cherokee County Game of the Week with Sequoia and Woodstock coming up on 101.1 FM. Me and Art will have that for you. And also on our sister station, WPGY 93.7 and 98.1 and 1580, we'll have the Pickens County Game of the Week as they are going to be facing Gilmer. So make sure you check out one of those stations for sure. We got action for you all season long.
64th meeting, I think we said the other day. I think
that's
between
right.
those two, the annual Highway 515 robbery game between Gilmer and Pickens over on our sister station, 98.1 on Friday night. And, of course, as Will said, Sequoia at Woodstock, our Cherokee County Game of the Week. 2 games in 1 week right here on the airwaves, and that's what we're talking about. We talk about the Tri-State Communication Sports Network. It's multiple radio stations now. It's the Enjoy Cherokee magazine. It's a family of products for you that we hope you enjoy, and again, we hope you're enjoying this broadcast here tonight.
All of it's no cost.
So first down and 10. And Johnson, he's just going to heave one up right here. One-on-one, he's got a man there, and that one is going to be caught, but they are going to say they're going to give it to him in bounds.
So
I believe they are.
Yeah, and a great catch there by, as we mentioned, working one-on-one against Evan Beeger again. That's going to be something they're going to have to work on.
Yeah,
but
Solomon Evans.
Yeah, completed out to him again. So that seems to be a mismatch they like over there.
Yeah, they went up for it. Wasn't sure he got his feet in, but they say he did all the way down to the Warrior 14. So now Mays in business. Clock still 2:21 and counting. And this time Johnson just going to run it with the lead blocker, but he's going nowhere. And a great job there into the backfield as the Warriors got it fielded in a hurry there.
Yeah, Cayenne Simmons did a really good job running around the block from Tristan. We got Cayenne Simmons on the ground, it looks like, and also it looks like we've got Quintavious Johnson again on the ground. So we've got a couple of trainers coming out to attend to some players. But guys, as they're attending to Cayenne Simmons, did a really good job getting around the edge block as it was a fake handoff to Morgan, and Morgan was the lead blocker. He was able to come around and shoestring tackle Quintavious as Quintavious makes his way off the field.
Maybe a cramp, not sure here. Simmons, who makes the tackle, started hobbling, kind of walking off normal. Then all of a sudden he kind of went down right there in front of the Warrior sideline up around the 18-yard line there. So they will take a look at him right here. And now the Warrior, the entire defense, will come over the sideline, as will the Mays offense to theirs. And the clock will stop with 2:07 left here in this first half still. And, again, this game was scheduled to kick off right at 5:30 or shortly thereafter. But Mays was delayed. Not sure exactly why. It could have been traffic, but they did not get here. And they did not arrive until right at about game time. They had to allow them a 30-minute warm-up period. So we didn't actually kick this off until about 6 or 7 minutes after 6 o'clock. And so we're just now at 7:30, which will be normal game time the rest of the year.
Yeah.
But we're just now in this game, not even quite to halftime yet. So by the time this thing ends, it'll probably be about like a normal 7:30 Friday night kickoff with the way things have been going.
And by the way, folks, we are also the home for the Atlanta Braves on the Braves Radio Network. And throughout the season, we sometimes break up each other's coverage. And when we do that, we like to keep you updated. So before we leave tonight, we're going to update you on the Braves score. So if you're turning over your radio dials trying to listen to the Braves game, we got some high school football for you, maybe a little different flavor, but stick around. You never know. You might find something you like.
And also the home for Georgia Bulldog football,
and
which
also
is getting ready to crank up as well.
And we have a flag.
I hear they're dropping like flies over there in Athens, though. They've got several guys that are going to be out for that first one against Clemson, it sounds like.
And that's, we talk about the kickoff games being so good, right? And there's a lot of talk in college football. We're not going to get too much into it. We're lonely high school football broadcasters. But you have to feel like that Georgia-Clemson game has so many implications for the rest of the year that might be the biggest game of the year. And it just so happens it's to kick off the season.
Not just for the postseason, but also a big recruiting battle as Clemson loves to come into the Georgia borders and take some of our best athletes.
No doubt. Talking about Oscar Delp earlier.
So here we go. Johnson back, looking, scrambling, nowhere to go with the football. That's actually Evans in there at quarterback, still scrambling near side, and he's just going to throw it out of bounds just to get rid of it. It was obviously outside the tackle box there, and so they are looking. There's a flag down at the 15-yard line. So let's check and see. It might have been an ineligible player downfield there by Mays, but we'll get the indication here in just a moment. That was a second down and 13 play as it was, and Mays may be backing up further right here. It was ineligible player downfield there. So, again, a two-headed quarterback system, as we've talked about, between Johnson and Evans. That time Evans gets the snap and did a great job of scrambling out of pressure. Art, you talked about the mobility and the escapability of these quarterbacks here tonight. Even A.J. has shown some good feet here, and that time Evans was able to get out of trouble once again.
Extended the play, but really didn't have a whole lot of help from his receivers. Everybody else was on the left side of the field as Evans was rolling back to his right, and so that penalty is going to be declined, setting up a long third down here at about the 18-yard line, Dave.
Yeah, and the flip side of that is y'all talked about, the Warriors receivers have bailed out their offense on several plays here tonight, even a couple of scoring plays. So here's third down and about 13 right here. And it will be Evans again at quarterback, but they'll keep it on the ground and get what they can, but not even back to the original line of scrimmage. So kind of surprised they didn't throw the football right there, but they will have a fourth down play. And more than likely, it looks like they're going to keep their offense on the field right here and just maybe chunk one up.
Yeah, I think you have to with 1:40 left, being down by 32. Tristan Morgan on the carry there. And I think they're just searching for answers, but you're down here on the 15. If nothing else, it flips the field if you turn it over.
Yeah, well, the problem is you've got your best receiver, deep threat, playing quarterback. So, and Wiggles, their next best receiver, didn't even look his way that time on this 4th down play. Let's see what they go to.
So here we go. Oh, they bobbled it right here. Evans trying to get rid of it. He'll go down back at the 25. Had no chance on that one. He tried to get it out of his hand, but the Warriors with a big rush right there. And once again, Javon Hobson, the sophomore, steps up with another big hit.
Yeah, Javon Hobson there. Good job sticking with the play. That's the key to playing Mays, is you can't just run past them. You got to spread your shoulders a little bit and square up, because they're going to try and make you miss, but he did a really good job. And the read there was almost a disaster as it popped up in the air, but luckily Evans, as you mentioned, plays a little receiver, was able to bring it in. And, at least for them, Cherokee doesn't get it in plus territory.
Right. How aggressive will the Warriors be right here with the 1:11? I mean, they've got to go a long ways this time.
I think maybe you pound them inside to see how much you can get on the first play. I think Coach Shaw's probably happy to take a 32-point lead into the halftime, so don't expect a big throw right here. I think we'll see a couple of runs and the Warriors go to halftime and talk about it.
Well, speaking of, coming up here in just a moment, the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management Halftime Show. Will Cooper, your host, along with Art Mosley, will have some halftime stats and numbers and some highlights for you as well from this first half, which has seen a second quarter offensive explosion from the Warriors. And Swann going to throw this one up long. He's got Harshaw there, and it's knocked away at the other 38. Adarius wanting the flag, but won't get it. Good one-on-one coverage right there in the back end of that Raider secondary.
Surprise, surprise, Dave. They're going deep, and so we'll see Coach Shaw not satisfied with the 32-point lead.
Yeah, well, Will said they dress out 97. They want to try to maybe get 97 guys into the game tonight, and if they go into that locker room with a big enough lead, we'll see some fresh faces.
Yeah, you can take your 38 points and shove it. Travis Terrell working one-on-one there on Adarius.
Yeah, so here we go, Swann again. Duos left and right, loading up. This time he's under pressure, though steps up, avoids the pressure. There's a penalty flag down, so regardless, this one will come back. He's going to chunk this one up, though, and it's going to be knocked away. And that time it was receiver turned DB there, as the player that had the best shot of that ball belonged to Mays, and the back end of that defense knocked it away there. That was Keegan Baker, number 9, the intended target, and that time he turned into the free safety that he is on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, Travis Terrell back there again in coverage, Will. That's back-to-back plays. They're testing him. But he's shown he's equal to the task, at least on this drive.
So do you run it on 3rd and 10 because you don't want your defense to have to get back out there?
Possibly. 50.
You're throwing it 50 yards down the field.
Well, they're going to accept that. They're going to accept that holding penalty, so it's going to be second and
20. I mean, I guess if they're going to try and score again, you got to back them up, right? Logic would dictate.
52 seconds left to play in the half, and again, Coach Shaw and the Warriors have shown they are not content to take this into halftime and run this out. But I think Mays has got one timeout left.
Right.
You might see a run play this time. Yeah.
Cherokee with 2 timeouts, so if they do get something down the field here, they could conceivably call a timeout. They do have 52 seconds left here in the half, but that penalty will back them up all the way up inside their own 10-yard line. So you want to be careful right here as well. Here's Swann, 5 yards deep again out of the gun, and they will just keep it on the ground right here. Johnson straight forward, finds a little bit of an alley there. Will pick up about 5 yards, and now it looks like the Warriors are content to take that 32-point lead into the locker room. But we'll wait and see here.
Well, the play clock and the game clock almost in sync here. Looks like
1 second difference.
They might have to take one snap here to close out the first half.
So here we go, Swann. Offense breaks. 5 across the front, twins to the left and right, 1 back set. And a man in motion, that's Harshaw. No, looks like they may try to throw one more up right here. Swann in trouble, gets rid of it, finds the outlet to back out of the backfield. That's Johnson. He's got some room down the sideline. Watch out. Great block out there on the edge, midfield, and drugged down with 4 seconds left, 3. And now it does look like they will stop the clock on the first down. But let's see if the Warriors decide to burn a timeout right here. And who knows, maybe trying to throw one up into the end zone.
Well, I mean, with 3 seconds left, you might as well, right? You just got 50 yards of chunk yardage on that one, so chunk it up, see what happens. You got Caleb Richardson, 6'6". You got Keegan Baker at 6'3". They have a good opportunity.
How about Johnson, though? I mean, the awareness right there. A.J. goes through his progression. 4 receivers, can't find anyone open, so he hits the back out of the backfoot who slips out of the formation. And he's got all kinds of running room down the sideline, and the receiver, I think that was Baker.
That was Darius Harshaw.
Was that Harshaw that was blocking
blocker.
downfield, and he had the DB on skates all the way down the sideline?
That's one thing you do have to give Cherokee credit for is they really do a good job of blocking with their receivers, which they have to be in a spread offense. When you run the ball, you're going to have to get that. So they do a really good job. And Darius, a true leader on this team, is just another example of that. He might be the best blocking player on the team, and it just so happens he plays wide receiver.
A big play right there. That's going to be about a 45-yarder, I guess, or 41-yarder, says Ronnie on the spot. And so the Warriors do indeed burn a timeout here to stop the clock. So they've got one chunk here into the end zone.
A lot of hands on hips on that Mays defense right now. You got to wonder where their head is, down 32 points, and not having an answer for this Warrior offense right now.
So here we go. Swann's got trips to the near side with the ball over on the far hash as they bunch them all together, and then one back here to the near side. He's just going to load up. He's going to fire it down the field towards the end zone. He's got a man there, and that one's going to be intercepted, it looks like, right at the goal line there. So, again, that'll hurt his stat number just a little bit, but on a play like that, you got to throw it down there and see what happens. So the Mays Raiders do avoid giving up any more points to the Warriors here, but we have officially reached the half here, folks, finally. And the score is 38-6. Cherokee leads it on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet in the very first game of the high school football season here in the state of Georgia as part of the Corky Kell Classic. We'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll transition to the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show with your host, Will Cooper, and the gang. Back after 2 minutes, you're listening to live coverage of the Cherokee County Game of the Week on North Georgia's 101.1 FM WLJA.
At Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management, we believe that your insurance protection and wealth management plan go hand in hand. We start by shopping your insurance with highly rated companies to find you the best combination of price and protection. With that plan in place, we can then work with you to develop a tailored financial plan. Whether you need to save money on insurance or you need a full financial plan, call us at 678-880-9571 or come by 670 East Main Street in Canton for a no-obligation consultation today. Securities and advisory services offered through Packer Land Brokerage Services Incorporated, an unaffiliated entity, member FNIRA and SIPC.
In times of uncertainty, it's nice to know that there's still some things that are certain. Hi, I'm Dave Garner here, your local Woodman Life representative. I want to make sure that your family is protected with needs-based life insurance through Woodman Life. Life insurance has many benefits. It's not just something that's there when you pass. It's mortgage protection, family savings, debt relief, replacing lost income, and overall peace of mind. Some companies sell it because they have to. We sell it because it's what we do. Call for a free quote today or visit me online, and let's make certain that you're protected from today's uncertainty.
It's football time, and Brian Aaron at Woodstock Outlet has some great news for all the football fans.
Hey, y'all, we are glad to be a sponsor for these games and have a great time. Stay safe out there, and we just really do love being part of our community, and thankful we got the best customers a business could possibly have. And we built a new warehouse. We got it full for the pick-up or delivery, so we're ready to go. Y'all come see us, and we sure do appreciate you.
You've seen the many car dealer lots that are almost empty. Not at Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Canton. They've found the best used cars and trucks to fill their lot. Hundreds to choose from. Just go to SchottenkirkChrysler.com and do a search. Then come by and test drive your choice or buy online. Schottenkirk is proud to call Cherokee County home and are happy to be the dealer with a fully stocked lot of cars and trucks. Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, just off Riverstone Parkway in Canton at 200 Liberty Boulevard.
Welcome into the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show. I am your host, Will Cooper, joined alongside Arthur Mosley. Dave Garner has decided to take a nap here behind us as he's leaned up against the pole. That's not a joke. He's literally laying on the ground.
Well, Will, he's there's been a lot. We thought it was going to be a low-scoring game early, but a lot of scoring, so Dave's got to rest his vocal cords over there during halftime.
Let's take it over to Ronnie on the spot, Ronnie Cooper. He's going to give us the team stats, and we'll get into the player stats here in a minute, Art. So, Ronnie, go ahead.
Okay, Cherokee ran 24 plays for 222 total yards. Just so you know, Will, when you said they probably had 150 to 200, they were at 175 at that point. 10 rushes for 26 yards, 9 of 13 passing for 196. Still only 4 first downs out of all that. They've had 7 penalties for 66 yards, only 9 minutes and 39 seconds time of possession. Mays has run 36 plays for 157 yards, 21 rushes for 72, 6 of 13 passing for 85. They have 6 first downs. They also have 7 penalties, but for 47 yards and 14:09 time of possession. And just to answer Dave's question earlier, of the 8 drives for Cherokee, 5 started in Mays territory. 1 at the 14, 2 at the 31, 1 at the 38, and 1 at the 15.
Well, with stats like that, it's going to be hard to win.
Yep.
All right. Well, Art, let's jump into this a little bit more and get down to the nitty-gritty of it, partner. I think here's the thing. First of all, Nostradamus coming in there, 150 to 200, 175. You know, might be the greatest of all time.
Best call of the year, Will, so far.
No, for sure. But talking here in the abstract, before we jump into the player numbers, you know, Mays really hasn't played that bad of a game. It's just been that their mistakes have been so critical, and they haven't been able to overcome it. And on the opposite side of that, Art, I want to get your take on this. Cherokee, 9 minutes of possession. You know, we've played 24 minutes of football, It kind of makes you wonder if we're going to start seeing some younger players on the defense before we start seeing some younger players on the offense, because that defense has been on the field a long time.
They have, Will, but I think once you get a score like this, I think Cherokee's has seen what they want to see. I'd imagine if we get another score or running clock, we'll probably see some of those younger guys on both sides of the ball. Back to your point about Mays, I think overall, looking at one half, they've got a few things to correct. Again, we're talking about a 7A team in Cherokee versus a 4A team. Whatever the classifications are, they still got to make plays, and you can't have mistakes, whether it's in Class A in Georgia or 7A, and Mays really shooting themselves in the foot, albeit I don't know if they were playing a flawless game, if they could have kept Cherokee out of the end zone. Maybe the score's a little bit closer, but nonetheless, we're sitting at 38-6 here at halftime, and Mays has got a lot of errors to correct. The good news is they look like a very talented football team that can probably, if they can turn this thing around, I expect to see them in the postseason.
Yeah, for sure, and they still have a lot of young players, too, so they're going to mature as the season goes along, Art. But the one thing I would say is that the defense really can't be to blame for all of those scores, because you're setting them up for failure by putting them, as Ronnie mentioned, on the 15 a couple of times, the 31, the 38. Yes, Cherokee has seen that they've blown a few coverages, and they've been able to take advantage of that. But you can't blame it all on the defense for Mays. The offense has to move the ball a little bit and also be able to get them off of the field for just a minute to rest, as the sun is just now dipping behind West Forsyth High School. Art, we kicked off at 6:32. It was 91 degrees, and here we sit, and things are just a little bit calmer over here. But as we mentioned, Mays, a very talented team. Talking about the other side of the ball, the Cherokee defense has been pretty impressive, but Mays has been able to move the ball fairly well.
Yeah, in a couple of plays we've seen, the one big thing I like is Evans' ability Johnson's ability to run defenders over.
Yes.
He's shown some touch on the deep ball, and then Solomon Evans, oh my goodness, a very tremendous prospect at wide receiver. We talked about Wiggles coming into the game as a guy to go to. They looked like they went to him a couple times early, but it's really been Evans on the outside, who's one of those passes they called incomplete, another one they called complete down the sideline. He had a great catch in the end zone for that touchdown. So nothing to hang their hat on, but I think right now they're just being a little bit you're out of position when you've got to march the ball 90, 87, 80 yards down the field against this Cherokee Warrior defense.
Yeah, and I think that's the key right there is, we've seen some things from Cherokee. Talk about Zy Johnson for a minute. I really like what I've seen from Zy, and we can get into the individual player stats after we come out of the break here. But just one last abstract thought here is Cherokee so far on the defensive side has gotten penetration and gotten to the quarterback. They've just had a hard time wrapping up, and that's something that as they progress through their season, they're going to see a pretty good amount of mobile quarterbacks.
Yeah, they are. I'm really impressed by Javon Hobson. He has done a great job providing pressure, and Mays not helping them out with those high snaps. So anyway, Will, you got some stats for us? We're going to take a break right now.
We're going to take a break first, and then we'll jump back into about halfway through this break as the Benjamin E. Mays High School Band makes their way off. A very good job by them, and the Cherokee Warriors are spread out as the Band of Warriors are set to take the field. So we'll take a 2-minute break here on the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management Halftime Show and be back in 2 minutes.
Are you paying too much for your car or home insurance? At Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management, we represent dozens of highly rated insurance companies. We can help you develop the right protection plan for your family and then search to find you the best combination of price and protection. Call us today at 678-880-9571 or come by and see us at 670 East Main Street in Canton for a free, no obligation quote on your home, auto, business, or life insurance. Securities and advisory services offered through Packer Land Brokerage Services Incorporated, an unaffiliated entity, member FINRA and SIPC.
Golf cars used to only be for golfers. But now there's so much more. Golf Cars also offer transportation around your neighborhood or farm. Get yours at Golf Cars of Canton, your Club Car, Tomberlin, Garia, and Columbia dealer. Plus, they have a full service and parts department. Check out the selection of used golf cars or ask about renting. Go to golfcarsofcanton.com. Visit them at 121 Waleska Street in the Sandy Hook Shopping Center or call them 678-880-1156.
There's been so much talk about distracted driving, you're probably sick of hearing about it. Well, we'd rather you be sick of hearing about it than lose your life doing it. The caring staff with Sosby Funeral Home in Canton reminds you that we all have to go sometime, but don't rush it. Wait your turn and don't drive distracted. Keep your hands on the wheel, your eyes on the road, and make sure you stay alert and arrive alive. Drive safely and help us protect our teens. They're the only future we've got. Brought to you by Sosby Funeral Home, honoring life from 191 Jarvis Street in Canton.
When you are the official sponsor of the comeback, adding a few feet to a drive matters. First down. So does shaving 1/10 of a second off a lap. Top-rated surgery, physical therapy, and motion analysis by the sports medicine team at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta helps young athletes not only prevent injuries, but heal faster and return stronger, ready to win. Our more than 25 orthopedic and sports medicine locations are ready to assist your athlete's comeback. To learn more, visit choa.org/sportsmed.
Welcome back into the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show. I'm your host, Will Cooper, joined alongside Arthur Mosley. Dave Garner hanging out in the background along with Ronnie on the spot as well, providing the stats for us. All right, let's get into a few of these stats, my friend. Let's start out with Cherokee on this side, since that's going to be where the majority of the stats are going to be. And couple of things that we want to point out. First of all, Zy Johnson so far having a pretty good game. 6 rushes for 29 yards and a reception for 41. You know, obviously not going to get the yardage that we expected, but they're having such success throwing the ball. It's not going to be that type of game for him. Also working through the rest of these players, A.J. Swann, it looks like, has 2 rush attempts. You know, he had that couple of there and nothing really doing on that end. Don't see any passing attempts on him, so we'll come back to that here in just a minute. But when you look up and down this list of receivers and all that kind of stuff, we were talking about how surprised we were that Aiden Moore had 2 touchdowns, Caleb Richardson with the touchdown, these newcomers, and then, of course, Adarius, not to be outdone, is going to get his share as well.
Sure.
So the 4 tubs, in the first half there from Adarius and A.J. Swann in the group, you have to feel like that's what Cherokee was really aiming to do. And talking to Shaw, I know on y'all's podcast, Friday Football's at the Tavern, you might be able to check that one out. Check out the Twitter for that one, of course. You can also get it wherever podcasts are available. We're working on the Sports Blitz. We're going to have to get together on that one for sure. But also, he was very excited about having him. And with all of that being said, you got to feel like that the Cherokee offense is making a couple of strides that maybe we didn't even expect.
Yeah, very impressed with Moore, Richardson, and then Harshaw really did a great job of showing off his skill level on that double move to score that touchdown, Will. So you're right, very impressive in the passing game. Running game, I won't say it leaves much to be desired, but it's kind of what we expected with Zy Johnson, no Keith Adams Jr. Like we mentioned before, he's moved on, but Johnson's shown he's serviceable. When they did try to change pace, I didn't think the other running backs had as much success. So Cherokee really spreading it out like we thought, and I assume those linemen will figure out that zone blocking scheme here, hopefully sooner rather than later before they get into Region 5, 7A play, Will.
Yeah, for sure. And, Cherokee, 9 of 13 passing, 196 yards. And AJ's just going to eat all day long with these receivers. Of course, we're talking about 4A football compared to 7A football. We don't want to get too much into the weeds on that. There's a lot of conversation on Twitter going on right now about classification stuff. We're not going to deal with that today. We'll talk about that Friday maybe. But when you look around and you see all of these different stats and things like that, one thing that really jumps out to me is that the Mays Raiders have had a pretty good time of running the ball. They've run it 21 times for 72 yards, and they've only put the ball in the air 13 times for 85 yards. And those pass attempts, they tried a few screens and a few slants early, but they saw the safeties were playing in, so they thought, well, if you're going to play in, we're going to throw it over the top. And the 50-50 balls worked out pretty well for them, especially to Evans when he's not at quarterback.
Yeah, Evans really showing his athleticism. We thought we might see both quarterbacks. It became a necessity midway through the second half when Johnson goes out with an injury. Looks like a cramp, looks like he cramped up. Evans comes in, shows his little bit of escapability, and also shows some nice touch. But really like Johnson's touch on his deep ball, and he also showed he can zip some balls into coverage. Problem is, he's trying to find that, trying to get that quarterback center exchange even out of the shotgun has been very difficult. Once again, I don't care if you're playing single A or 7A. If you can't handle that quarterback center exchange, whether under center or out of the shotgun, and you turn the ball over a couple of times deep in your own end zone, in your own territory, it's going to be cause for trouble.
Well, we mentioned the 4 touchdowns from A.J. Swann. People might be wondering with a score of 38-6 where we got the other touchdown, and that's from a first-time offensive player, but he scored it on defense, and that's Toby Thompson, the defensive end over there, with the scoop and score on a fumbled snap, as you were just mentioning. Art, that's the thing about this Cherokee defense is they are very opportunistic. This is a team last year that was able to only allow 18.2 points per game and even force teams into some really bad situations as their defense only allowed, they racked up 19 sacks and 18 turnovers, including 12 interceptions and 6 fumble returns. So with that being said, there's also a magic number I want to go over with you, and that's in Cherokee's wins. They allowed 20 points or fewer in all 8 of those. In the 3 losses they had, they allowed 28 points or 29 points. So they didn't get over that 29 mark, but if it got to that 24-point mark, things were a little stressful.
Yeah, well, you talked about the turnover battle. I want to even go back earlier, going back 2 years. Cherokee had a stat. I think if the defense recorded 3 turnovers or more, they were going to win that game. And so looks like they're over the last couple of seasons, that's starting to become a trend under Coach Harvey's defense. So very impressive. And we know that if you can win the turnover battle, typically you're going to put your team in a pretty good position, that offense pretty good position. And the offense has shown they can put points on the board. The defense is coming up as well. So, man, probably a lot to be happy about over the Alpha Marietta Highway in Canton, Georgia.
Yeah, you're hearing the Cherokee Band of Warriors behind us. They're doing a great job, and it's really kind of a good illustration of the difference between a 4A school and a 7A school, as you see how many more kids the Cherokee Band has as well. But just quickly, we have about 5 minutes left here in the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show before we jump back into the action with Dave Garner. With all of this being said, Art, what's going to be the message? Cherokee's going to have a long week. A long off week, I guess I should say, before they play Sequoia at Sequoia, August 27th. That'll be a Cherokee County game of the week, so Warriors fans, we're covering your first 2 games. But with all of this, what do you think is the message to Shaw in the locker room right now? Being up 38-6, there's not a lot he can complain about.
There isn't a lot he can complain about, but as a head coach, or as any kind of coach, I'm sure you can find something to improve on. They're looking for the perfect game or the excellent game, and we realize that are we going to grade out well on all of our blocks? Are we doing the right things and running our routes? Defensively, are we getting our assignments? Are we missing a block here? I think there's always room for improvement. So I think the message here is probably don't get complacent in that locker room. I don't think, not to discount Mays, but I think a 32-point, from what we've seen in this game, 32 points is probably going to be a little bit insurmountable. Never say never, Will, but if I'm Coach Shaw, I'm saying, hey, let's not be complacent. Maybe see those starters for a few more snaps here in the third. They score another touchdown, and I expect to see some of those younger guys get some action.
You think Cherokee's going to come out and throw the ball?
I think maybe on passing downs, but I think first and second down, you probably see them try to wear down that defense in front of Mays and maybe shorten this game.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The Mays Raiders are already back out on the field and warming up. Cherokee still working their way into they were out there in the school. Mays was actually meeting over here behind the scoreboard. Didn't actually work their way into the locker room, it didn't look like. So with that being said, Art, we got about a minute left here on the Foundation Financial halftime show. One last note here. What do you expect from Mays? Are they going to keep the ground and pound because that's been working for them, or are they going to have to start airing the ball out immediately?
I think you'll see them throw the ball a little bit more, especially if the Warriors work in some of those younger guys. I think the running game, we've seen why they only average what they averaged last season on the ground, just not an overly impressive rushing attack. I do like the quarterback running, but we got to wonder about Johnson's health in a quarterback. He's been hobbled a little bit, so that's limited that rushing attack. So maybe some handoffs here, but I would expect for them to try to get something going on offense through the air.
And we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, but if you're talking about, they're talking about pulling the starters, I guess it's time to tune off. Cherokee's got some really good young guys, so we don't want to count that before it starts, but if it gets to that point, there's a lot to stay tuned for, so don't move a muscle. We're going to take our final 2-minute break of the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show. When we come back, we'll welcome Dave Garner back into the broadcast booth, and we'll be set to bring you the second half of action as the sun has set and the lights are on here at West Forsyth High School in Cumming, Georgia. You're listening to the Tri-State Communications Sports Network on 101.1 FM WLJA.
At Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management, we believe that your insurance protection and wealth management plan go hand in hand. We start by shopping your insurance with highly rated companies to find you the best combination of price and protection. With that plan in place, we can then work with you to develop a tailored financial plan. Whether you need to save money on insurance or you need a full financial plan, call us at 678-880-9571 or come by 670 East Main Street in Canton for a no-obligation consultation today. Securities and advisory services offered through Packer Land Brokerage Services Incorporated, an unaffiliated entity member FNIRA and SIPC.
Prescription medications can help us live longer and healthier lives, but any medication has the potential to do harm if misused. Drug-Free Cherokee would like to remind you to only use prescription medications as directed by a health professional. Never share your medications with others or use someone else's. Always store your medications securely to prevent others from taking them, and properly dispose of medications that you no longer need. Be a good example for those around you and promote safe medication practices and teach others to do the same. Visit drugfreecherokee.com.
You've seen the many car dealer lots that are almost empty. Not at Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Canton. They've found the best used cars and trucks to fill their lot. Hundreds to choose from. Just go to SchottenkirkChrysler.com and do a search. Then come by and test drive your choice or buy online. Schottenkirk is proud to call Cherokee County home and are happy to be the dealer with a fully stocked lot of cars and trucks. Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, just off Riverstone Parkway in Canton at 200 Liberty Boulevard.
Northside Hospital Cherokee proudly supports Cherokee County football. Thousands of Northside doctors, nurses, and staff are right here in Canton, serving on the top-ranked team for your family's health needs. Whether you're on the field, in the stands, or in your neighborhood, Northside has the expertise to provide exceptional care in your community. For sports medicine, cardiology, maternity, oncology, and other specialties, you can trust your health care to Northside. Visit northside.com/Cherokee to learn more.
You're listening to WLJA FM 101.1 and WLJA HD1 LJ, Jasper, Canton, Woodstock, and all of North Georgia.
Welcome back into West Forsyth High School as we are wrapping up the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show with those guys over on East Main Street in Canton. Make sure you check them out. We want to thank all of our sponsors for being back on this year. Woodstock Furniture Outlet, Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We also want to thank Canton Golf Carts, their first year on with us. Soseby Funeral Home has returned. Children's Health Care of Atlanta Cherokee has returned once again. Drug-Free Cherokee for their first time. And last and least is Woodman Life, as Dave Garner here, the representative that we are representing on the advertisements back to the left of me here. Dave, welcome back into the broadcast booth, partner, as Cherokee is making their way onto the field behind you.
Yeah, and taking their time, I guess, there. They want to stay in that locker room as long as they could. And, of course, the contrast to that is, as you guys talked about, Mays, of course, kind of staying down in the corner there, never left, basically, the stadium there. And so the Warriors making their way back onto the field. But the big news here for us, though, is the sun has finally gone down behind the school there, the school gymnasium here at West Forsyth High School, now blocking the sun. And so, finally a little bit of relief from those 90-degree temperatures we had earlier.
Well, it looks like the gym is about 4 or 5 stories tall. I think we might try and invest a little bit of money into West Forsyth to make it about 20 stories tall for the next time that we're over here at West Forsyth for a broadcast, because then we wouldn't have had to worry about it. We have a little gap between our tent set up here on the top of the press box and where that overlays. We do want to give a shout-out to Score Atlanta and I.J. Rosenberg for allowing us to be here and cover your Cherokee Warriors as they are getting set to come out here on the second half, guys. 2 minutes left before we get ready to roll. Kind of ironic, right? Cherokee taking their time coming out of the half. Mays a little late getting here. Maybe a little bit of back and forth. And, we were discussing, Dave, and I want to get your take on this, is we were discussing if they were going to come out and throw the ball or if they were going to run it, or what do you think their game plan is? Same offense or slow it down?
Well, I kind of think like Art. I mean, I think they're going to try to establish more of the run and maybe throw it in passing situations, certainly if they have to. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Tanner Savasser, the freshman quarterback, a little bit, maybe take a few snaps. I mean, situation right now, if you're the coach, is you have to kind of walk that line between, okay, how long do we go with our guys? I mean, obviously they dress out almost 100 players talking about the Cherokee Warriors. They double up a lot of numbers on the roster. So, expecting that we'll see a lot of younger guys perhaps in the second half. May come out, though, and make sure that Mays doesn't somehow or another get super motivated and try to get back in this game. So, but I would think if the Warriors are maybe able to put up another score here and they go up and they start having a running clock situation or whatever, that we may very well see the end of the night for the starters. And, I'm just interested to see what the guys have to say on the Fridays at the Tavern podcast about this Cherokee Warrior team. I'll be interested in what they say next week.
Yeah, I mean, you guys recorded last night, Art, so we're going to have to wait until next Thursday for it to be released. I know you released it early today for the fans of us here that wanted to listen to your takes. So
a lot of time, and I believe we'll probably try to get Coach Shaw. Last week on the podcast, last night on the podcast, probably the first time we didn't have Coach Shaw or Coach Mike Collins over at River Ridge. So first for us, two long-standing guests on that podcast. But I'd be interested to see what Coach Shaw has to say about this performance of his team tonight, and then a little bit of a rest period next couple of days. So see how they handle that going into a week against the county rival in the Sequoia Chiefs.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And it's going to be interesting to see, Art, for you and I. We'll be there Friday to watch Sequoia in person. It's going to be interesting to see what they have, some new wrinkles with the defense with Brent Buddy and all those sorts of things. So make sure you check that out Friday night. Also Friday night on WPGY, our sister station on the Tri-State Communication Sports Network, you're going to have on 93.7, 98.1, and AM 1580 the Pickens County game of the week, and that is the Pickens Dragons as they travel over to Huff Mosley Stadium and take on the Gilmer Bobcats as Coach Paul Standard from St. Pius X comes up there. So a lot of coaching pedigree on display.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Standard, of course, coming up, as you talked about, from Pius, and just a stand-up guy. I mean, a lot of people in the coaching profession around town know about Coach Standard and what he's done. I think he'll bring some stability to that Gilmer program. Obviously, Grant Myers is a young, energetic, exciting, up-and-coming, coach that is certainly going to look to guide the Pickens Dragons back to the playoffs. And speaking of Pickens coaches, Coach Chris Parker is going to be joining Sam Crenshaw on a Friday night scoreboard show on 92.9 The Game, so not the only broadcasters out of the area there. But, a lot of attention, I think, will be placed certainly on those programs. Obviously, we're talking about Cherokee County High School football here with what we do each and every week. And but it certainly makes our Blitz, our podcast that you and I do, Will, together a lot more interesting as well. So a lot of different avenues for folks out there that are listening to check out high school football. Football Fridays at the Tavern podcast. Obviously, it's a combination, a joint effort between Turd Ferguson and the Report and Cedarwood Tavern. And at this point, I mean, you're just as much a part of the Tavern.
Oh, yeah.
Part of it, I would say.
Well, we
I know
also
you
like to
distance.
maintain our independence.
Yeah.
Our free agency.
You don't want to be too associated with that group. I get it. You are who you hang out with. But no, it's been an awesome partnership between everyone, and what kind of started as separate entities, and now we've been able to join forces, and that's made the coverage even better. So it's awesome.
Right you are, Dave. We're at the end of the Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management halftime show as the teams have taken the field. Cherokee set to kick it off to Mays. Take it away, partner.
All right, well, the Warriors won the opening toss. They had the football first, so they'll boot it away here in the second half. As we welcome you guys back on board with us, Dave Garner alongside Will Cooper, Art Mosley, Ronnie on the spot as well with us. And, of course, another one 2 nights from now as the Sequoia Chiefs travel to Woodstock to take on the Wolverines. And the first game for head coach Troy Hoff as the Wolverines head coach down there at the Shed. We'll have it for you with our Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show at 7 o'clock, followed by kickoff at 7:30. Tonight, a little unconventional. We had a 5:30 start time. We didn't officially kick it off until after 6 o'clock, but there's another game here tonight coming up later on, and that is the host school, West Forsyth Wolverines, who have made a lot of noise in their program in a very short amount of time. And they'll be taking on Carver Atlanta, the opponent for the Cherokee Warriors last year. So basically the same 4 teams on this first night, just swapping opponents here in 2021.
And West Forsyth has a familiar face to any Cherokee County football fans as Dave Savela went over from Etowah over to West Forsyth to be closer to home and has done a great job with this program. So if you like a little bit of Dave Savela football, obviously very well liked at Etowah, his decision to leave, and here he is at West Forsyth, so make sure you check that one out too.
Absolutely. So Joel Stahl about to put his foot into it. I wonder if they're going to try to let Mays return one here tonight. We saw on Stahl's last kickoff, he actually hooked one and went out of bounds. Let's see if he just tries to boot this one back through the back of the end zone here. Martin back deep. Again, right foot for Stahl. This time he's just going to kick it away, and this one is going to be returnable from the 2-yard line. How about that? Across the 15. The 20-yard line hit right there and dropped as the return man for Mays, and not much of a return right there. That looked like number 6 there on the return. Travis Terrell, who we talked about, of course, has been the big return guy for Mays over the last year or two. That's one of their games that's still intact from last year. And now the offense will come back on the field. And as you guys talked about, and we've talked about all night long, a situation 1 step forward, 2 steps back, some turnovers, a lot of short fields for Cherokee. As Ronnie on the spot was talking about, 5 or 6 of the 8 possessions in that first halves were started in Mays territory with short fields. So if nothing else, if you're Mays, you want to establish some field position. First play up top, one-on-one, wide open, and that is Terrell down the sideline, who makes a man miss, and O'Keefe recovers and brings him down. But how about that, Terrell, all the way down to the 32-yard line on one play. He was wide open. That was a busted coverage.
Busted coverage, and Terrell said, I'm tired of getting picked on. I'm going to pick on you guys this time. Made a great move back inside. Probably should have kept it outside. Nonetheless, Mays is in business all the way down deep inside Cherokee territory.
Yeah, and Terrell's a little guy at 5'9", I think 140, 150 pounds, what he's listed as, but just completely wide open.
So quickly out of the gun, and we talked about field position. Well, there you go. Hard count. Nearly got the Warriors to jump across, but they don't. And so now Quintavious Johnson will clap his hands once again. Morgan in the backfield going to fire across the middle. Man, complete hit immediately and drop right there on contact, but a gain of 6 yards on first down to bring up 2nd and 4.
Number 8, Wiggles on the reception, and look, Johnson showing his the deep ball, the touch we talked about, and also fitting that ball in there in the tight space.
So we're going to see Cherokee play a little bit of a softer zone here, and it should tighten up as they get closer to the red zone, but I would expect Mays to be able to move the ball a little bit easier between the 20s.
Hard count once again. Johnson looks over at the sideline, gets the play in. Now we'll clap his hands once again. And this time going one-on-one in the corner. One-on-one, and that ball is going to be nearly intercepted. If anything, it was offensive pass interference. He had to try to pull the DB off of him there. But a great job one-on-one by the secondary for Cherokee, who locks him up at the goal line.
Yeah, Solomon Evans, that's been the jump ball that's been going on all evening long, and even Beeger's had enough of that and was able to square it up. And as you mentioned, could have been a little bit of offensive pass interference, but nonetheless falls harmlessly to the turf.
And I believe that was Darius Harshaw who's in there at the near side corner over here taking some snaps. They swing one out, but hit immediately. They were trying to set up a screen there, but one of the Warriors battled through a block and hit him way behind the line. Wow, a big loss there. And so 3rd down and short, they're trying to get the quick hitter over there in front of the Warrior bench, and now it's 4th down and 8 and a big decision here.
And good job on that. That was a Darius. As we saw, Coach Shaw mentioned he'd be playing both ways a little bit, so maybe trying to give Beeger a little bit of a rest after playing against Solomon Evans for so long. And when you got the talent, you got to use them.
Well, let's see if the Warrior defense can turn them away right here. Offense for Mays will stay on the field. 4th down from the Warrior 29-yard line. Man in motion. Johnson again from the far hash out of the gun. Looking to throw. Winds up. Fires. And that one is incomplete inside the 10-yard line. He had Wiggles streaking across the middle of the field, but pressure from the backside as he got rid of it. And that ball falls harmlessly to the turf, and they will turn it over on downs, and the Warriors will have it here with 10:01 left in the 3rd quarter.
Good job by Toby Thompson bringing the pressure off the edge. They are forced him to get rid of it over the middle, and there's a lot of confusion going on with a lot of crossing routes, so good job by Cherokee's defense to stick with their men, play the zone right. Next thing you know, turnover on downs. Let's see what Cherokee does on offense. We talked about it. Rush, if they're going to pass, it's time to see. I'm kind of interested here.
Absolutely. So here we go, 38-6. Again, the Warriors lead it on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. 2 minutes gone here in the 3rd quarter. Lights are on here at West Forsyth High School as the sun finally sets. Here's A.J. Swann with his first snap of the second half. They'll keep it on the ground right here. Johnson upended across the 30. Picks up about 4 yards, though, before doing so, setting up a 2nd down and 6.
And that was a gang tackle by Brian Glass and Almonte Duncan going high and going low, flipped him up over. And that's one thing we do have to mention, Art, is that these players for Mays are doing a really good job of tackling Almonte Duncan and Javon Reeder. It just so happens they're getting beat deep.
Yeah, just not enough time to get many of those tackles in the backfield.
And here is A.J. Swann. He's going to swing one out to Aiden Moore. Over on the far sideline, he takes it up the sideline and will have a first down. They needed about 6 yards, and good block out there on the edge as well. Picks up about 10, and there is a man down.
That's
and
Aiden Moore.
I believe that is Moore, who was the recipient of that catch. Aiden Moore had a big first half, 2 touchdown grabs from A.J. Swann in that first half, as the Warriors exploded for 35 points in the second quarter, aided by a couple of turnovers and short fields from Mays, and now they work on Moore, who's down for the second time tonight. I think he was cramping up a little bit in that first half.
Well, they are working on the shin area, so hopefully just a cramp. But, yeah, really good play there. And as you can see, they're going to stick with their offense, Dave. They're just going to keep on running it. And as we see again, as Aiden Moore makes his way onto the sideline now on his feet and walking off on his own power, so hopefully nothing too serious. But Aiden Moore, definitely one of those guys that's going to be a difference maker, probably more of a difference maker than we thought coming into this. We thought it might take a while for a little cohesion, but they played a lot of those 7-on-7 camps, and he was there with them along with Caleb Richardson, these guys that we've seen have production tonight, Art.
Yeah, Aiden Moore, big night. I think that's his 3rd or 4th reception tonight for the Warriors, and all of them picking up pretty big yardage. Only had 1 drop, so, I mean, he's, targeted 5 times, catching 4. Great job by Moore. He was able to walk off under his own pressure.
Yeah, and Aiden Moore has 2 touchdowns on the night, so the leading receiver so far in the way of touchdowns is there's a TV timeout on the field.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how
long
I think
it'll
they've
be.
got Moore. Yeah, I think they've got him on the sideline now, so not sure how much longer they'll be. But we can certainly step aside if we need to. I was going to say, though, a defensive touchdown was encouraging in the first half as well by the Warriors there, as Thompson picked up a fumble return, brought it in from 5 yards out after some good pressure there, and then, 5 touchdown passes, I guess, for Swann in that first half? 4. So, I'm sure they would like to have maybe a rushing touchdown to add to that offense.
Yeah, especially with Zai only having 11 carries on his career. It's important that they establish him early. We don't want to take away anything from Sequoia, but you got to look ahead on the schedule, and you see they got Cartersville, Rome, Creekview coming up back to back to back, and you got to feel like they want to get Zai established by the time that they have to go over and face Rome, as that's the 3rd game of the season. So watch for them to try and establish the run early. We'll get Sequoia and then here. But I'm surprised, Dave, as we mentioned, they're just throwing their offense, and they're still throwing the ball around a little bit, Art.
Well, I think when you do what you do, you got to do what you do, right? And I hate to sound repetitive in that, but they know how to throw the football, and they've got a 4-star quarterback there, back there. They're going to throw the football. Again, Zy Johnson, they love to get him established, but I think their pass kind of sets up their run, opposite of sometimes some teams use the run to set up the pass. And like you said, Will, until Johnson really gets established, and I don't think it's just Johnson. I think it's that offensive line until they really get established. They'll have a better idea of how they're going to attack teams like Cartersville and Rome. And then as we get deeper into that schedule in that Region 5-7A with the Miltons and the Roswells, and don't forget about Alpharetta, who's, their head coach, he's got the best quarterback in the state. I think that's a bit bold, but, that's what he said.
Certainly, according to anybody in Cherokee County, it was a bit bold, but yeah, I think, we talk about Brett O'Buck being the line coach over there for the Warriors, and they do such a good job. It just takes a little bit to get the cohesion working for them. So one thing that you have to keep in mind is that this is the first game of the season, so both teams are trying to figure it out and figure themselves out a little bit because the scrimmage just isn't the same.
So after the lengthy timeout there, the TV timeout after the injury there, we'll check on Moore, but the Warriors back up at the line here, twins to the left and right, a familiar formation certainly for Cherokee with Swann. 4 yards back out of the gun, walks up to the line, now walks back. He's got one back to his right, and they'll bring a man into the formation here, and they'll keep it on the ground right into the middle and loses his footing right at the line of scrimmage there. And unfortunately, nothing doing for the Warriors on that play to bring up second down.
Yeah, the turf monster was hiding in the West Forsyth W there, grabbed up and got him.
It looked like Jordan right there, I believe, for the Warriors with the carry there. Dasher, perhaps. 21. We've seen a couple different guys toted here tonight. So second down and 10. And once again, that ball popped out of there, pops right back to Swann. He throws that ball to midfield, and he's got himself a receiver and a reception there, and that was Richardson, who has his second grab of the night there. That was a crazy play. It was a handoff in the middle of formation. One of the Mays Raiders puts a hat on the ball, jars it loose, the ball pops back to A.J., and then he throws it.
No. That was design. That was the flea flick. I'm kidding. No, you're exactly right. As soon as he handed the ball off, the helmet pushed it back. A.J. said hello and just signaled to Richardson running out, and I'll get it to you.
I wasn't even sure that was a legal play there. Here's Swann, hook it up. He's got a man, Thompson, the tight end that time with the grab there, and he's got about 17 yards. A little seam pass right there, broke a tackle.
He's hobbled.
And got into the last level there, and now he will indeed hobble off the field, does Thompson, after being shaken up there, up against the Warrior sideline.
I think it's a lot of cramps. We don't want to speculate on injuries, but everybody being able to get up and walk off with a little limp just kind of makes you think it'll probably just be a cramp.
1st and 10 once again. Swann out of the gun, and we'll throw a quick hitter right here. That one's complete over on the far side, and racing up the field for about an 8-yard gain to the Warriors to set up second down and short. And that looks like Jamison made the grab there. Pops Jamison, a sophomore wide receiver. He's 5'7", 130. You know, he's not obviously not as big as a Chris Richardson or a Keegan Baker or what have you, or maybe even a Darius Harshaw, to be honest with you. But nonetheless, another weapon to go to in that arsenal. So here's second down and 4. Receiver right to left now trips to the near side. And A.J. looking that way. One-on-one, he's got a man there, and that one is knocked away. Flag comes flying in. And they may have a hold here, some pass interference perhaps, as Richardson gets up and claps his hands right there. Again, the DB on that play there was Kenji Jackson, the 5'9" junior, and he may be the guilty party.
Yeah, Kenji had Caleb Richardson wrapped up in a bear hug, and that's just not illegal down there in the end zone.
It's unfortunate
illegal,
for him.
Excuse me, not illegal. I'm sorry. It is illegal. Go ahead, Will. I'm sorry.
Being 5'9", it's, as we mentioned, Caleb Richardson's going to be a problem for a lot of these teams because, he really can't command your first or second corner. He's going to be playing on the nickel or maybe even the dime in certain circumstances. And being 6'6", that's just a mismatching nightmare. They might have to put some kind of safety on him with at least a little bit more size than your 5 foot somewhere in there. Maybe you're going to have to start with a 6-foot safety, maybe your third string or something.
So here's 1st and 10 with the ball right outside the 10-yard line. I'm not even sure how they can get a first down here, but that ball is just shy of the 10. They'd have to get to about the half-yard line for a first down. But the Warriors again with twins to the left and right. Now they'll bring the right slot over to the near side. Trips that way. They're going to throw it right into the middle. Harshaw trying to keep his feet. I believe that's who that was. Trying to set up a little middle screen there. Will stumble down to the 5-yard line, setting up second down and technically second and 4.5.
Zai Johnson on the screen there, Dave.
Yep.
And second time so far in this drive, he's just been tripped up by his own feet. But they're doing a good job. The throw was a little high. He had to jump up and catch it. But AJ's used to throwing to Caleb Richardson, who's 6'6", and you're throwing to Zai, who's 5'10", listed.
So here we go once again out of the gun. They'll bring Moore from left to right this time. Bring him into the middle of the formation. Swann claps his hands on the ground. They're trying to get that first rushing touchdown of the year. Didn't get into the end zone that time, but got right at the first down marker. They may have a first down and goal.
Beat me to it there, Dave.
Yeah, they couldn't have gotten the ball any closer without getting it into the end zone. But it will be a first down. So after all that, how demoralizing if you're Mays. You keep him out of the end zone, but the Warriors still have a fresh set of downs to work with right here. And needing less than a yard to punch it into the end zone here with 6:44 to play in this third quarter, and the Warriors already leading 38-6.
Toby Thompson in here. We saw him do the release where they couldn't punch it in against River Ridge in the scrimmage. Watch for the release here, or maybe running behind him to the left.
And that is Johnson. They're going to hand it to him, and he's going to walk it into the end zone. Touchdown. So a big confidence booster right there, as Zai Johnson has his first rushing score of the season for the Warriors, as does the first rushing touchdown overall for this offense. And the lead is extended now to 44-6, pending the PAT.
Dave didn't see this coming, honestly. 44-6 game. Thought it'd be much lower scoring. But as we talked about, Cherokee sticking to their offense. But when they get down to the red zone this time, they get a steady feed Mays a steady dose of Zai Johnson. And that time it pays off from about a yard out.
Yeah.
So Joel Stahl to add the PAT, trying to remain perfect on the night, and he will do so. And with 6:30 left here in this third period, the Warriors have all but put it away here. We'll step aside after a 1-minute break. You're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week. We're at the Corky Cow Classic at West Forsyth High School, and we'll be right back.
It's football time, and Brian Aaron at Woodstock Outlet has some great news for all the football fans.
Hey, y'all, we are glad to be a sponsor for these games and have a great time. Stay safe out there, and we just really do love being part of our community, and thankful we got the best customers a business could possibly have. And we built a new warehouse. We got it full for the pickup or delivery, so we're ready to go. Y'all come see us, and we sure do appreciate you.
When you are the official sponsor of the comeback, adding a few feet to a drive matters. First down. So does shaving a tenth of a second off a lap. Top-rated surgery, physical therapy, and motion analysis by the sports medicine team at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta helps young athletes not only prevent injuries, but heal faster and return stronger, ready to win. Our more than 25 orthopedic and sports medicine locations are ready to assist your athlete's comeback. To learn more, visit choa.org/sportsmed.
Welcome back in to the WLJA Cherokee County Game of the Week on 101.1 FM. Let's send it to Ronnie Cooper. Ronnie on the spot with the stats for that last drive for Cherokee to make it 45-6. Ronnie, go ahead.
That was a 9-play drive for 61 yards, 4 rushes for 10 yards, 5 of 5 passing for 51, and 5 first downs, more than they had in the entire first half on that drive.
How about that?
All right.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's a telling story right there. You know, that is one thing, though, that was nice to see out of the Cherokee team was them be able to establish, you know, a long drive and maintain a long drive down the field. They had so many short fields and short scores to work with in the first half. I'm sure Coach Shaw wanted to see his team be able to sustain an 80-plus yard drive or what have you.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's the key, right, is that Zai getting established there as the back. And we saw, they weren't trying to throw it deep. So maybe that's Coach Shaw's version of taking it easy a little bit, trying to run a little bit of clock, is throwing the underneath stuff. But either way, a very potent Cherokee attack is, Art, as you mentioned, 45-6 is not what we expected coming into this.
Yeah, it wasn't, but I'm pretty sure Coach Shaw is very happy. We'll see. David, are we at a running clock yet? Is it?
Well, I think we should be. Now, I don't know the teams. I'm not sure the rule. A lot of times the coaches have to get together before then talk about that. Every game's a little bit different, but I would think so at some point. 35, I think, is that plateau, I believe. Maybe that doesn't start until the fourth quarter, so we may have to play out the rest of this third period. Not exactly sure, but I guess we'll find out right here. Joel Stahl puts his leg into it. This one will drive the return man a yard deep into the end zone here on the near side and out to the 20-yard line. 45-6 the score on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. And credit, we talked about Davis Harvey, defensive coordinator, Justin Pierce, offensive coordinator. They dialed it up here tonight. I know we talk about, what's Coach Shaw going to do here and what's Coach Shaw, he does defer to his assistants. He's got some very able assistants on this team here. Obviously, Justin Pierce is offensive coordinator, calls some plays and things. So, again, this offense certainly hadn't disappointed tonight, but neither is this defense.
Great point, Dave. Holding these Mays Raiders to 6 points so far in this ballgame.
That one was on the ground momentarily. A miscommunication on the exchange there. He was trying to get the ball into the hands of Jalen Campbell, the senior running back, and it hit the turf there. It looked like maybe for a split second, but Johnson was able to fall back on it, so it'll be second down at 12 after a loss of 2.
Johnson comes over to the sideline. I'm not sure if Mays realize they need a quarterback.
Well, so he's got a cut on his finger, it looks like, that's been bandaged up, and he had to come off as the bandage fell off. And he is gassed right now here on the sideline, so Solomon Evans will take over at quarterback.
Yeah. If you're the Warriors, that's pretty good news. Evans is, like you talked about, the most dangerous receiver, but having him behind center is probably better off where you want him, even though he's dangerous, as he completes a pass over here in the far flat. And it is complete up across the 25, a gain of 6 to the 26. Will be a third down and 4 now as the clock hits 5.5 minutes of this third period.
Completed out to Jacorian Wiggles there. And Mays right now, you can't score 30 points in one play, so you just got to get down the field as much as you can as the clock's winding.
Third down and 4, and Evans will fake the handoff, slips out the backside, but then once again, as you mentioned, Will, that turf monster jumped up and bit him. He had a lot of room to run over there.
And now he's down on the field, Dave, and injured, and it looks like a lower leg injury as well.
We're gonna have to dip into the depth chart here a little bit.
Or the pickle jar. Get some pickle juice for these boys, Dave.
Well, for both sides. And that, you brought up a great point. This time of the year, the humidity, the heat, it's just natural. No matter how much you hydrate, you're going to see guys cramping up a little bit. That looks to be the case right now for Solomon Evans. He's cramping up over there on the far sideline, and they're just having to work him out.
Yeah, working on that left calf of his, and hopefully he'll be all right. In the meantime, we'll see if Johnson can make it back in the ballgame, the quarterback.
I see him over here on the sidelines. Not sure what his plan is. That's the thing about Mays is they dress out 47 guys compared to Cherokee's 97. So it's much easier to see where people are on their sideline. Also, we're behind them here at West Forsyth. So, might dip into the chart a little bit, as you were mentioning. But with the quarterback play so far for Mays, you have to feel like that once they get into their region schedule and things like that, things might be a little bit better for them just because they don't have to play 7A talent anymore.
Exactly. And Will, right now during this timeout here, we've got the SRO for the Mays Raiders out there playing medic on Johnson. They're giving a little assistance to his right leg. So they're getting him taped up. It looks like he's going to make an attempt to get back in the ballgame here as Solomon Evans, a little slow, not able to come off under his own pressure. So under his own power, excuse me.
There you go.
I'll figure it out, Will.
Hey, that's all. Listen, it's the first game. It was about 100 degrees out here. As number 7, Tristan Morgan will come in to play quarterback now, the normal running back. So the offense probably doesn't change much. Still going to be the RPO. But with that being said, splitting 3 out wide, Dave, take it away.
So Tristan Morgan, the 5'9", 170-pound junior. Of course, he's a running back primarily, but he's also the third-string quarterback apparently. As he takes this direct snap, and he will keep it right here back into the middle of the field, but the Warrior defense not fooled at all. About a gain of 2 up to about the 32. Will bring up a 2nd down and 8. That was a first down run, by the way, by Solomon Evans on that last play before the turf monster and the calf cramped up there. He was able to fall across the first down marker just barely, so that was a first down. Here, 2nd and 8. Oh, low snap on the ground, and they will eat it back at the 27, and boy, has that been an adventure all night.
And one thing to mention, Dave, is that Tristan Morgan at quarterback puts Jalen Camp, the senior who recorded 18 carries, 66 yards, and 2 touchdowns last year as the starting running back. But you're exactly right. Mays moving forward has got to find a solid center that they can trust. Even with the blocking problems, it's got to be the snapping.
And this time they were trying to hand it off, a little RPO read there. Both guys were still hanging on to it, though. That play got strung out all the way to the near sideline, and the Warriors finally shoved Campbell out of bounds there, as he was the one that did end up with the football after an extremely short gain. If any, he may have lost a yard or two, so now it is 4th down. And even though he went out of bounds, they will leave the clock running right here as we go inside 4 minutes of this third quarter. Once again, Cherokee up 45-6 on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard.
Just no passing threat when those 2 big quarterbacks are out of the game. Looks like Johnson's back up. He's got whatever equipment malfunction fixed, but at this point it's the roller coaster ride of the punt unit for the Mays Raiders.
Jalen Woods will punt it away once again. 2 back for the Warriors, and now Cherokee will burn a timeout. Coach Shaw very animated over there. Saw something he did not like.
Well, I think he likes it because he found something to coach about finally.
Right. We were talking about, we were joking around our kickoff preview show that we were all a part of, and we were talking about Coach Shaw, how animated he was in that scrimmage.
Yep.
They didn't want to put a whole lot of a lot of weight into, I guess, but he was in midseason form that night.
He was. I tell you, you're not going to get a lot of breaks from Shaw. He's going to be himself 24/7, 365 days a year, and that's very intense. And you can tell by the way his defense plays and just the attitude of Cherokee that they're very intense and kind of expect to be there. And, not going to draw too many comparisons, but Cherokee and River Ridge, they're a couple of teams that are very experienced at this point, and they play like it. And that's one thing that you can tell. And it's going to be interesting to see on Friday night, just 48 hours from now, is how Woodstock will look, because they're a pretty young team with a brand new coach, and Sequoia is going to be the experienced team, returning Matthew Traynor for his 2nd year, and James Teeter being the longest tenured coach in Cherokee County.
Yeah, you got to think those kids at Woodstock really itching to get back at their old coach, the new defensive coordinator at Sequoia, Brent Buddy. We'll get to that, like you said, Will, in 48 hours. Right now, Dave, take us back to the action.
So 4th down right here. Again, 3.5 to play in this third period. Jalen Woods will punt it away. Jamison, looks like Harshaw back deep now for the Warriors. They will indeed get their foot out of there. And it will be returnable. And that is Harshaw, and he's off to the races. It was a short kick and basically under-kicked the coverage right there and all the way out of bounds on the far side inside the 20. It looks like, I believe that was Harshaw on the return there. And, man, very dangerous right there and nearly took that one to the house.
That might have been Jace Jones, a freshman who Coach Shaw told us about early in the season. But like you said, Dave, best punt of the night for Mays, but kind of outkicked his coverage over there. And Jace Jones, who Coach Shaw said was a very exciting playmaker, maybe the next Darius Harshaw for the Warriors. We saw a little bit of that lightning in the bottle right there.
Well, we've seen 5 underclassmen between sophomores and freshmen. We talked about Popes Jamison also on the defensive side. We've talked about Javon Hobson and then a couple of special teams plays here and there. So a lot to be excited about for the Warriors as they come back out here on offense. And
well, yeah, we talked about long drives. This one will not be, though. another short drive.
So speaking of younger players, Tanner Savasier will come in and take over the quarterbacking duties, up 39 points.
There we go. So Savasier with his first offensive series of the season. And it comes in game 1 here at the Corky Kell Classic. And I don't believe they got that play off in time. It's either a delay of game or did they burn a timeout first? Nope. It is indeed going to be a delay of game there on the Warriors. So Savasier, again, a younger player right here, will get some snaps, and it looks like we might have seen the end of the night for players like A.J. Swann and some of those guys that we talked about as they leave the game after putting up 45 points. Very impressive offensive showing and really defensive showing here tonight for the Warriors as well.
Well, they're working their way up, right? They played 2 quarters in a drive. They almost played 3 this game, so maybe against Sequoia they'll play a full 4.
There you go. 1st and 15 after the 5-yard penalty, and the Warriors will keep this one on the ground, but Mays shooting some gaps right there as they catch the Warriors in the backfield for a 2-yard loss. And so that'll bring up a 2nd down and long play right here. The Warriors again get some younger faces in the lineup now. Clock down to 3 minutes in the 3rd quarter, assuming a running clock here in the 4th quarter because there's another game to be played here tonight. West Forsyth and Carver Atlanta still got to kick things off here as we go past 8:30 here on a Wednesday night. And so that's going to be a late kickoff. That game not going to get started probably at least until 9:30 if things even go well.
Yeah, all the starters are pulled, Dave, except for the offensive line. They want to get some work in with those guys.
Savasier throws the ball. He's got a man complete across the formation. 20, 15, 10, 5, and how about that?
Pops Jamison, coming in with the touchdown reception.
Wow. So Tanner Savasier, the freshman quarterback, comes into the game, and on one of his first attempts, there's his first career touchdown pass. Remember that one.
Keep that ball.
Keep that ball for young Tanner Savasier. There's been much hype about him at his middle school career, but great pass pattern. Jamison does a great job getting open, and I don't know if that quarterback rating can go any higher at this point. One for one with a touchdown.
We didn't even practice that, Art.
Great minds think alike, Will.
Now let's see if Joel Stahl can stay perfect on PAT's big rush off the edge that time by Mays, but he still gets it through there, and a flag comes flying in. They may have roughed the kicker.
Yeah, they did.
And I think the PAT will stand, though. Usually they'll probably penalize him on the kickoff right there. Stahl, got to make sure you keep him healthy right there. But with that PAT, the Warriors now lead at 52-6 on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. And we'll step aside for 30 seconds and talk more about this one. You're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week as part of the Tri-State Communications Sports Network here on 101.1 FM WLJA.
I want to make sure that your money outlives you and that you don't outlive your money. Hi, I'm Dave Garner, your local Woodman Life representative. When I'm not broadcasting, I'm doing my best as a poverty prevention specialist to help protect families from financial hardship. Call or visit me online today and see how I can help you and your family stay protected through needs-based life insurance and retirement options. Insurance protection, financial security. That's Woodman Life, standing strong for over 130 years.
Let's go to Ronnie on the spot. Ronnie Cooper with the stats for that last drive for some of the backups here at Cherokee High School. Ronnie?
2 plays, 25 yards, one rushing attempt for -1, and then a 26-yard pass for the touchdown. That was all set up by a 25-yard punt return to get them down there to start it.
So the sophomore with the punt return, the freshman with the pass to the sophomore wide receiver. It's future time as it is 52-6, and we'll send it back to Dave Garner as Cherokee will punt from the Mays 45.
Yeah, they'll kick this one off after that 15-yard roughing the kicker penalty. Joel Stahl will tee this one up on the Mays 45-yard line. So I wonder if he can reach the end zone here. He probably can get through the uprights pretty easily from there off a tee, and he will just go ahead and do that to prevent any kind of a Mays return here. He'll put it in the back of the end zone. Easy pickings there. So once again, Mays will start from their 20. 2:31 left here in the third period. Still in this third quarter, but it's all Cherokee Warriors tonight in the Corky Kell, 52-6 over the Mays Raiders on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. And again, the Cherokee Warrior defense trots back onto the field. We saw that most of the starters, as you mentioned, Will, yanked offensively. We'll have to look at kind of the personnel here defensively as well to see any of the fresh faces and numbers. As we looks like we do have several out there. We'll try to get those names to you as we go. But meanwhile, the Mays Raiders will keep most of their offense intact as Quintavious Johnson, after having to sit out a few plays, is back out there at quarterback. He's got trips to the far side, a receiver to the near side, and one back. That's Martin. Kind of a shotgun snap. This one right on the money. Throws it across. Quick hitter. He's got a man there. Nearly turned into a big play right there, and that was Wiggles who made the grab there across the middle of the formation.
And Weston Bergman on the tackle. We mentioned his name a few times, sophomore defensive back. Art, you like what you see from him so far?
Absolutely. Saw him on special teams, and they're a great shoestring tackle because that play could, if he doesn't make that, Wiggles could have wiggled free and it might have been in the end zone at this point.
There it is.
Great one-on-one tackle right there in the middle of the field. You're right about that. So here's Johnson again loading up, 1st and 10. Verticals this time looking to take a shot. Fires incomplete. He threw it over the head of his intended target as the rush started bearing down on him. One or two of the Warriors broke through there, and Johnson got rid of that ball just a split second than he wanted to.
That was Javon Wiggles. Again, the pass was intended for. And you can just see that he's just not super comfortable. The night hasn't gone the way they wanted to. And even these younger players for Cherokee are doing a pretty good job getting pressure. They only brought 3 that time.
Yeah, you can tell they're hungry. They want their turn, and it's live action. It's their first. A lot of these guys, their first varsity action, so you better believe they're going to try to impress right here.
2nd down and 10. Once again, somebody breaks through, got a hand on him, throws it across the middle. That's Wiggles. It was complete, and then they ripped it away, so it falls incomplete. And another Raider down up around midfield. One of the receivers went out and got looked like another cramp there. That might be Evans
again, yeah. Just going to mention he was back on the field that time and running that route. Kind of came up lame there, and he's still on the turf.
That was senior Luke Lawson, 6 foot, 190-pound defensive lineman that got through and forced the pressure on the bad throw there, guys.
So, again, when you're a coach in a situation like this, to be able to get a lot of your guys playing time in the first game of the season goes a long way because you never know when one of these guys may have to step up into one of those roles.
And we like what we've seen so far. We've heard Coach Shaw talk about the future of this program and how much he likes the youth that he's seen. But for us right here, I think that we can see that Mays so far is doing a really, really good job of just keeping everything under control. And for Mays right now, you kind of feel like they're just trying to cut their losses here. Obviously, you don't want to give up, and that's not what we're saying at all. But they're just struggling to find anything. And the other part of this, too, is that they played out in the sun when it was 91 degrees when we kicked off. These Cherokee players have been sitting there drinking Gatorade all day. So you're starting to see the cramps from these guys like Evans as he makes his way off the field. These Cherokee kids are fresh.
Right you are, Will. Dave takes back to the action, man.
All right, 3rd down and 10 right here. So a big play offensively for Mays to stay on the field. Long shot across the middle, knocked away. Great coverage there. They were trying to throw it right back into the middle of the field, right at the 1st down marker.
That was number 45, Marcirio Lanzas, a junior linebacker, 5'8", 155 pounds. Did a good job. That pass was thrown really well. He just did a good job getting his hand in the way and then also tackling the receiver to make sure that if he did catch it, he wasn't going towards the 1st down marker.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with this second unit, if you will, that's come in here. And played well. Now, again, not all young players. You mentioned some seniors and some other guys as well fighting for some playing time. And, again, the performance here tonight could go a long way towards earning more playing time.
And we heard Shaw talk about that on Friday football nights at the Tavern as they were talking about how some of the players that they saw during the scrimmage may have earned some playing time as well.
Jamison sliding down there, a punt right here by Mays. And pretty good kick, flipped the field there. Mays slide and grab back inside the 35 there. Was able to make the grab, so the Warriors will have a little further to go this time. They'll actually start this drive on their half of midfield, and they'll have to work a little bit. But 1:52 left here in the third period, up 52-6. And, again, more fresh faces coming into the lineup as well.
It's one interesting thing, Dave, is that they keep running the same offensive line out there. I think that they're really focused on getting this offensive line to play as a unit.
I think you're
and
right.
Maybe the depth isn't so important at the moment. Maybe in a couple of games they'll start working some depth in there. But all the starters were out there for the last one, and we're going to double-check that for you because they might prove me a liar, and they have just now as they are bringing in a new slate of offensive linemen. So take back everything I just said. I know nothing. Dave, take it back away.
Well, you got to get those varsity quarters in there, and so, again, you got to get the fresh faces in there. So here we go, a little end-around play right here, trying to spring a man to the far side. I believe that's that Jace Jones that you were talking about there, Arden. Again, a flag comes flying in. Unfortunately, a nice run is going to be negated right here. It would have been a 12-yard run if it stands.
And let me tell you why that's going to be negated. Larry Dasher, who's had a couple of carries at running back, had an absolutely devastating downfield block. Unfortunately, the guy was faced the wrong way.
It's a little blindside block here going to come back. Again, Dave, as you mentioned, Jace Jones showing some explosiveness on that little end-around play.
So the Warriors, they're going to go ahead and mark it off right here. We do appreciate you guys joining us right here for the very first football game of the high school season. You're probably tuned in here on a Wednesday night thinking, wait a minute, is this a replay? No, but it's live.
Where are the Atlanta Braves?
We are playing Wednesday night high school football here in Georgia. Of course, we're here at West Forsyth High School, the neutral site for this one. Of course, West Forsyth High School and Carver, Atlanta will kick it off after this one here tonight, so that'll be a late start. But the Cherokee Warriors and Mays Raiders making up the first official game of the 2021 season. This time on the ground after that penalty made it 1st and 20. 1st and 23, actually. They keep it on the ground right here and pick up a few of those yards back, but still going to be better than 2nd and 20 right here. And the clock now rolling inside a minute and a half, and I think for the Warriors, they're happy to see that clock moving.
Yeah, I would say so.
I think at this point you want to make sure you get out of here and healthy more than anything in there. As Dasher carries the ball for a couple of yards there. Take it to 2nd and 19 here.
So Savas here once again out of the shotgun snap, looking to throw the football, setting up a little middle screen right here. Oh, that one bobbled and dropped. And that time Jones had his hands on it, just couldn't quite secure it there in the middle of the field. They were trying to set up that little middle screen again and try to get him into space.
Yeah, and I'm getting you some numbers here. We want to give a shout-out to the new offensive line, and I got it put together here for you. Just give me one more second. Here we go. So we've got a left tackle, Spencer Radnoy. We've got a right guard, Dawson Bice. We've got Gabe Payne, Jerron Tareco, and Brock Toney are your starters in now for the offensive line.
So once again on the ground right here, straight ahead. Another good run. 3rd down and long, though. Again, once it's trying to work that clock. Another gain of about 5 yards for the Warrior offense right in the middle there. And 4th down and 12 from their own 31. So assuming we'll see the punt team here tonight. And one thing we haven't seen the Warriors do here a lot tonight is punt.
one punt, I think, early.
I think the opening drive of the game.
Swann.
Yeah, it was a good punt. I think it's 42, 43 yards if memory serves.
We'll see if he drops back here, if they bring in the second teamer.
It looks, I don't believe that's AJ. We're trying to get a number.
Looks a little bit too small
to
be
AJ. That is Tanner
Swann.
Savasier, who is your punter.
So how about that? So the quarterbacks, both of them, double as the punters. How about that?
I was kind of surprised we didn't see Stahl try a couple of different punts. I mean, he's got a great leg, but punting's a whole different ball game, really.
Sure.
So, let's talk about, the Warriors next week. Of course, as we talked about, at Sequoia, they'll have a little bit of a layoff while everyone else plays on Friday night. They'll be kind of sitting at home a little bit, maybe doing some scouting. I'm sure they'll be at that Sequoia-Woodstock game on Friday. I would expect that Josh Shaw may be sitting with you guys in the booth. I don't know.
Probably at least listening to WLJA 101.1
Exactly.
Well, we asked Coach Shaw about that last year when that game was being played at Woodstock, if he'd be kind of lurking around Skip Pope Stadium when he was like, with the film we have now, I think Coach Shaw might take advantage to be at home on a Friday night. I think Mrs. Shaw would probably appreciate him. But who knows where Coach Shaw might. We'd be more than happy to welcome him into the booth.
We would. Sounds like a great interview to me.
Bring him in. I was going to say, wouldn't that be something? Meanwhile, Mays, they will play again next Saturday, August 28th, against Riverdale. Y'all were talking about that game in the pregame show as far as Riverdale being a good game for them. So Mays will try to regroup next Saturday. They share the stadium at Lakewood a lot of times. The Atlanta Public Schools, they will share some stadiums, so you'll see some Saturday afternoon games, some Friday afternoon, Friday evening, Saturday evening, so they play a lot of different times and play half their games probably on Saturday, the other half on Friday night. Fourth down play right here. Clock stopped with just 16 ticks left here in this third quarter.
Dave, and shout out to the Mays Marching Band. They have not quit.
No,
they're still very enthusiastic over here.
They have
to
played
our
the
left.
entire time. You're right about that. So Savicer will try to put one away here as he stands inside his own 20-yard line. And it looks like we may have some movement, so they're going to back this one up even further. And so now the Warriors will have to kick out of a little bit of a hole here. Ball will be put down at the 25-yard line. Appreciate you guys tuning in with us. We do have a little bit of breaking news that we'll talk about here after this punt. And it does have to do with the game, one of the games on Friday night. So, again, stay with us here in just a moment. We'll talk about that. But let's let this punt go here. Good snap. Savicer gets it. Oh, he hits it right up the chimney chute, and that one's not going anywhere. Wow, that one bounces back, and the Warriors are going to have to fall on that one. That
Turns his own punt.
That was a -5-yard, I believe, or -7-yard punt there. That ball hit and went backwards.
It looked like he almost kicked it off of the top of his
shoe
tongue.
I think he did.
Shooted it.
Well, while we have a moment, there's still 4 seconds left here in the quarter. We do have some breaking news. Apparently, the Gilmer-Pickens game for Friday night has been canceled. It does look like that game has been postponed. That news coming across the wire as we speak. So, again, our debut game on 98.1, our sister station over on WPGY, was scheduled for Friday night in LJ. It does look like word is that game has been postponed due to a COVID issue of some sort. We'll have more for you later, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Here's a little screen here as Johnson goes back to work. They throw it to the outside, and that one is complete to number 12 there, Denyon Clark, the 5'7" senior wideout. Has his first grab of the game, and that's going to be right at the first down marker. That'll be the end of the third quarter. At the end of 3, it's Cherokee 52, Mays 6 on the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. We'll take a 1-minute break and come back with the fourth and final quarter of play and more breaking news for you right here as part of our Cherokee County Game of the Week. 101.1 FM, WLJA.
Prescription medications can help us live longer and healthier lives, but any medication has the potential to do harm if misused. Drug-Free Cherokee would like to remind you to only use prescription medications as directed by a health professional. Never share your medications with others or use someone else's. Always store your medications securely to prevent others from taking them, and properly dispose of medications that you no longer need. Be a good example for those around you and promote safe medication practices and teach others to do the same. Visit drugfreecherokee.com.
At Foundation Financial Insurance and Wealth Management, we believe that your insurance protection and wealth management plan go hand in hand. We start by shopping your insurance with highly rated companies to find you the best combination of price and protection. With that plan in place, we can then work with you to develop a tailored financial plan. Whether you need to save money on insurance or you need a full financial plan, call us at 678-880-9571 or come by 670 East Main Street in Canton for a no-obligation consultation today. Securities and advisory services offered through Piper Land Brokerage Services Incorporated, an unaffiliated entity, member FNIRA and SIPC.
Welcome back into the broadcast booth here at West Forsyth for the Corky Kell Classic. Cherokee Warriors up 52-6 over the Mays Raiders. And Dave, as you mentioned before the break here on the Tri-State Communications Sports Network, the Pickens and Gilmer game for Friday night has been postponed. So the inaugural game for our Pickens broadcast will have to be delayed. Obviously, COVID outbreaks are happening around the state. Nobody wants to talk about it, really, and we don't really want to either. It's not what we do on this show and this broadcast. We tend to try and keep things light, but it is unfortunately affecting us here close to home, so everybody be safe out there. And we'll try and keep everything as close as we can to the belt here as, we're trying to get ready for Friday night as well, and there's a lot of games that are trying to get kicked off here, and we've seen some South Georgia teams get canceled as well, but making its way up north a little bit as our Murchie also canceled their game as well earlier today, and that was the decision by the head coach. So not sure about the Gilmer-Pickens game. As we get more information, we'll have it for you, so make sure you keep it tuned over here on WLJ and stay up to date on the website as well.
Yeah, Will, those are tough decisions those coaches have to make, and Coach Green, who does an outstanding job over at our Murchie, I think he had a great article, this kind of note, that press release he gave out.
Yeah,
and I think
nice.
it was he wanted to play the game, but I think safety first for his players.
And I think that's key for everyone right now. And also, good job knowing what his name was. I would have never got that.
So first play of the fourth quarter, And it is a bad snap here. It's a bad exchange. And so after that extremely short punt, and then there was a penalty in there as well, and Mays snaps this drive. They start this drive basically from the Warrior 10-yard line. So they start a drive first and goal, but then they have a bad snap that takes them back 7 yards. And so now it's second and goal from the 17, and that's how this fourth and final quarter gets started. And it does look like we will have a running clock here, I do believe, in this fourth quarter.
We have another freshman to mention, as Sean Fulmer was the linebacker, 5'8", 160 pounds, who came up and made the tackle, Dave.
And here's Johnson looking towards the end zone, has a man, but he overthrows him in the back corner. Pretty good coverage there by the Warrior secondary, and it'll bring up third down. But the clock, again, is running. So we do have a running clock here in the fourth quarter of this one. So even on the incompletions, that clock will continue to roll.
George Bogdaddy was the defensive lineman who got coverage on that one and was able to get pressure on Quintavious. He's 5'7", 230 pounds.
So third down and goal from the 17-yard line right here. So a drive that started on the 10-yard line. Now they're pushed back. This is Johnson. They're just going to hand the ball to Martin. He's going to be slung down in the backfield, and the Warriors not fooled at all there. So, again, Tristan Morgan, 5'9", 170-pound junior running back, slung down. And so a loss of 12 yards net on that drive.
Well, that's another tackle by Bogdaddy there. So maybe the junior earning a little playing time. Only 5'7", 230 pounds, but that's twice he's gotten off the edge there, Art.
Yeah, hard work beats talent when talent don't work hard. And Bogdaddy out there just outworking the Mays offensive line, going for it on fourth down here is Mays.
So from the 22-yard line, and they're just going to try to throw it across the middle. Incomplete. Through the hands of a receiver that nearly intercepted at the 3-yard line. But it falls harmlessly to the turf, and the ball will go over on downs to the Warriors up at the 22. And the clock, of course, continues to move here, even on the change of possession. So, ideally be done here in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, Aiden Bible there, who almost made the reception, or the interception, I should say there. So another young player. And I think for Cherokee fans, you got to be excited about these guys putting some on tape because the young players have a lot to show. I mean, this has been a very impressive outing. You would never know that they're playing the second string as it's working right now.
Well, and Mays they don't have the depth, so they're still having to play a lot of their starters. So you got to think about the Warriors. These guys are doing it against a lot of their starting players right now. Now they have fresher legs, but still very impressive.
Absolutely very impressive by the younger unit, second, third string type guys for the Warriors.
So Tanner Savasier back out again at quarterback for the Warriors. He'll snap it from the 22 on the ground. Trying to slip through a couple of tackles, but won't be able to do so. They keep it on the ground for no gain, maybe a yard. We'll call it second and a long 9.
Yeah, Dasher seems to have solidified that second running back string there as he's coming in with Savasier.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to see a steady dose of Larry Dasher to close this game out. Really no need to put that ball up in the air at this point, Dave and Will.
No, but we thought that early in the game,
we
too.
Did,
well, the clock's going to keep on running. So
keep on running. So even on an incompletion, I mean, hey, we'll see how it goes there again. You're going to throw this one right here in and out of the hands of the target. So just as we say that, sure enough, they put one up. They were trying to hit the tight end there on a quick hitter. It falls incomplete. So it'll be third down and 10 right here with 8.5 to play in this ball game, and the Warriors up 52-6.
That was Connor Gilliland, the junior 5'10", 130-pound wide receiver as well. Shares a number with Keegan Baker at number 9.
Yep. And that's the thing, you got some of these numbers here. Typically, you'll have an offensive number and then a defensive number, but you got a couple of guys that are both on the offense that have the same number. Same on the defense, and a hard count there draws off one of the Raiders off the edge there, so they'll get 5 of these yards free to set up a manageable 3rd and 5.
Yeah, very savvy move by Savasier, getting that hard count to draw the Mays Raiders off the defensive line, setting up a 3rd down and manageable here.
We'll just call him Savvy Savasier.
There we go.
That was Isaiah Glover on the jump there, guys.
So 3rd down and 5 right here for the Warrior offense. Left to right, again in all black here tonight as we talked about. The new unis on display in the Corky Kell. Little bootleg play action right here. Savasier throws. He's got a man complete. First down up at the 42. And a nice grab there. Was that Keegan Baker, I believe, that made the grab?
Gilliland again.
Well, was it Gill? Oh, okay. Yep.
As he shares that number 9.
You're right.
Earlier.
You're right. Yep. So there you go. Gilliland making a nice grab there. They got Jones over here on the near side. Trips up top. The Warriors with the ball on the near hash at their own 42-yard line. Clock goes inside 7.5 minutes here as the younger players get in. Again, the Warriors will start this season 1-0, and they'll be 2-0 in the Corky Kell Classic after having won last year against Carver Atlanta and dominating here tonight. Back-to-back wins over 2 Atlanta City schools. But this time doing it on a neutral site. Last year, obviously, with COVID, the schools got to host the game, so the Corky Kell was actually played at Tommy Baker Field in Canton. This year, though, back to the neutral site as originally scheduled here at West Forsyth High School, which is, by the way, a great facility.
Dave, on that last carry, Trey Walton, the sophomore, 5'11", 190 as a sophomore. Watch him to grow into that frame. He might be a guy that can take the reins.
Gain of 5 on that last play. They'll give it back to him again. Right up the gut, into the teeth of that Mays defense, 2, maybe 3 yards, close to midfield stripe. They'll give him the 49, so it'll be a 3rd down and 3 upcoming right here with the clock inside 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, and good lead block out there by Patrick Crowley, sophomore, 6'4", 240 on the offensive line, working that left guard position. Was able to make a little bit of a hole and bring up 3rd and manageable here for the Warriors.
Well, guys, we got some decisions to make here because coming up during our Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Cherokee postgame show, we've got to award the Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Player of the Game, and boy, the opportunities are endless.
You're right about that.
On the ground, tripped up right at the midfield stripe, a gain of a yard or so. It looked like Walton was going to have a little bit more room to run there, but it will be 4th down. So let's see what Coach Shaw decides to do, if they want to just punt this ball away or if they just want to go ahead and go for it.
Yeah, practice the punt one more time. Why not, right?
Now they're going to leave the offense on the field.
Well,
how about that? So 4th and 2.
Take your 52 points.
May showing pressure, hard count there. They were trying to get the Raiders to jump, but they didn't. And so now we may have a quick kick right here. We may have a short punt situation.
Yep.
And we do. He went back a couple more yards and got that one out of there, down inside the 15. No flag, though, as a little bit of contact was made there.
More than a little bit of contact over there, Dave. Punter got run over, Savasier, but I suppose incidental contact's what they'll call it. And with 5 minutes and 8 seconds left, but the clock keeps on running. Change possessions doesn't matter now, Art. Things are going to keep rolling. Cherokee, for the most part, their young guys have looked very impressive, including the offensive line.
Yeah, they have. Now, let's take into account, like Dave mentioned before, probably a little bit weary legs for that Mays defensive front, but nevertheless, Cherokee not holding back. So great pump by Savasier to pin the Raiders inside the 20-yard line. And you said he got hit. He's a tough kid, Will. We saw him over the summer in basketball take a few charges and not afraid to dive on the floor and get dirty. So,
well, now we have a stoppage in play here. We're going to have an official meeting as we're approaching the 9 o'clock hour.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, Dave, while we got a minute, why don't we go ahead and throw it to a station ID. You're listening to WLJA.
You're listening to WLJA FM 101.1 and WLJA HD1 LJ, Woodstock, Jasper, Canton, and all of North Georgia.
Welcome back into the broadcast booth here at West Forsyth High Schools. We're at the Corky Kell Classic. The Cherokee Warriors up 52-6, and the teams are making their way off the field now for a TV timeout.
So we'll step aside for a minute ourselves with 4:48 to play here in the ball game, and all Cherokee Warriors here tonight up 52-6. On the Woodstock Furniture Outlet scoreboard. 1 minute and back with the remainder of this one. You're listening to the Cherokee County Game of the Week on North Georgia's 101.1 FM WLJA.
Golf cars used to only be for golfers. But now there's so much more. Golf Cars also offer transportation around your neighborhood or farm. Get yours at Golf Cars of Canton, your Club Car, Tomberlin, Garia, and Columbia dealer. Plus, they have a full service and parts department. Check out the selection of used golf cars or ask about renting. Go to golfcarsofcanton.com. Visit them at 121 Waleska Street in the Sandy Hook Shopping Center or call them 678-880-1156.
It's football time, and Brian Aaron at Woodstock Outlet has some great news for all the football fans.
Hey, y'all, we are glad to be a sponsor for these games and have a great time. Stay safe out there, and we just really do love being part of our community, and thankful we got the best customers a business could possibly have. And we built a new warehouse. We got it full for the pickup or delivery, so we're ready to go. Y'all come see us, and we sure do appreciate you.
Thanks to our friends at Woodstock Furniture Outlet for being back on for one more year with us. And thanks to all of our sponsors here on the Tri-State Communications Sports Network. We're going to hand it back off to Dave Garner as Mays Raiders are set to take the snap here from the 16-yard line.
All right, first down and 10. Quintavious Johnson, the starting quarterback, still in there with just 4:48 to play. And he's got number 21, the running back there, Felix Todd, back there with him as well. And Johnson just going to rear up, throw one long. He's got one-on-one. He's got a man there. Bobbled, though, out of bounds. He had a foot in, but he bobbled that ball coming over to the near sideline. He did not have control until both feet were out, and the officials properly waved it off incomplete.
Yeah, Johnson, again, showing a big arm going downfield. I've been impressed with that, but probably led his receiver a little bit too close to that sideline, and his receiver didn't help him out with the bobble
and he was open.
Yeah.
I mean, he was open in the back end there.
Well, you mentioned that. He beat Jackson Popes, the sophomore defensive back for Cherokee, got wide open, and luckily for them, he bobbled it just enough because if he had caught it cleanly to begin with, he would have been off to the races.
Be though as it may, sets up a second down and 10 and still a long way to go.
With that being said.
Shotgun snap. This time he's going to try the other sideline one-on-one. Has a man there, and there's flags flying in all over the place as one of the Warrior DBs got a little too handsy there, and that'll be a pass interference, it does look like.
Yeah, it's Caden Hilliard, sophomore defensive back there. As soon as he was running out, you saw him grabbing the shoulder pad, bringing him to the turf there as the West Forsyth Wolverines are making their way to the left side of the field.
Yep. Carver Atlanta warming up over on the right side of your dial behind the end zones. They will take the field for their official warm-ups as soon as the clock hits 0 here. And there was a penalty on that last play, and I believe it, I think they're going to call it on, they're going to walk it off now.
Yeah, pass interference call there, 15 yards.
Yeah.
It's not from the spot of the foul.
Not an automatic first down anymore either.
Yes,
like
they
it used
changed
to
that
be years
rule,
ago.
right.
So last year they changed that. So it is just a 15-yard penalty from the original line of scrimmage. So play like that, if you're going to end up giving up a big play, I mean, sometimes it's worth it just to yank the guy to the ground if you have to.
Yeah,
I guess.
right. If you're going to get beat, just tackle.
Yeah, there you go. So Johnson again out of the gun. Twins to the left and right. We've basically seen the same formation all night long from the Mays Raiders. And Johnson this time going to fire it again one-on-one. He's got a man there down the sideline, and that ball is going to be caught.
Incomplete.
Nope, incomplete. They're going to say it hit the ground there at the 28-yard line. There were about 4 guys, 2 from Cherokee and 2 from Mays, that went up for a 50-50 ball, and all 4 of them hit the ground about the same time there, but apparently the ball did as well.
You're talking about the 28-yard line. Well, number 29, Matthew Caskey, was the one in coverage over there. Got a little lost out there, looking like a center fielder trying to find the ball in lights because it was a very high throw. But by the time the ball got there to the Mays receiver, there were a bunch of Warriors around just to knock it away.
Yeah, high throw, a little bit underthrown. I think the receiver probably outran that pass. As we have bragged on Johnson for his arm strength there that time, we
second down and 10. Going to throw up another one right here, one-on-one, and that one's just going to be overthrown. The receiver had him by a step or two, and, obviously a younger secondary, what's coming right here. Four verticals basically in a row, and now it's just now third down and 10. So, they're probably going to do another one right here. You would think the Warriors probably, back off here a little bit in coverage and know it's coming.
Yeah, Katie Kreft over there on the coverage against Travis Terrell Jr. And right now Terrell's getting wide open. He's obviously a very good athlete, as we saw, just a sophomore playing. They're going to have to use him a little bit more. Not big, but he's got some speed. So as we watch Mays progress through their season, I'm going to be interested to see what kind of stats he piles up.
Walter Latham in there at DB as well. And this time Jones going to load up and fire deep across the field. That one is high, falls incomplete. Now it's fourth down.
Yeah,
Clock rolling. We hit 2 minutes.
Nobody home that time. Looked like he had wiggles across the middle, but that one sailed far over his head and fell harmlessly to the turf as we'll see if Mays elects to punt this ball here on fourth down as the clock continues to run, approaching a minute and 40 left in this ball game.
And you got to feel like when Cherokee gets it back, they'll be happy to line up in the victory formation and take this one back home to Tommy Baker.
You never know, Will.
You never know. Is 52 enough is the age-old question.
So here we go. Again, the return man in there for the Warriors. Looks like number 3, Weston Bergman, who's been back there much of the night. Stands back just inside his own 40-yard line. Going to let this clock roll all the way down. The play clock's at 0. But they're going to go ahead and just let it go and turn a blind out of that. And sliding grab by Bergman up at the 42, and the Warriors will have it. They may not have to run another snap here. Well, they will, because
at least one.
They for whatever reason, they reset the play clock.
to 20.
Well, not only that, they also stopped the actual game clock.
Yeah, they need to let that one go. So the Warriors will have to take at least one more snap here. You presume they'll take a knee, they'll hand it off, you would think.
Something simple.
I mean, I don't want to assume anything at this point.
We would have thought that going into the half, you know,
Right.
up by 32 points, or 35 points. They went in 38 to oh, no, I was right. 32.
Yeah, you're
I don't know why I
You're-
confuse myself sometimes, folks.
But I do know one thing. We're just a little over a minute away from the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Cherokee post-game show. How about that?
Yeah, and the new thing this year is as soon as we get into it, we got an interview to go to from Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Cherokee, so we're going to send it back to Asa as he gets that queued up and getting ready for that interview. So going to actually get to hear Asa Jones back on the broadcast.
How about that?
That ought to be interesting. So I know he's been working hard on that interview, getting ready to do it. Have some good folks over at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Cherokee, and also in the pregame on Friday, we will also have an interview with a Northside hospital doctor as well. So interviews galore. How do you say that? Galore.
Interviews galore.
Galore. Lord help. And I think that bring a little bit extra to the broadcast. Let us rest our voice a little bit more. So excited to see it as we are in a TV timeout right now. And
Well, they had to squeeze in one more, didn't they?
They did. I don't think the people in the truck know that they're going to get another game.
Right, yeah. They're going to have plenty of other opportunities there. So I blame Matt Stewart and the crew downstairs, the TV guys. No,
Well, that's what we like to do for life problems.
Shout out to Peachtree TV and all the media. We got Atlanta media here, we got statewide media, a lot of eyes, of course, on this game here tonight and on this tournament. A lot of great games, as we talked about earlier in our extended hour-long pregame show that we didn't know we were going to have there. But
we didn't even need the one last Monday. We could have done it right here.
You're right.
Who thought?
We could have the other coaches call in while we were on the air here.
Here we go.
Absolutely. So, yeah, another TV timeout. But, the guys, it's been fun here tonight as we get set to transition to postgame. Looking forward to seeing the call on Friday night, Sequoia-Woodstock, opening up the Friday night slate with another inter-county matchup. We'll have another one the following week as we see this Cherokee team again a little over a week from now taking on Sequoia, who we'll see on Friday. So, back-to-back games for the Chiefs. Very intriguing storylines in that game. And really with the Sequoia team, I feel like they could definitely be a team to surprise some folks.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Sequoia's probably got the most returning talent out of any team in the county at least. And here's the other thing, too. With Matthew Traynor being there, he's probably one of the most dynamic players. I think sometimes he gets sidelined by the wing T offense a little bit. But I think from seeing them play the spring scrimmage and also the scrimmage against Etowah, they do have a built-in shotgun formation. So if it gets 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, they might open it up a little bit. And they do have a very solid wide receiving core. The big question for me with Sequoia is the offensive line, but you're going to have to tune into the Northside Hospital Cherokee pregame show for that.
Absolutely.
Great tease there, Will.
Seasoned veteran right here.
So here we go. Warriors with the ball at their own 42. Presumably the ball's on the ground, and it's picked up by the Mays Raiders, and they're headed the other way. 30, 20, breaks a tackle, 10-5, and how do you like that? There is a penalty marker down back at the 17. So the defensive touchdown by Mays as they celebrate will more than likely be coming back, though. I don't think they realize there was a penalty there yet, but we'll see what happens right here. But, yeah, that's just a big pop there in the middle. The ball shot loose, and then the Raiders picked it up.
Yeah, Camden Underwood was the sophomore running back that coughed up the ball there, and then Kari Burrows almost took it back to the house, made a house call and did, but unfortunately to get there he had to pick up a couple extra penalties along the way. So this will come out somewhere, and Mays will at least be set up with some pretty decent field position to try and punch one in here.
Well, with 48 seconds left, we'll see if they throw a couple of jump balls there. Don't know if Burrows needed those extra blocks in the back to get to the house that time, and how often do we see that? Those illegal block in the back penalties sometimes unnecessary, but nevertheless, Mays will take over to close this out, and I expect to see maybe with a 25-second play clock and 48 seconds left on the clock, I think we've got about 1 or 2 more plays left in this ballgame.
And Shaw lost the visor over there in the headset on the fumble, so you know he's not done coaching yet.
Nope, not at all. This game over 3 hours old now.
Well, this game is probably going to be one of the longest in WLJA history, and that includes a couple of double overtime games. I'm looking at you, Creekview Harrison, in 2018. So that game was also a long one, but that game felt like it never could end because we were always on the edge of our seat. This one here, Cherokee fans ready to wrap this one up as we see the stands are starting to file out, make their way over to the gate.
Yep.
And the Wolverines down here to the left of us.
Well, it's after 9 o'clock, and it's 81 degrees still incoming. So it's still a hot one out here. Throwing it over the middle. That one intercepted. A little bit too high there. So after all that, Mays had a chance to maybe put one in there, but the clock will go ahead and roll, and Cherokee will not have to snap it again if they do not elect to, because there's 30 seconds and they're going to leave it running, and that should be the final play of the game. So how about this young unit coming in here preserving the 6-point defensive effort here tonight by the Cherokee Warriors? Equally impressive.
Jace Jones on the interception, playing safety there. So to wrap things up with Cherokee being up 52-6 here as the clock winds down to the final 10 seconds. What do you say we go ahead and jump into the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta post-game show? Asa, why don't you go ahead and get that interview ready for us and send it back to us once you're done, buddy. Take it away.
Everyone, welcome into our Children's Healthcare of Atlanta post-game show. I'm Asa Jones with a special Children's Healthcare of Atlanta guest, Lori Cole, the Community Development Director of Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. First, let me say, Lori, I hope everything is going well, and I'm glad to have you here with us.
Thank you so much, Asa. I'm doing very well.
Children's has been a sponsor of WLJA's Cherokee County High School football for a number of years now. And while people have most assuredly heard our commercials for Children's, many people still may not know where your services are located or even what services you offer in and around Cherokee County. So with that, what services does Children's offer around the Cherokee County listening area that maybe some people didn't know about?
We have 3 main hospitals. Many people don't realize that our hospital system consists of Scottish Rite, Eggleston, and Hughes Spalding, as well as many neighborhood locations, which are our urgent care facilities. We also bring in specialists from Atlanta to our neighborhood locations to make it easier on our patient families, as well as many locations where we offer sports medicine.
And I know that Children's has some fairly exciting events coming up in the next few weeks, one of which is the Stronger Together campaign, right?
Absolutely. I would love for everyone to know about our Stronger Together campaign, which we will be featuring the month of September. If anybody wants to go ahead and get information now, you can go to www.choa.org/September, and you can create a T-shirt for awareness for childhood cancer and sickle cell.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Lori, for being with us tonight.
Thank you so much, Asa. We appreciate the opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Lori. We're going to send it right back to the guys on the field. You're listening to the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Cherokee postgame show.
Thank you, Asa. We're going to have to do a condensed version of the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta postgame show as West Forsyth and Carver have taken the field in front of us. And thank you to Lori for being with us on WLJA as well. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll set the scene for Friday night, wrap things up, and announce our Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Player of the Game. You'll listen to Tri-State Sports Network on 101.1 FM WLJA.
Welcome to Perk Up. What can I get you?
Can I have a large, skinny, non-fat macchiato with
My 15-year-old has the taste buds of a middle-aged woman. But she's no adult. That's why we took her to Children's for her scoliosis. Their pediatric orthopedic program is nationally ranked. Their specialists understand growing bones and how to treat them. My kid ordering an adult-style coffee? Okay. Going to an adult doctor? Not so much.
Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Orthopedics. Where you take them matters. Learn more at choa.org/ortho.
It's football time, and Brian Aaron at Woodstock Outlet has some great news for all the football fans.
Hey, y'all, we are glad to be a sponsor for these games and have a great time. Stay safe out there, and we just really do love being part of our community, and thankful we got the best customers a business could possibly have. And we built a new warehouse. We got it full for the pickup or delivery, so we're ready to go. Y'all come see us, and we sure do appreciate you.
You've seen the many car dealer lots that are almost empty. Not at Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Canton. They've found the best used cars and trucks to fill their lot. Hundreds to choose from. Just go to SchottenkirkChrysler.com and do a search. Then come by and test drive your choice or buy online. Schottenkirk is proud to call Cherokee County home and are happy to be the dealer with a fully stocked lot of cars and trucks. Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, just off Riverstone Parkway in Canton at 200 Liberty Boulevard.
In times of uncertainty, it's nice to know that there's still some things that are certain. Hi, I'm Dave Garner here, your local Woodman Life representative. I want to make sure that your family is protected with needs-based life insurance through Woodman Life. Life insurance has many benefits. It's not just something that's there when you pass. It's mortgage protection, family savings, debt relief, replacing lost income, and overall peace of mind. Some companies sell it because they have to. We sell it because it's what we do. Call for a free quote today or visit me online, and let's make certain that you're protected from today's uncertainty.
Welcome back into the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Cherokee post-game show. Once again, thank you, Lori and Asa, for the interview there to kick things off. And we're going to do a quick segmented one here as West Forsyth and Carver are playing in front of us. Not playing yet, but warming up, I guess I should say, as they're going to be set to do battle here in just a few minutes as they are getting their warm-ups in. We do want to announce our Schottenkirk Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram player of the game, and we're going to have to give that one to the flex player, Aiden Moore, coming over from Sequoia, sets up a nice storyline, had 2 touchdowns, both of them receiving, was a big part of the blocking game as well as we got later into the game with Zy Johnson leading the way for his rushing touchdown as well. So they will be playing, Cherokee will be playing Sequoia on August the 27th, their next game, and that will be our next Cherokee County game of the week. So make sure you check that